Hey, are we live? I can't really see much of what's on the screen right now. Um, if you're out there, please like and share the stream. Really helps us out, especially since man, I've been having computer problems, and then there was some pretty crazy drama going on Twitter, but that's usual for the scene. Unfortunately, I made a mistake, and, and I'm not gonna blame others for it. I can talk about that in a while. Welcome, Tim. And hey, Jack. Oh, no. Been dealing with some hardcore back pain. Oh, man. An Indian doctor jammed some needles into your back. Better go. Oh, so I won't be on the panel. I'm sorry to hear that. But thanks for joining us in chat. Hey, Nikki, welcome. Hey, Hummus here. So, folks, the link should be up above. Once again, I'm really sorry that I'm late posting the stream. I was trying to get the link out. Well, first I had to create the link. Welcome, Daniel. Thanks for.
Hey, how's it going? I was having a bit of an issue with the mic. It's like, oh, hey, I'm not going to work for a second.
So I started a bit of an issue earlier on Twitter, and that was unfortunate. So Ethan was showing off like I don't know. There's different terminology. Like there's classic cars. I think there's vintage or antique cars. I don't know. There's like 3 different categories, at least here in Michigan, as far as what kind of license plates you can get. And I'm not sure what the categories were if they had the same ones over in New Jersey. But anyway, he had this like really cool Ford that he was showing off. And I, like a jackass, completely just assumed that he went off and bought it, not realizing he inherited it. And I do feel bad about that. But it is true though that he has shown off things before that he's bought with customers' money. There's nothing wrong with making money, and if if you give the customers what they want, showing off stuff. It's just sometimes in the past he's shown stuff off, and people's been waiting on their books. Like they're still waiting on that snowman book. Now it might be. I think it's another author who he's publishing, and I don't know. Maybe it could be. I don't know whose fault it is or whatever. So that created a bad situation. And once again, to EVS and his fans out there, his customers, I apologize. I was just thinking though, like,
unfortunately, when someone has a pattern of doing something quite a bit, you're gonna make a natural assumption.
Like I can't remember the really famous Hollywood actress from like the 30s. He got a jacket of hers and gave it to his wife, which is really, it's a wonderful gift. But it was like, but I think meanwhile, and I think he had bought a house and stuff. And I think meanwhile, I was still waiting on my Cyberfrog issue 1 back in the day. And I shouldn't like hold grudges or anything. And I do sometimes retweet his stuff. Like he had an excellent frog video, maybe about a year ago, but that's not necessarily the last thing I tweeted out by him. But he does some good stuff. His artwork, I like. I routinely will like fan art of Cyberfrog. I think it's kind of a cool concept for a character.
I remember
his 90s stuff was pretty cool.
I remember reading it in the first version of it, and I didn't like it as a kid. So.
Yes, it's like so. Here's the deal. So I don't know Eastman and Laird, but I did kind of sort of have an online friendship with this guy Brian Turner or Renrod
Mm-hmm.
or Renratia. I don't know even know how it's pronounced, but
Akira?
him and he used to send me his when he would upload his comic
Mm-hmm.
to the internet, which it was a comic he had from back in the day. Anyway, so he used to upload it to the internet, and he is the guy who had this publication out of I believe it was New Hampshire, and and I can't remember if it was Eastman or Laird who went and applied there, and sadly he had shut down his comic book company, but he was the guy who hooked Eastman and Laird up together, and they made the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which then inspired Cyberfrog. It is, like a lot of people want to say, "Oh, Ethan ripped off Battletoads or whatever." Well, I think they were both inspired by like the Turtles, and I think Cyberfrog might have even been out first. Before it was not a Battletoads ripoff. Ethan's been quite open about his influences of being the Turtles. I'm pretty sure. There's nothing wrong with having, the cybernetic frog. That's totally different. That is quite a different thing than the only real similarity is they're green.
Mm.
And they fight and they're like superheroes. I think that's yeah, I think Ethan's got talent as an artist. Occasionally I'll look at the anatomy on stuff and it'll look a little bit off on this panel or that panel. Other panels are just amazingly detailed though. So, maybe something happens where he's in a hurry or something. Maybe he's doing something stylistically that I don't understand. That's fine. It's just I wish he would be a little more humble about stuff, like when his books are late and stuff, because it's really hurting crowdfunding. And that was something that I was trying to make was just that, like, I'm not saying he's an evil person or anything. I'm just saying.
Unfortunately, when you have a track record of bad decisions, that track record is going to follow you where you go, and people are going to make grand assumptions left and right.
Oh, it's good to see you. I have a hard time pronouncing your name. Riro? Riro? But or Kurayami
Origami.
I hope I pronounced that right. But it's oh yeah, I can add you back to the Discord if you want. That's fine. Yeah, and hello again, Nikki. Welcome. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that Tim's not feeling well. I really consider myself blessed when I had that my acupuncture.
Mm-hmm. Lorenzo, I think he Lorenzo himself.
Am I? Did I disconnect? Did I disconnect? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. It's so I'm still having problems with. So what happens? It's not that the Chromebook won't connect to the internet. It's that there's something wrong with my router. From what I could tell before, when I looked in the settings, it looked like there was something where, and for some reason, when I restart the Chromebook, then it reconnects to the internet, but it loses connection for some reason. But yeah, I had a really good.
Maybe the Wi-Fi card is going out.
Huh?
Maybe the Wi-Fi card is going out.
It could be, but I'm just saying that like every single device I have has a problem connecting to the Wi-Fi. Okay, so I'm thinking I need to go to. I think I need to take that to the store and say, hey,
the router is messing up.
You guys need to replace this, or I'm going to might have to take my business elsewhere.
We'll see how it goes.
Because this is like I'm paying like almost $100 each month for this stuff, for the service, and
Still going wonky.
it's not all that it's not at all reliable. And I could get fiber optic. I'd have to ask my landlord, but it'd be a lot faster. And then maybe I'd have to provide my own router. That's fine.
Probably.
Probably have a couple. In fact, I think I have one that I never used. So, and I've got a buddy who's really good with. I'm not that kind of techie. I'm not going to go around calling myself a techie, but I'm not completely tech illiterate. I mean, I've been using the internet. Well,
Yeah.
I didn't use the internet when it was like text only, but I mean, I have used like I have played like text only games using
Yeah, I read it.
like those old I don't know if you guys have you ever heard of a mod. It's like a multi-user dungeon or multi-user domain. It originally was you have to use a telnet client to like an old it's like an old terminal type, it's like typing in a terminal or whatever,
Yeah.
Kind of like DOS basically. Oh, hey,
most people remember
Susanna. I hope I pronounced that right.
Susanna.
Oh, thanks for the like. And done. Well, thanks for the subscription. I'll definitely folks go over to her channel and show her your support. Yeah, sure thing. I'll do my best. I'll have to figure out what your Discord is. Your Discord name. Hummus Hero says, "Oh, that's interesting." Oh, that's good to hear that you're doing. Oh, Rue, that's fine. Okay. That's easier to. That's I was wondering which one to say. I don't know. Especially since you're using what I'm assuming is a Japanese name, and
probably for Street
I
Fighter.
know the convention is often to use someone's. Even though I don't. Gosh, I can't even remember your nationality, but I know the convention is, if we're like remaining true to culture, would be to say often say the family name and add a suffix, honorific suffix like san or there's any number of them. I think san's a pretty good one to go with.
Son Goku.
In a lot of cases.
Sorry, he said it like I had to follow it up.
Huh?
Oh no, what you just said. I heard Son Goku. And then I had to go back and fix all the little goofs that I did on this page.
Oh, I see. I've heard sama is like, even though that's like something you might like express to, like, what is that? Is that like a royalty or like a deity or something? But you might call a customer that.
I know
out
because
of
I
respect.
thought it was
I think. Yeah,
San,
very funny.
Sama, and Senpai. At least that's the ones I'm more familiar with.
Well,
Like
senpai means um. Well,
kind of like teach. It's kind of
senpai
like
is
teacher.
like it means you're
Mhm.
the if somebody's your senior,
Yeah,
now if someone's your junior, is it your kohai? And but yeah, that would be like a term to use. And I,
it's not a
I
term
guess you
indeed. It's
could
more
add
like
that.
a.
I guess you could add that as a suffix. I think maybe you could just use that alone too. There's all sorts of terms that were yeah. But I failed Japanese in college, and that was
Oh, I think we would all
quite
fail
some time
Japanese.
ago. It was quite a. Well, I would had just moved out on my own from living with my folks, and that was kind of a rocky situation the way that worked. Ended up working out really well. I mean, in the long run, other than it hurt my grades in college, because all of a sudden midterm, I'm no longer living with my parents. Maybe had I moved out
If you would have cooked,
earlier, before the semester started, maybe I'd have better luck. But then again, I was also like partying and stuff. So
rebellious teen,
some of the
rebellious
time,
Sleestakian.
maybe a little bit, maybe it was after the 2 semesters. I think it might have been, yeah, I think it might have been after I just decided to just drop out of college and become a college radio DJ where um,
You're telling us
I
the
think that's
origin
when I
story.
was really partying more, was hanging out with the musicians and stuff.
We are hearing the origin story of the Sleestakian. There I was as an egg. Sorry, dude. Uh, so I'm
Hey,
having a
Elkin Slice, welcome.
so I'm having
So
so I'm trying to
I always want to acknowledge Elkin Slice. I felt bad before because one time the panel was talking and just and I've been frustrated before when people are talking in the panel and they don't acknowledge messages. So I apologize to anyone in chat if I've I probably skipped over some messages, and if I haven't acknowledged anybody in chat, I'm really sorry about that. A little bit rattled. I did, I should have done more research before lashing out at EVS.
mm,
It's just we've had kind of a rocky situation, relationship,
oh,
so to
well,
speak.
unfortunately, when you've had a history of doing making dumb decisions, stupid decisions, retarded decisions, it's gonna follow you. So
My concern is what's going to happen with what's going on is there's a lot of people whom I talk to, and some of the people I consider friends or friendly acquaintances, and they're saying I'm not I'm not no longer backing comics. I'm going to go and buy certain comics,
mhm.
a handful of comics directly from the creator or whatever, not God, but like the comic book creator,
Yeah,
you know, like Denali, and he's not. I don't ever see him in any of this drama, but he's George's co-host on both news commentary show they do, and they also do like a movie, kind of a thing where they spoof public domain movie. They poke fun of it. They're
mm,
not Mystery Science Theater 3000, but occasionally
I don't
Mystery
think we're
Science
anywhere
Theater
near.
3000
I
will
don't think we're
strike
anywhere near
the
Mystery
George's
3000.
channel, even though it's public domain footage,
Uh,
because I think they're using the same public domain source. You know,
yeah,
George has been known though to actually
George,
take the
George,
images, take the
can be.
films and enhance the picture and sound quality. You know, like digital, kind of digitally remaster.
Watch out
But
for that tree. Sorry.
not to George Lucas type levels, of intensity, but just make it look a little bit better or sound a little bit better. Because some of the stuff you get like on I don't know what source he uses, if it's Internet Archive or could be any number of places, but sometimes the sound can be a little and the images in an old movie could be a bit scratchy, the picture and the sound quality can be a little bit off,
Yeah.
because these are like old black and white movies a lot of times, so like maybe old, like some of them are old serials from back in the day. I don't know if they'd be the matinee, or if the matinee would be like the cartoon first. But those kinds of movies from that period of time.
Oh, now that I think about it, since March is coming up, uh, Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire should be out the 12th. I think it was. Was it the 12th or the 22nd?
I haven't seen the other Ghostbusters, but I mean, I'd be willing to check it out. It's meant to be so you can
Frozen.
get away with it, huh?
It should be.
That's a cryptic
I think
message.
with the. I think you should be able to watch it on Paramount Plus. No. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have that, but that's one of those services that started off as CBS All Access. When it first came out, people really hated it. Even when it got changed to Paramount Plus, people hated it. And then over time, they've been having some really cool exclusive stuff from what I've heard.
Okay. It comes
Don't they
out
have
the.
don't they have the new Beavis and Butthead over there?
I don't know.
Or
Um,
they have some South Park stuff, this
I think
stuff focused on
they have
Disney.
something on there. Okay, so it comes out the 22nd of March.
PandaVision, I think it's called.
Yeah. Let's see. Paramount Plus. Let me see. Paramount Plus. Oh, they're no longer thinking of merging with HBO Max.
HBO Max is one that I heard that was really good, and then I heard they dumped a bunch of their really cool stuff.
Yeah, because David Zaslav is being a fucking butthead. I think what he's doing is he's trying, and pretty much everybody else seems to be in agreement with it, is that he's trying to make it sellable. He's trying to make it sellable so he can sell off Warner Brothers to somebody else.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm going to have to refresh.
Let's see.
Okay, maybe I don't need to. I was trying to.
Because I know you can find both the Sonic movies on. No, it's not on there. Shit. Okay.
But
no, you can find a bunch of other stuff, but like Pet Cemetery Bloodlines.
what?
And Ghost Protocol.
What?
That's what you can find on
Bloodline? I
Paramount.
don't even. Wait. Is that just like some?
That's on Paramount. Pet Cemetery. Bloodlines.
Which? What's what's this Bloodlines thing?
I don't know. It's probably just a continuation of or maybe like a prequel, a current day. Well, I guess a new movie that's a prequel to the original Pet Cemetery.
So they came out with Pet Cemetery. I like the one from was it the 80s?
Mhm. Because
And
this one,
had Denise
says it.
Crosby who played Tasha Yar
Yeah,
on was it Lieutenant Tasha Yar on
because
for Next Generation. She was in there, and I liked the original, and then they made a remake, and I don't know. I
because
can't remember if I watched the full thing or just saw
well,
some previews, and it just didn't.
Lorenzo, let me speak. Okay, so this one, so the Bloodlines is set in 1969. Two friends run into something they shouldn't have, and apparently David Duchovny's in this movie. Mulder himself. So and that's on Paramount Plus. So I last time I heard, I think you could catch Ghostbusters Afterlife on not Pluto, Peacock. I think it's called Peacock. Ghostbusters Afterlife streaming. Well, actually, you could catch it on Apple, YouTube, Voodoo, Google Plays, Microsoft Store, Fubo, Fubo TV, whatever the fuck that is. You can catch it and just watch, and that's about it. And there went Lorenzo. Never. I wasn't allowed to watch horror movies as a kid. Heck, it was. I think it wasn't until they started making Freddy Krueger more a comedic villain. I think because I didn't see the first one. I didn't see the first one. I don't think I saw the second one. I think it wasn't until, like I said, I think it wasn't until the not Dream Child, Dream. I think it was Dream Warrior. Wasn't until Dream Warrior. I think. Now I gotta remember the nightmare. Let's see. Ah, damn it.
Sorry about that. It Wi-Fi again.
No, I'm actually trying to remember because because Bone said he watched that as a kid
Oh, hey, Bone. Welcome to the
because of
chat.
his uncle.
Pet Cemetery.
Pet Cemetery. And then
Yeah,
I just
yeah. The was that the original?
yeah, Pet Cemetery was the original too.
Well, because there was a remake of that. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure. It's
yeah.
like there
It
was a
just
remake. I don't watch the remakes of the Stephen King movies.
no. It's just
The remake of it looked like it could be pretty scary, but I just didn't like. I
no. I
liked
just
the mini series or whatever it was on the TV version.
no. No, because I'm just trying to remember when Freddy Krueger became more like a comedic villain.
Oh, so Tim wasn't allowed to watch horror movies, nor was he even allowed to watch the old Gargoyles cartoon.
Yeah, that's
Wow,
crazy.
that was Disney. First it
How
was
old are
Buena
you,
Vista.
Tim?
It was originally Buena Vista Television, and then like what they did is Disney went and restructured the company,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, I think they brought on all like new writers for the show, and that's when they got the Gargoyle. I mean the Goliath Chronicles, and unfortunately, I don't think it was as good once that happened.
Dream
What?
Warriors.
Huh?
It was okay. When I was a kid, I couldn't see horror movies. So, but it was, and then because I'm trying to remember when I was allowed to see horror movies or when I got to the point. So it wasn't until Dream Warriors that I was allowed to watch horror movies.
What are you talking about? Dream Warriors?
A Nightmare on Elm Street, Dream Warriors.
Oh,
But the thing
I
is
never saw. I've seen the first one. Oh, somebody was backstage. I'm sorry to whomever was backstage that I didn't add you.
you can come back. Come back.
Yeah, sorry about that. Was
Come
that
back. Yeah, no, it
Yeah,
was.
I'm really sorry. I saw someone briefly back. Let's see if I can welcome Mama.
Welcome. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Oh, welcome to the chat, Sim Inkslayer.
Me too.
How you doing, Mama?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing good.
Okay, then I'm so
How
much
have you been
years older
doing?
than Tim. So
What?
Tim's in his 30s. Tim's in his early 30s. I'm in my early 40s. Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Sim Inkslayer should have a wrench now. Should be a moderator.
Ominous hero. I was allowed to watch horror movies. No Little House or Care Bears for me as a kid. So you were in the opposite.
Ah, yeah. I only
So
remember watching Care Bears as an adult, and that was not good.
okay,
But I
I'll
mean,
take it
I
down
don't
if you
know. I
go.
mean, it was okay. It was just, but it was like I think My Little Pony was better. Like when you start out with the very first one with Sandy Duncan. Sandy Duncan had her own sitcom too back in the '80s. But so the one with Sandy Duncan was actually had some pretty cool
And he's off.
role playing type. Never, I mean fantasy type, not role playing, but fantasy elements.
Well, the
Um,
guy that you let in took off, dude.
it's Spike the Dragon. He kind of comes and goes, but I think it had Spike the Dragon, and I think Spike was everything was quite a bit different, and that and what I'm talking about is the made for TV movie like that was like the pilot. And welcome back, Mama.
Welcome. I can hear you guys. I can hear you.
Oh, I'm glad you can hear us now. Oh, hey, Keely Chow, welcome to the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, Bone says he watched Gummy Bears instead of the Care Bear. Yeah, Gummy Bears. Was it hopping here and there and everywhere, or is it bouncing here? I think it was bouncing here and there and everywhere. Yeah, that was a fun. That had some the gummy berry juice that like even kind of
Oh,
magical powers.
that no, that was the gummy bear, not the
He said he
not
watched it
the.
instead of the Care Bears.
It's not Care Bears. Well, because there's the Care
Yeah,
Bears.
yeah,
And,
gummy
I have a
bears. Yeah,
question.
that's what I'm saying is. So Bones said he watched gummy bears, not Care Bears. I like gummy bears. Gosh, I
yeah,
think.
the ones where they take that potion and then they're able to bounce around like
Yeah,
float.
yeah. I mean, kind of a silly concept, but it was a fun. It was a really. I thought it was
It
a
was like
fun
basically like
Disney cartoon. I mean, they also had Tailspin and Chippendale
Yeah.
Rescue Rangers. Maybe
Rescue
kind of
Ranger.
around the same time. I think. I think they played Chippendale Rescue Rangers and what did I say, what was the other one that I said? Tailspin. Oh, Tailspin. They played those
I have a
two. I think
question. A
every
serious question.
every weekday morning.
What'd you say, dude? Uh,
Mama,
I'm what?
what'd you say?
Yeah.
What did you say?
I have a
I think he's.
question.
Oh,
Yes,
When are you gonna do a face reveal?
a Facebook what?
A
oh,
face
face
reveal.
reveal.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
I Well, I think he's a cartoon character, so I don't. That might be kind of difficult.
Okay,
Okay.
face reveal for what? I'm not sorry. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I think there's this idea that everybody who's on YouTube needs to like have a face reveal.
I'm not
But
gonna do
like,
that.
but what if you're a cartoon to begin with?
No, the thing is that nowadays people are just gonna, oh, now that we know who you are, we're gonna go mess with you. Like, yeah, no.
Well,
And one
actually,
thing is if I
people
live by
already know
myself,
who you
and
are. I mean, as
I mean
far as
most
your
people,
name.
well,
Yeah.
most people know my name, but I don't think they've ever seen. Few people
Yeah,
have
it's
ever seen my
I
face.
don't I might have
Yeah,
seen your face like one time off camera. I can't even remember. I mean, not
yeah,
off camera, but off stream. But I
yeah.
can't even remember if I did or I didn't.
I think there's maybe like 2, 3 people who've ever seen my face.
I thought maybe I saw your. Hey, El Hombre, welcome to the chat.
Yeah,
Honest
but I don't, I
Hero
don't, I
says,
don't do
of
that
course,
stuff because
was
people
Gummy
demand it. So.
Bears, then DuckTales. Oh, yeah, that was another one. The original DuckTales. And I know they had like a kind of a reboot or on Disney. What was that? Was it Disney Plus? They had it on. It
I don't
seems
know.
pretty good. Then Chip and Dale Tailspin apparently came next. Then Duckwing
Well,
Duck
because
and
I've
Goof
seen all
Troop.
of those.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Duckwing Duck and Goof Troop.
Darkwing Duck. Yeah. No, because I've
Oh
seen all
yeah,
those shows.
yeah, Darkwing Duck. Yeah,
Yeah, he misspelled it.
yeah. That was. I think it was quite good from what I recall.
Hey, el hombre.
Wasn't that kind of like a comedic type of superhero type character, or what was it?
Who?
Or was he a detective or what? Darkwing
Which
Duck.
Darkwing Duck? He was a. I think he was an inventor, like that.
Oh,
He got like popped in the head or something, and then he decided he wanted to be a superhero,
okay. So,
and then everything else just kind of followed behind him. And then
Crime Fighter says
yeah, he's a crime fighter.
Hero, and he apologized for the misspelling. Yeah, I misspell things.
Yeah,
Misspell things all the time.
and it's just that Darkwing has like this inflated ego that he's more awesome than he really is.
Oh, please like and share the stream. It helps get the word out about the channel. Don't like asking people to do that, but it really does help.
Yeah,
I didn't really post this a lot of places. I did post this on Twitter.
I don't know because I grew up with Transformers, the Silverhawks, Thundercats, the Humanoids. I think a lot of random stuff. Voltron, there you go. The GoBots.
Oh yeah, that wasn't.
That was a whole ton
Yeah,
of them.
yeah. I so I'd have to go. I remember going to a
There's-
friend's house to watch Transformers and Voltron, but then trying to remember.
they have
I think I might have just watched GoBots right on regular TV, whereas I had to go to the friend's house who had a cable TV to watch Transformers. I don't know if Transformers was in syndication or I think it might have been one of those things where I think I was watching it after it was in syndication and it was on like every day or something.
I'm looking for the company name, but there is actually a Transformers comic book out there that it's like I guess like a miniseries, I think, but it's pretty good. I'm just I'm trying to find the name of it because they're also doing Duke and they're doing Duke, Corporal Commander, and another one I think. So I'm trying to find the name of the company.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's really good. I'm just trying to find it because I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk too much about it because spoilers. Spoilers, more spoilers. No, don't want to do that. So I'm trying to find the name of the company. So I think hang on, let me see. So I think the company it's Probably Image again. Yeah, it looks like Image.
They've got a new Transformers.
Yeah.
Let's
Of
get
course.
dangerous. Well, if someone wants to get really dangerous, they can hop on the stream. But I appreciate the folks in chat. If as well. So I mean, and folks, feel free to promote your channels. That's why pretty much everyone gets a wrench. There's some people
And you get a
who
wrench. And you get a wrench.
there's some people who don't have a wrench because
They haven't made it here yet.
there's some people
Okay, here it is. I found it.
who
So the
don't have a
publisher
wrench
is
because they're new, and then there's some, and I haven't given them one yet, and then there's also some people who I'm afraid might abuse the powers, but most people get a wrench. And some people who were denied a wrench in the past might get a wrench if they're polite. So that's always the thing too. I don't. Oh, so Diamond is. I believe that's. Is that Champ?
Good. I have
Hey,
to
Champ.
go, guys. Bye.
Well,
Right.
thanks for joining us, Mahmoud.
Yeah, thanks for joining us,
Bye.
dude. Yeah, so it's
And check out Mahmoud's channel if you.
Yeah, check out my
Yes.
YouTube channel.
okay, so it's
Bye.
Bye.
later.
Bye. Have a good night.
You too. I just want to say I like it when Mahmoud comes on the channel. He always very positive.
Okay, so
bye.
bye.
Take
Later,
care.
man.
Take care.
Take
Bye.
care. Okay, so it's published through so it's a Transformer book. It's published through Image, but the studio the company is called Skybound Entertainment, and it's written by Daniel Wharton Johnson. Yes, he's also the artist.
So it is from, was it DC Sivan?
Hmm?
Do you see it's the Sivan one?
It's it's the Energon universe, but it's published through Image, but it's but I guess it's like another third party company that's doing the work.
But did you say Sivan?
Skybound Entertainment.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking the company. So what I was thinking about is there's this company. It's American and Israeli that they distribute a lot of like anime type stuff and adapted it for the American audience. I don't remember if they did that for Transformers or if it was for, maybe I'm thinking of oh gosh, now I'm blanking out. Sailor Moon, maybe I'm thinking of Sailor Moon. Do you know what company I'm talking about?
The Sailor Moon. Because I know
what I'm saying is there's a company SEIBON, and they distributed a lot of anime in America, like when there wasn't that much around.
Yeah, there weren't too many companies.
Yeah, they were like one of the there were some that were for like video cassettes.
Yeah,
there was, but like it was kind of funny because a lot of time, if for the video cassettes, like my friends would have to like special order the cassettes. They'd have to go to a video store, and then you'd have to order, like in only a select store, and then they'd have to order it from the catalog at the store, and then I don't know, maybe
because I know Dark Horse. I know Dark Horse used to Dark Horse Comics used to have like a manga only section where they would import a lot of the manga. I know there was also Pop City, Pop or Pop Tokyo or something like that. Pop something. And so those were I think those were the only really two main distributors for manga at the time.
I think I
Not
think I misspelled and mispronounced the name. I mean, maybe
because
somebody can help
I
me
know
with that.
Saban because I know Saban mostly did a lot of the Sentai
Saban.
shows stuff.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to spell it. I spelled that wrong.
American manga publishers. Let me see. List of manga publishers from. I just went to America. You
Well,
dipshits.
I know that.
No. I'm just looking up because I'm trying to remember which one. I understand it because like Dark Horse, like I said, Dark Horse
Yeah,
has a
I'm thinking of maybe a different
because like this Dark
company
Horse
that I don't
manga.
know if they published manga, but they published anime. But I thought it was like Saban or Saban or something. But I
There's
might be
fun
reading it.
because there's I know there's Funimation, then there is Viz Media because I think they started with
Yeah, no, Viz was. I think Viz has been around a long time too. That was,
yeah
but maybe the company I'm thinking of did the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Saban. That's
Okay,
that's that's the name of that one.
yeah, didn't they? But didn't they also uh, distribute anime? Like,
Yeah, but it was mostly like the kid friendly stuff. Most of it
but I'm
was
saying, like, didn't they like distribute like some? I
no.
mean, maybe I thought they distributed like let's see. So,
Oh,
Chaim Saban, yeah. So,
now that I think about it,
oh,
yeah.
it was Toei Company was also involved with. So that was a Japanese company. That's that. Now that's a big giant
No,
company.
I think I know which one you're talking about. They distribute only anime at the time. It was called ADV.
Yeah, I know that as well. I'm talking about Saban or Entertainment though, as well.
Yeah,
Unless,
it was
so now this is getting really confusing because BVS Entertainment Incorporated, formerly Saban Entertainment and Saban International, and I'm probably butchering the term, is a fully owned subsidiary of Walt Disney Company. Why does that
Disney
not
used to.
surprise me? So the company and it's the first
No,
TV show ever produced by Saban, according to Wikipedia, which it doesn't have a lot of. It looks like one of those articles where it's not doesn't have enough citations, but supposedly it's Kid Video was the first one they did.
okay, we don't have they don't have publishers here. We have distributors here, which is probably why we were having troubles looking them up because all the because all the American companies that distribute anime here in the states was dubs and subs and went ahead.
Yeah, but yeah,
They went by different name. So it's so right now
what,
that list has went up, but I'm looking at so I think the one you're talking about is Sentai Filmworks
who are you talking about?
for anime stuff.
Who are you talking to? Because
You
okay, so as far as Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, that was Saban, and they also dubbed the first two seasons of Dragon Ball Z, and they had the provided the music for Super Mario Brothers, or well, Super Mario Bros is how it's the Super Show. Oh gosh, yeah, the Inspector Gadget. It sounds like they provide the music for that, and they dubbed the first two seasons of Dragon Ball Z. But I thought they distributed some other stuff like and localized some other stuff like maybe like Sailor Moon or something. But maybe or are you talking about, or was that the company you mentioned?
okay?
Oh, did you mention Super Sentai?
No, it's called Sentai Filmwork. That's the name
Okay,
of the
because
company. That's the name of the
that would
company.
have been the company that made what was it, the original Japanese version, right? It was super
No,
because
no.
then it called Super
Okay,
Sentai or something like that, and then it was
it's called Super Sentai.
then it
But
was low then it was
okay,
heavily localized as
Renzo.
Yeah.
The company I named is a distributor. They distribute they distribute manga or anime. Uh, they were distributors. They distribute all the
Okay.
stuff. That's the companies that distribute all the physical media.
Oh, hey,
That's
Courtney, and
that's handed
good
out in
stuff.
the company because
Well,
because
wait a
all
second.
the
Wait a second. Sorry, Scarlet. Hey, Scarlet Fever, Courtney. And good stuff. And Scarlet Fever. Go ahead. Sorry. So, are you talking about some manga adaptation? I don't know what you're talking about here.
oh, okay. You were talking about we were talking about the distribution or who's putting out manga and anime, and so I looked it up, and we don't since we don't have American anime stuff, we use distributors to distribute. It's kind of like how Dark Horse has a Dark Horse
Yeah.
manga
But what I'm
section.
saying is Saban. If you're talking about Power Rangers, Saban is the one that did the localization.
No, I was just talking about anime in general, sir.
But what you're talking about with the what do you say Sentai?
No, it's called Sentai Filmworks. It was
Would
just
they
one of
have
the
been the people who made Super Sentai the basis for?
no.
Oh,
It's
that's
just
something else.
it's just a distributor that does a lot of dubbing and distribution of Japanese animation and Asian cinema stuff. So it does a lot of so it's a post production arm of Sentai Studios.
Okay, well, that's what caused it confusing because I was
Yeah, I
talking
know.
very specifically about. Well, I was talking about. I was so I'm wondering who originally distributed and localized Sailor Moon. Was that Saban or was it the company you mentioned? Because
Mm.
so yeah, I'm trying to figure out the company that turned was a Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus, who were the lesbian couple that got turned into cousins. And
Oh
they were
yeah, that sounds
yeah.
like it.
So who was that
I feel like
company
I could
that
like
distributed that in America? That
Funimation, I think. I think it was Funimation.
yeah, Sailor. So that reminds me there was a teacher, and I think in order to keep kids from laughing, instead of saying Uranus or Uranus, which are both entertaining, he
I
said
mean,
Uranus, and it's like, oh damn it, you can't really laugh at Uranus. That's
mm,
that's I mean,
yeah, I
and
know.
it's like he just like it's
Again,
like maybe that's a local pronunciation, but like I got the feeling that he could have just said that because okay, that kids aren't that's one that like it's pretty safe for kids, and we were in like fifth or sixth grade, and so of course the teacher, so if he's teaching science, he wants to be careful not to, not, not, not to if the kids just keep laughing and laughing, he's not going to be able to talk about the planet.
yeah.
Um, and yeah, check out yeah, Ryu's got an excellent channel, as has good stuff, and
I
of
do know
course
Donald
check
Bob
out
Python. Just
Sim Ink Slayer's channel. He dropped a channel link in the chat. Hummus Hero, do you have a channel? I'm really sorry. I'm kind of a little out of it tonight. Drink a lot of coffee, but I'm out of it.
yeah, that's what it sounds like, man. Because your
I'm
thoughts
a
like
little
kind
bit
of.
rattled, but so what were you saying that they? So what in particular did that company, Sentai, whatever? What
Oh,
did
I
they
had just
distribute?
exited out too.
What did they end up distributing though?
Let me see if I can find it again.
Okay.
'Cause it's,
Oh, much love for Courtney. I don't know. Like some people went after Courtney before, and everybody every time I've interacted with Courtney, it's been really positive. Somebody accused Courtney before of being egotistical for celebrating her birthday. And it's like, what? She had a birthday stream that's like, what the fuck? That's like one day of the year you can have your own like your own
Celebration.
personal holiday, unless it's like, say, a saint's name day or whatever, because in some, or there's different things in different cultures. So like maybe some countries in Europe or the other place, maybe the name day is more important. If you're named after a saint, maybe that's a more important day than the birthday. But it's like it's one of the few things where people can actually have their own kind of personal day for themselves, and somebody just like acted like it was just completely out of line for her to have her own like birthday, and just decided to use that day to
Okay, so Sentai Filmworks is
honor.
actually a
Hey, dogs and pups.
it sounds like a rebrand of AD Vision. So the predecessor was
That
AD
sounds
Vision.
familiar, but what did they distribute?
That's what I'm looking at.
Are you looking at Wikipedia? They get a lot of things wrong, but you get like information fast.
From what I'm seeing here, they specialize in dubbing and distribution of Japanese anime and Asian cinema, as it says. And apparently they got acquired in the long run, and so basically it used to be AD Vision, and then it got turned into Sentai Filmworks. So the name doesn't actually
Sentai Filmworks.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean that they actually because the stuff they put out noticeably they've done Appleseed, Armored Trooper, Voltons, Canada, Dark Gathering, Elfin Lead, Food Wars.
Oh, okay, Elfenlied, because that's actually a really. So I've heard good things about that.
Parasite, the Maxine.
So Elfenlied, is Elfenlied the one that the theme songs in Latin?
I think this is the one where like like
yeah, there's
basically
this VTuber who went and sang a theme song in Latin.
The series
just
is misspelled Elfenlied, German for elf song, or more formally Song of the Elves, and it takes its name from the song Elfenlied, which is the story, which is featured in the story.
But what I'm saying is the theme song to that. I wondered if that was the theme song was in Latin. I mean, I know, yeah, Elfenlied. Yeah. So Elfin would have to do with elves, and what lead has this song, right?
Song of the Elves.
Song of the Elves. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's German for Song of the Elves.
Yeah. That's another language I failed. I failed that in high school.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm looking it up and down. It doesn't say anything about a song.
Well, I would look up Elfenlied theme song. I'm trying to think of the. Maybe I'm thinking of another. There's just so many different. I guess in Japan, anime is singular and plural, but I'll just say animes or animes. Trying to think of the Lilium is a theme song. And I'm trying to remember if that's in Latin or maybe I'm thinking of a different anime.
Well, a lot of things are probably in Latin.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of odd if it's got like a German.
Well, because like a lot of animes are inspired by other cultures and what have you.
Yeah, but that's mixing. There is a weird relationship there, though. Some of the Germanic tribes actually did end up when the Emperor of Rome ended up moving to Constantinople. Yeah, I mean, when that was the seat of the empire, and welcome.
Yes.
Hello.
So when Constantinople became the seat of the Roman Empire, and then the emperor was so far away from like Western Rome, like the actual city of Rome that he couldn't that he couldn't protect it. Rome was invaded by a number of Germanic tribes, and some of them would use Latin as an official language, even if they spoke, say, the Visigothic language or the Frankish language, which is like related to German somehow. I'm not sure how closely related those languages are.
Hmm.
I think maybe even some of the Viking tribes might. I don't know if I know the Vandals went and invaded. There were another. They're called barbarian tribes, but so that's where we get the term vandalism. Anyway, so there is a link culturally because some of the Germanic tribes were like right there on the border with or not too far away from, say, what we like Rome. And so they would just kind of they'd have this power vacuum, because the emperor was way off in what the Turks now call Istanbul, Greeks still call Constantinople, but and so there was a cultural overlap there, but I see between Germanic and Roman culture, and then you end up with like the Holy Roman Empire, which was run by like these Germanic Frankish kings or emperors or whatever, but they would but the official language was Latin. So here's my long rambling thing about, I guess there could be some sort of connection. I'm not sure though if Elfenlied's theme song is in Latin.
I don't know.
I mean, like why a Japanese? Do you know, Gias, if
I've never seen it, I'm afraid. But it wouldn't
I haven't
surprise
either.
me if Japanese theme song at some point did a theme song in Latin or something. Like,
Well,
there's theme songs that have English words in it. It just sounds cool.
well,
so the name is German, but I don't know if with the theme song, I think the theme song might be Latin because it's Lilium, and it's really it is okay. It's from the Latin Vulgate, which was the so Vulgate in the word vulgar, that originally just meant common. And like, so when we got these swear words in English, but really it was just when they say, "Oh, you're being vulgar," that just means you're acting like a commoner, But the Vulgate it wasn't full of swear words or whatever. Who knows? I mean, there sometimes there'd be some kind of pretty spicy terms used in the Bible, but that was the common. It was the version commonly used in the Latin-speaking part of the Catholic Church, was called the Vulgate, and that's apparently what the theme song, Lilium, the theme song to Elfenlied, is the lyrics are from the Latin Vulgate or adapted from them, according to this wiki that I'm looking, or it's actually on fandom.com. It's a wiki there, but it's from Ava Mundi Spes Maria. So Maria in English would be like either Maria or Mary. So it could have been about Saint Mary. Lilium is a dominant part of Elfenlied. Komiko Noma performs the opening and full version as well. So Mocha, so that's all caps, is a two-person musician group that composed Lilium. It consists of Yukio Kondo and Kayo Konishi. They jointly arranged the lyrics and composed a very beautiful song. But it's funny though that in real life there is a connection between the Germanic peoples and like kind of the successor kingdoms to some of the successor kingdoms to the Roman Empire, because even the word Kaiser, that in English we would say Caesar, but Kaiser, what they had, was it Kaiser Wilhelm? Anyway, the kings, these Germanic kings, they were called Kaisers. That's because they were like Caesars. They thought of themselves in that tradition.
Yeah.
And it was very much the same thing. So in the East, they had their own series of continue to have their own like Caesars or emperors, and they kept the Roman Empire going. Like in the West, it was actually sure they did have the Holy Roman Empire, but it wasn't. I guess it wasn't exactly a full-fledged empire, because there were a bunch of different separate states. But in the East, they had this fairly unified empire, I believe.
Yeah.
Based out of Constantinople. I boast about this stuff a lot. People say that they like the Roman Empire, but I consider myself fortunate when people actually press like on those tweets, because a lot of people, they don't. Maybe they like what Rome was like in the heyday of what they consider the heyday of Rome. But when I post about like the Eastern and Roman Empire and the Holy Roman Empire, I do get some likes, but not as many as I'd hope. I mean, but to this day, we still have Greek and Latin, and Latin's really only, I think, kind of used as a day-to-day language, like say in like Vatican City, like using in official proclamations. I mean, it's used in some church services. Greek is, Greek's still spoken, but it's kind of confined to just like a tiny portion of where it used to be spoken, like in the country of Greece, and then Greek people who like moved overseas. Like I'd hear it. I would sing some songs in church in Greek and English. When I was able to attend, and then the Greek Orthodox Church moved out of town, so I can't really get up. It's hard enough to get up at to go to church at 10 a.m., but now it's in a different town.
Yeah.
But I mentioned Greek is because that was spoken in Constantinople in the Eastern Roman Empire.
Like a lot of animes and a lot of animes and manga stuff or properties. They do tend to pull, because like Berserk is definitely European mythology and sword and board and what have you. if you look at even all my goddess is taking this a lot of its inspiration from Nordic themes and what have you. So I would think it's like, everything's kind of different was manga stuff, and it's like, like, hey, we're gonna port this, we're inspired by this, so we're gonna make a manga because of this and this and this and this and this, and you get the cool stuff.
Trying to see what Hummus Hero wrote. Oh, I actually haven't. Okay, but Hummus Hero had written something before then. But Hellsing Ultimate. That sounds like something. It sounds like it was. It's not like it was. It's so good. It was definitely made before so many people went soft. That's great to hear. That's why I watch a lot of VTubers, because a lot of them are pretty based. But with these big companies getting involved, with these big VTuber agencies and stuff, and then YouTube's policies and stuff, it can be pretty rough for them. But yeah, I know there's a lot of there's even like Christian elements in a lot of anime, and that's kind of interesting, because it's not like Christianity. It's not like a large percentage of the Japanese public are Christians. I think there's entire like articles and blog posts people can read about the use of Christian symbolism in anime.
Symbolism, yeah.
Because it's interesting how, but Japan's an interesting. It's interesting in it's an island nation that is mostly homogenous as far as the population. Yet it borrows a lot. It's borrowed a lot of. It's had a lot of influences
From other
from
cultures.
various cultures.
Well, it's like,
including on the language itself.
well,
Like,
it's not like Japan doesn't appreciate other cultures. It's like, even though it's homogenous, it doesn't mean it can't appreciate other cultures for what they do. And it's just,
I think the Western, I mean, the term for a West, I think one term like for a Western style door is like Doa. I mean, just like, I don't know if anybody actually uses that in common Japanese, but I'm just saying that, like, I think that was in my Japanese book from college, which unfortunately I no longer have. It was actually a pretty good book, and had I studied it more, I probably before like losing the book, and now I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
Had I gotten the chance to study it more closely, I think there was a really good introduction to Japanese. It's just I was like really overwhelmed at the time I was taking that class, because they said my folks kicked me out of the house.
Yeah.
In the middle of the first semester of college. Glad they did that. It's just then I started getting along great with my parents when I wasn't living with them. And I just should have moved out on my own. It was kind of an overwhelming task at the time, and didn't think I had the money and all that, but that worked out for the best. Except for I totally, what I did is I basically kind of flunked out of college. I mean, I could go back. I mean, I scored high enough that I could have taken honors classes, which I'm glad, in the college entrance exam, but I'm glad I didn't. I learned a lot from the Intro to Humanities class, but now I can just go on. There's I think it's called openculture.com or .org or something.
Mm-hmm.
You can there's all sorts of, there's also open courseware. you can get all these college lectures for free. You might have to pay for the textbooks,
Yeah.
but a lot of this information is just out there on the internet. Like I'm trying not to just rely on like just some like random
Well, it's always
person like myself. I try to
it's always
listen to
good
like
to
university lectures. And,
yeah. Well, it's always good to be to do your research. Don't just pick from one source and that's it. And so it's always good to know what you're looking at, what you're doing, and what's different and what's not.
yeah, yeah.
You know. So don't just take from one source because
Yeah. You can get some really. You can get some. It's very easy to get a college instructor or university professor,
telling you
and they've
bullshit.
got their own wacky view of things that is very unique and specific to them.
Yeah.
And even some of the most famous ones are like, oh gosh, I guess I could go off on just like think about Richard Dawkins.
Mm-hmm.
That guy, if you want to know about like say evolutionary science, now there's things he might get wrong about it here and there that like maybe in the future we will know more about it. But like he's an expert on the topic. But then he starts talking about religion and it's like, he could just go he should just go over to the theology department or the Bible study. You could go to the Bible scholars, and many of them are quite like secular, or they might not like actually be all that religious, and he could go and talk to them, and I think they could point him in the right direction.
Yeah.
Because some of the stuff he talks about, I think that's kind of a very novice take on something
Take on
very,
things. Yeah.
very, very that people who are engage in what they call like say higher criticism, like when they engage in the they try to go back to like the original text of the it's like, okay, what's the most likely meaning of this particular passage, and they're using the historical method to do that.
Yeah.
They might come up with a different answer than like just some guy who's an evolutionary theorist, evolutionary biologist, who is just trying to take a look at like this ancient literature, and he's reading it at face value and not knowing anything about the cultures or whatever. Maybe he does know some about it, but what I'm saying is,
Yeah, no, I hear you.
so I think that's a great example of like, or even like stuff with like the late Stephen Hawking with like string theory and stuff like that. That's a very like kind of very the experimental physics is quite is kind of, I think, is a bit controversial. It's not like I don't think it's as like documented as say evolutionary theory, and I know some people are going to get upset, and some people are okay, they don't believe in that, but I'm saying is there's like things that that have, are generally accepted, in multiple schools of science, like say evolution. Then there's things like M theory or string theory. Like I believe M theory is a variant of string theory, which is like so far out there that maybe there are parallel dimensions. Who knows? I'm not.
Some people describe to the theory of of a multiverse. For every decision, there's
Yeah.
a pro and a con version of said theory. So that for every decision made, there's two possible outcomes, and those two possible outcomes are presented and as multi universe. So like there's one where it's a we
Yeah.
you know we we didn't win this thing, or we didn't win that thing, or this thing.
Yeah, yeah. There's one where the Detroit Lions actually went to the Super Bowl and won, or whatever,
Or some crazy number.
If
Yeah,
that's true, if that's, if I'm understanding it correctly, no, that could just be it's hard for me to know what the actual theory is versus, like, say, the Star Trek version of it, where they have
Star Trek,
different, but it's interesting. Looks like somebody's backstage. Welcome to the show.
How you doing?
Oh, Anubis, welcome.
Hey, Nimbus.
How y'all doing?
Doing good?
Doing well. It's always a pleasure.
I'm doing
On
okay.
the panel. I was afraid nobody would know about the show because, once again, I was like at the last minute.
The theories and whatnot. But people ascribe to the theories as fact, and that's cool, but it's like still a theory. Just like sci-fi, like that guy said, sci-fi is just science that ain't happened yet.
Pretty much.
Well, I've heard that the term used in science for theory means a little different. Like, like these academics will use the word in such a way that's like different than how normal person will use it. Like, they redefine everything. So
I just think of it this way. I'm
an
like,
expert on folklore.
It's not the theory of relativity. I mean, it's not the fact of relativity. It's still the theory of relativity. That's what I always think of. I'm like, all right, everybody ascribes to it, but it's not the fact of it. And I think about that like anything in context to it. And
yeah,
I'm just like,
I think that means something very specific. But go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt.
But basically, is that right now
like I said, a string theory is string fact. I mean, like, you know what I mean? If the string theory, which people, a lot of people ascribe to, but it's not the string fact.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
No, basically, it's the way it's supposed to go is that right now it's like say the theory of relativity is accepted as the universal thing to go to, until something that contradicts that theory comes along, and then that old theory is no longer valid. So
it's not always that. It's not necessarily that it gets thrown out the window. Like, they had the Darwinian theory of evolution, and then like it got kind of tweaked a little bit and became.
No, I don't mean that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that it gets thrown out. That's not what I mean. I just mean
it's
that's the whole point of the theory, is that you're not supposed to. It's not confirmed, and it's hilarious when people throw these theories out to explain to me religious stuff when I'm just like, so you're saying that these theories are more valid than what these people wrote in the Bible, in which case neither can be proved because it's all theoretical.
Well, the thing about the Bible that I found interesting is that to these days, after with the Enlightenment and how people, and then like in the past, so in the past, I don't know, a few hundred years, I don't know exactly when it was, but they came up with this very specific type of study of history that wasn't how people actually thought about the world and whether or not.
Hey, you forgot the basic. You forgot the basic rule. History's written by the winners.
Like back in the Middle Ages.
Mm-hmm.
history is written by the winners. You usually don't get the loser's perspective, and that's for two reasons. One, they're not around, and two, who wants to listen to a loser?
Oh,
I mean, let's face it. It's like, I mean, the Confederacy probably had great points, but no one wants to listen to the people that lost, except for people that like to follow losers. But
Well-
overall, I want to hear the winner's perspective. Not me personally, but I'm just speaking from, I don't want to say the average Joe because that's insulting.
Yeah.
I'm just speaking from a collected opinion.
So, the point I was getting at with history is like, so now we got this like historical method and this way of going and getting at what most likely happened, and different historians will have different opinions. But that's not like how people in the Middle Ages or in ancient times viewed the world. And also, there's this kind of a misconception that history, that if something's not like 100% accurate to how we consider history nowadays, if something contains some metaphor or something, that it's not true. Even if people are telling a story, it's got some history in it, but anytime one tells a story, even if it's based on a historical fact, it's going to be, we're going to select and choose what we say.
It'll be romanticized. It'll be romanticized, or if you're the enemy, it'll be they'll vilify. That's what I wanted to say. They'll vilify.
Yeah.
Like in this country, in America, Benedict Arnold is this wild traitor, and there's like these crazy movies about him. Meanwhile, in England, he's a hero.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that he's an interesting figure. And history is not like about truth or whatever. It's what the most history, it's like what it's about what a historian thinks most likely happened, or
well, look at the word history, his story.
Well, that's an interesting thing. The word story actually came from the word. So there's a word, I believe it's a Greek word, historia, or I don't know if the H would be pronounced, but we get the word history and story from the same roots.
Exactly. This is his story, his truth. There's three stories. Your story, their story, and the truth.
I'm just saying that
the truth is just what it is.
But I'm just saying in like Greek, it didn't really, the word his didn't mean like what it means in English.
Well, when I say it's funny that I thought about that too. But when I say his story, that's what I think of. Any history you look at from any place, you're getting his story. As in, when I say his, that's just to mean theirs, as in the winners.
I see. Yeah, I mean, that's not the actual root of the word, but that is an interesting way of looking at it. That's
what
my
perspective.
Called folk etymology.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that it's my perspective.
There's speculation as far as in actuality, I think it's from Greek, but it is a pretty good way of looking at history.
Well, most etymology, like when we have a lot of the words, nomenclature usually is derived from Greek or Latin, right? Like the ones in the States, anyway.
With a lot of the abstract words, and I mean a lot of the scholarly type words in English, yes, and then like with a language like Yiddish is like related to German, but for the language that they borrow, the Yiddish borrows from, for the fancier terms, is Hebrew. So maybe instead of borrowing from Latin, they'll borrow, or Greek, they'll borrow from Hebrew.
I was just thinking about in the States.
Different from German. I'm sorry. I mean,
no, I apologize.
Well, that's okay. I'll just talk your ear off.
I will too, man. I'm loquacious. I love a good chat. You know that. You've been on my live.
Oh yeah. You do a great job. It's cool watching you. Just even like walking around and talking. Hey, Gap After Dark, welcome to the chat. I got the StreamYard link
Yeah.
pinned in the description. Not trying to pressure anybody to come on the panel.
But what I was trying to say beforehand, and I apologize, like the whole point I was trying to make was,
Oh yeah, sorry
it's
about
not
that.
that I was trying. No, that's my fault too. I trailed off. You caught me in good conversation. All y'all did. I blame all of you, and I blame me. But the point is that what I was trying to say was, even in the time, I'm pretty sure people were sitting there listening to Aristotle, going, "What the hell is this guy talking about?"
Oh yeah, that's
It's perspective.
I know Socrates was executed for or he was forced to eat hemlock, and that was for corrupting the youth.
Oh well, you know what? That's the funniest thing in the world to me. As far back as you can go in time, corrupting the youth is always a crime. And the funniest part is we talk about corrupting the youth, but then we talk about how the youth are out of line, like all the time. We're always like, man, these kids nowadays, they've been saying that since the beginning.
Yeah.
Beginning of time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always these kids are messed up. It's one of the funniest arguments. I'm like,
Yeah.
it doesn't, like, that's why I always say, it's always the same. We just change the clothes.
Nowadays, the thing I hear people complain about is that the kids are too politically correct. When it used to be the opposite was the case. But the thing
Used to be the kids are outrageous. The kids never fall in line. That's what we always say. I got kids. No, do they listen to me? No, unless they need some money. But otherwise,
a lot of times the young people, and they get the blame so I've got like friends who are Generation X, and they went from being very politically incorrect to being very politically correct. But it's always like the millennials and the Gen Z that get blamed for that, by the people who don't like political correctness. They're like, it's the younger people. They're just so uptight these days,
they say all of that. Or they're soft now. They're soft. They always say they're soft. And I'm just sitting here going,
it's like, it depends on the kid.
Perspective, really, to me, that's why I always say it's perspective. To me, I'm just like even with my kids, they drive me nuts. They don't make any sense whatsoever. But you know what? I still listen. And that's the part that gets missed. They're like, for some reason, that's both blames. The older generation don't listen to the youngsters, and the youngsters don't listen to the older folks.
Communication has always been the problem.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can fix that. And it's not even like they said, it's a generational gap. And it's like, since the dawn of time, I can't really, I don't know if this is accurate, but it just feels like, it's like, for some reason, you're young and you have these same ideals that this younger person have, but when you get older, I like to think of it as y'all ain't been beaten down by the world yet.
Yeah.
And then we compromise our own beliefs.
Because
we still share that.
Yeah, because a lot of kids that tend to when they're growing up, they tend to feel like the world owes them everything for existing, and as they get older, they suddenly realize, oh man, you know what, this is this, and I hate to bring up something political, but it's like you start off life early as a liberal, and then as you get older, you become a conservative. It's like,
well, some cases, I don't know, like my granny, when she was like, concerned about what's going to happen to her Social Security, I think she was voting Democrat then,
mm-hmm. Well,
so it all depends,
Yeah, it's all perspective. Me, I'm a liberal conservative because I'm liberal about prostitutes. I love them, but I don't want my daughter to become one. I'm very conservative about that ever happening. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I kind of, some people call it cultural libertarianism. I'm not sure.
I would just like to I think of it as the situation, how it affects me at that time. It's not like a selfishness. It's like people go, you left wing or right wing. I'm like, well, what bird you ever seen fly with one wing?
Yeah. And I think this division and people arguing over it and fighting in the streets and all this, there are a number of issues that most Americans support, but then people start arguing over labels and stuff, and then they don't, and then nothing ever happens, and never. Some things get better, but it's like, it's just,
The most political I'll say when it comes to that, the fighting, the division, I'm like, I've always said this, and you know what? So far, I ain't been proven wrong. Division ain't nothing but a creation so that nobody sees that while you're busy fighting, the higher ups are taking your money.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, and
Because the higher ups, while they're sitting there creating division, these fools are hanging out with each other, kicking it.
Oh yeah, did you ever see the Bush family that Bill Clinton hung out with? Like
Yeah,
it was kind of like an
George
adopted
Bush,
member
yeah.
of the Bush family.
George Bush said he wished Bill was his son.
Welcome to the chat.
He said, and like it's just fun. And also at his funeral, you saw all these divided people sitting there kicking it, kikiing and laughing together.
Oh, it's
like
Will.
chilling.
Welcome.
So I'm sitting up here going, all I could think of, wow, we're just a bunch of rubes.
Yeah, we're a bunch of idiots fighting each other for no goddamn reason. And
No, fighting is cool. You know what? I fight with my man. Me and my brother, we would sit there and play video games together. He'd say something, I'd say something. We start fist fighting, rolling around on the ground, and then we go right back to playing our damn video game. And my sister wouldn't even bother to stop us, and the mom wouldn't. She's like, "Don't get it out." Fighting is all right, as long as you're not malicious about it. Win or lose, it's over. That's how I
Thanks
feel.
for the likes and shares, everybody.
yeah, but we're fighting over dumb shit and just nothing gets done.
That's society. When did you ever have an intelligent fight with any of your family members? Exactly.
Yes, it's not,
I'm not even saying it in a negative light. I mean it like this. Like this is how I feel about America. I love my country, but the way I see it is this: as America, it's just like our military. Army fights with Navy, they fight with Marines, they fight with the Coast Guard. Everybody mocks each other. But when somebody else that ain't been here, that ain't put in the work, comes over trying to talk that mess, then we all got to jump them.
Yeah,
and that's
that
how I
makes
feel
sense.
about the human race. Yeah, we're gonna fight, but I'll be damned if some outsider comes in here that don't know. Screw you, but
you gotta be careful of
first.
those humans, though. I'm seeing this as a man.
Oh no, the human condition is
with
very
dealing with
real.
humans as a lizard.
The human condition is a bunch of morons who don't know what they're doing, trying to be people. I guess.
But one human,
I got one more point. I got one more point. Then I'm gonna shut up.
Appreciate is Will, Joker fan.
Yep.
Welcome to the panel.
All right.
Hey.
All I was gonna say was, as far as humanity goes, I think about it this way. We fight over stupid stuff. We're always gonna fight over stupid stuff, and that's okay. We don't gotta be malicious about it. And yeah, humans, we're always confused. When weren't you?
Yes, I agree that.
The problem is, I think that nobody. The problem is nobody has the balls no more to admit they're wrong. They're gonna fight on their stupidity no matter what. And I'm just like, no, I can admit when I'm wrong anytime. I'm probably wrong about this whole conversation.
I could be wrong about all sorts of things I said. So, look, how you doing?
Not bad. Just finished the stream.
Well,
Is it the OK Boomer stream?
Yep.
So I don't know if I've asked you before. Are you a legit boomer, or are you?
I'm a Gen Xer, but
yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you seem like you maybe an older Gen Xer, but
I guess I'm more in between because I was born 81.
That's not a boomer. An actual boomer was born in the 40s. I get tired of people saying boomers. That's my one pet peeve. I'm like, baby boomers was a thing that came around World War II.
Yeah.
None of us were born in that time.
Well, like my mom was born in the 50s, and she's she's like a younger baby boomer.
My grandma is an actual boomer. You know what I mean? Like she was there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reload the StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
I'll be back.
Yeah. No, because
Lorenzo, I sent you a message on Discord, by the way.
Because I was born in 81, so I'm smack that between millennials and Gen Xers.
Yeah, you're millennial Gen X. I'm considered Gen X, Gen Y.
So I think the term they're going with now is Xennials. For those
Yep,
that are born
but
in between, I'm a Zennial. I'm with an X. I'm a
right.
Zennial.
But I still get mad because you know what I mean. Like people always go, like when you talk to somebody, they go, "Oh, you're a boomer." I'm like, I wasn't nowhere near World War II or the aftermath, and I didn't know the concept of a nuclear family. So can't help you there, buddy. I was born when cocaine and breakdancing was popular.
No, I mean, because the funny thing
Wait, cocaine's
'cause-
not popular anymore?
no, because like
Yeah, it ain't as good. It ain't as popular as it used to be. I mean, nowadays it's kind of chic, I guess. But you know,
because growing up, I was growing up at the point where racism was on its deathbed. It was on life support, and it was going away. And then 2000s
they
came
brought
around,
it back.
and it was brought back from the dead. It was the fucking corpse going around.
I'm back from the dead.
That's
And
the
then,
funny thing about racism. Right when we get it, no, it's the funny thing about racism. Right when we start to get it down, we decide to douche up again. It's almost like we don't want to let it go. We can't let it go. It's not even like, it's not even about giving it up. It's like your favorite socks that you know got holes in them and they suck. But you know what? They've been there for you and you're used to it. So you just throw those damn things back in the washer, put those holy socks back on, and look like a clown as you walk around the house.
No, I mean, because the thing is, and I tell people about it, and when I tell them, it's like they don't believe me. This is like because I asked.
Wait, are you still talking about that time you locked your car door?
No.
Okay.
No,
I mean,
no.
not that
not that
the
one.
only
Not
time
that.
you locked your car door.
No,
It's
it's
habit.
when people ask me if I've ever experienced racism, I said yes. And then when it's like, oh well, those white people, it's like, no, man. Most of the people who were racist to me were either black or Mexicans. And then dudes like Mexicans. Yes.
You yourself are Texican.
Yeah, I'm more or less a Texican because I'm an American who happens to be of Mexican descent, and I don't see myself as anything other than American. So I don't care for about being for my skin color being used as an excuse for this and that. It's like because I've learned that once you go from being the oppressed to the oppressor, a lot of times it's just going to be nothing but downhill. So I already know that this is a bad. So the way things are going now is that it's going down a downhill because people are not recognizing the idea that they can't be the oppressor because they've been oppressed. Like, no, man, just because you've been oppressed doesn't mean you can't become the oppressor yourself. So.
Well, yeah, it's just like that guy from a cartoon, and I've heard it a million times. Just because you've been treated badly doesn't mean you have the right to treat others badly.
Pretty much.
Just because you've been hurt, don't hurt others. You shouldn't want that for other people.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that's happening with South Africa now. In South Africa, to be fair,
they've been in for an ass whooping for years.
There's still like I think the big like diamond companies and stuff. I think they're still owned by. They could very well still be owned by like these white apartheid era people. But what I've heard is that there's a song and it's about I don't
killing white people.
Say the word with K, like
Eddie Murphy did a song
but I'll
about that.
say it's about unaliving people who are farmers. And so there's
Eddie
people
Murphy
who are
did something like
farmers
that a while
of
ago.
all sorts of races, even like people who are black or mixed race farmers being killed. Because of I said the word anyway. Well, we're not monetized anyway. But
and here's the funny part:
because of this idea of redistributing land, and so there's a song about the killing the boer or the farmer, and it's like which once again I want to state I do not advocate.
Remember what Lyndon B. Johnson once said?
What
he said, he's like, make the poor white people mad at the black people, and while they're busy fighting with each other, they won't see us snatching from their pockets.
Oh, wow.
I paraphrase, but basically he said, that's how this works, And unfortunately, that tactic, and that's the one thing I love about the internet, ain't working as much because as many people that are down for that cause of hatred, there's way more people that are being open now.
Yeah, he was the one who also communicating. He's the one
Yeah,
who put
right
Japanese
now, because
people in camps too, like Japanese
Yeah,
Americans. They were American citizens, and they were
internment
put
camps.
in
Yeah,
and they were put in. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
internment camps. I know about that. Oh,
yeah,
I know
yeah.
all about the ugly history.
I
But
heard
what I
that
always,
happened also to some German and
well,
Italian Americans.
because I believe
yeah,
it was also London B. Johnson. Like you give me a bit, and I'll have these black.
Oh, Lyndon
This
B.
is something
Johnson. I'm
worse.
thinking of. I
And
you know
yeah,
what I was
he'll have
thinking
this
of.
black. He'll have
Well,
the black community voting for Democrat for the
I
next
want to get this
200
right.
years. He said it worse, you know. So like,
yeah.
Was
No, he said a lot. Like, but also he did stuff that actually
we?
was beneficial. It was his fault that schools got integrated.
Oh, I
mhm.
want to be careful. It was FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who put the Japanese people
Yeah,
in
the
camps.
internment
Mhm.
camps. Lyndon B.
But
Johnson, though,
yeah,
he
LBJ
desegregated
was.
the
I think.
schools.
Yeah, I've heard I've heard.
Segregated the
I
poor
don't know
man.
much about
Jeez.
LBJ, but you know, I don't like either party. You know, in general, there's individuals within those parties that
Nah,
do the best they can. You know, as because I've got I have like friends and family members who are politicians for
yeah.
you know
Well, all I was gonna
I
say
think
was
they
the
try.
problem
I
with.
think they try. I think some of
Well,
them
no,
really.
they all try. They got their hearts in the right places. But when I think about like when it comes to political parties, my problem is you shouldn't be able to get us to chant easily. I don't want to hear "Yes, we can" or "No more taxes" or no, you know what I mean. I don't want to hear you chant because you're chanting. You're basically saying that I'm a robot and you're just gonna throw me a fish and I'll start dancing.
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah, that's an interesting expression.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting.
There you are, DF.
We need to quote that. We need to
I
immortalize
just
that
made
phrase.
that up. I literally just made that up. But no, I just always felt I'm like, either side, both sides have chants. Build the wall. You know what I mean? No new taxes, or they say, just different chants. And I'm sitting up here like, man, these people are zombified. Like, no, we need to talk. What do you mean, no new taxes? Okay, build a wall. In what way are we talking? I need some context here. But
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
just starts chanting, so it makes us look. It makes us as a society look bad, and that happens all over the world. Every time I look, anybody in politics creates a catchy chant, and then all of a sudden we look stupid as people, and people are
Yeah,
not stupid.
people really. I mean, some of these chants could make sense, but people really should think about it before they say it. You know.
That's all I'm saying. Think about the chant. It's like, yeah, it's a great slogan. I love music. To this day, I still sing "Bulls on Parade." I still say "Oi, oi, oi" because I grew up as a punk rocker. But when it comes to you in my life as a politician, can you put some context behind that, please?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
ain't a
I
song.
don't know. It's like I said. It's
This ain't no concert. That's all I mean.
I know. It's like I said. Growing. Like I said, growing up, or like I said, racism was out the door, and then it just came back in 2000. But because a lot of my friends were black kids, were white kids.
Yeah,
Now that I think about it, I had a lot of white kids as friends, and skin color was never mentioned between all of us. Um, Culture was not a thing. Cultural appropriation was not a thing, and why not have you?
it didn't exist because we all share it with each other.
I had a friend. He loved tacos. He was he was the whitest dude on the planet. You know, you're talking. You know, he listened to Garth Brooks and cowboy boots, cowboy hat, and white. You know, this is white in that context. It's like holy. But he loved tacos, man. He loves to eat
But
I
them.
that's
thought you
how
were
it,
talking about me until you said Garth Brooks.
right? Well, no, I mean, like, I'm a black dude, and I grew up like I used to love going to salsa parties. I'd be up in there salsa dancing my ass off. I didn't think
Oh
about that.
wow.
I just thought about the groove. I didn't care about all that. And I'm also a punk rocker, But like with my group of friends, I called our friends the UN because literally every one of my friends came from a different country. So
Yeah.
we all
That's
we
great.
all would just share with each other. Like we share our music, our experiences, and we'd integrate them. We had a little metal group at one point, but it was just that's why, like, when I hear cultural appropriation, I'm like, none of us profited off it. If the profit meant that we got to know each other better, then sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, because eventually he learned a little bit of Spanish. It's not enough to hold a conversation, but it was enough that he could, he could ask a simple question like, "Where's the restroom? Can I have more
He
tacos?"
tried.
You know,
He
he was
tried.
trying. He was trying.
Yeah. That's
So
and that's the secret. That's the secret to any culture. I think. Like, I appreciate it when a person that doesn't speak my language tries to talk to me in my language. That makes me want to try to talk to them in theirs.
Yeah.
mhm. And
It's little things.
I
little
go to the
things.
Me- I go to there was a Mexican American owned grocery store. I go there and speak a little bit of Spanish,
Oh,
and suddenly I'd start getting like discounts on things, and all of a sudden, like when I'd say, "Well, I don't know if the price is really something I could afford," which was
hey,
true.
Medicor.
They'd be like,
It's
"Oh,"
about
all of a sudden, like I end up like even inadvertently just haggling with the guy, and I
it's
wasn't
about
trying
respect.
to. I wasn't.
You're
It was just
respecting them.
the owner of the store liked me. And
You're
like,
respecting them. You're trying.
culture.
Because you're trying, and
And he'd sometimes give me discounts, but that's not why I was trying to learn Spanish at the time. But all the
Lorenzo,
items at the store were in Spanish. So.
Lorenzo, hold on a second. I got to stop you there. Listen, if you're trying to learn a language to get a discount, don't you dare apologize for that, okay? Because any one of us will do what we can to get a discount. I'm sorry, any one of us. All of us are guilty. There's nothing wrong with trying to get a fair price.
no, because there's one that I heard we had a corner store, and then the, I don't know how it happened. It's like it was a store ran by mostly by Mexican people, and then one day there was a black man behind the counter, and we were like,
Uh-oh.
no. It's like,
No, I
because
meant like, uh-oh, as in,
he doesn't speak a drop of Spanish at all. Like, he doesn't speak
that's
Spanish
what I
at
meant by,
all.
like, I got to figure this out.
And it was fine because he actually helped bring in more profit because a lot of people, because since they only speak Spanish, and he was the only one that spoke English.
Yeah.
It kind of worked out, and so the store was doing better because they had somebody that spoke English. Fluently.
I remember there were these kids, and they were fluent English and Spanish speakers, but they were at that Mexican-owned grocery store that I was mentioning. Phil, and I think the main manager or store owner or whatever was gone. He was just gone that day, and so some crazy white lady called on the phone, so they handed the phone to me. I don't know why they handed it to a green guy, but they handed it to me, and she was like, "Do you know what today is?" It's and it was like it was like Pearl Harbor Day, and it's like, and she was upset that these kids didn't know, and I didn't even know it was Pearl Harbor Day, and I was a lot older than the kids working. I mean, they looked like they were like teenagers, and I didn't even really know. I didn't realize it was.
No, I get that, because in school, I remember one day, and I was like almost 18. My teacher was like, "Y'all know what day it is?" And we're like, "No, this is the day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated." And we're like, "What?"
Wow.
Like, you know what I mean? Like people don't remember dates that well. Like, I remember, I was at work on the 40, is it the 30th or the 40th anniversary of the Jonestown Massacre?
Holy
and I was
shit.
telling people about that.
That is
And
so
people don't remember that. And I can't fault nobody for not remembering dates. That's okay. You know what I mean? That's an opportunity to teach. That's an opportunity to teach.
That was
Remember
a really
that
wild
happened.
situation. That guy seemed like he was very Jim Jones. They acted like he was very inclusive. Like, and he
Man,
was
he
being backed
wasn't.
by a lot of liberals liked the guy because it seemed like he was preaching racial harmony and stuff. But then it turned out it went terribly, terribly off.
I got something great about him that people keep forgetting. It wasn't Kool-Aid, it was Flavor Aid.
Yeah, it wasn't Kool-Aid.
You know, everybody always goes, "I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid" in reference to Jim Jones. I'm like, it was Flavor Aid.
They weren't drinking it either.
It wasn't Kool-Aid, it was Flavor Aid, and they were forced to.
check out Manticore's got some awesome links to check out. Mad fighting on the internet. Oh,
But that's why
it's
I
Mad
like to.
Power. Okay.
But you know what? Stuff like this, like what we're doing right here, is why I like the internet. I like the internet because of stuff like this, where we can get on panels, talk to people from everywhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you get to know, like, because if you look at the news and you look at, like, on my channel, well, not my channel, but like, when I say my channel, I get all these recommendations for crap I'm nowhere near interested in, where it's just a bunch of haters. And I'm like,
yeah. That's very easy to get that sort of
yeah,
stuff.
drama up the yin yang. And it's like, the world isn't really like that.
Yeah.
And this channel used to be more like that. And I try to tell, and I try to tone it down myself. It can be very easy to go and like just hate on some movie that I'm never going to watch. It's like, okay, so they went and did another remake of a movie, and this time they've got like
Yeah.
this person, the character, instead of being right-handed, they're left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it.
And you know, it's like, okay, well, I can complain about that, but I could just go and rewatch the old movie, and it's not like the end of the world.
Well, you know, man, that's the only thing I will honestly hate on is fandoms, because I'm a fan of a lot of stuff, but I refuse to be in a fandom because then they get real crazy and toxic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I get hassled because like you're talking about how the internet, people can get together and talk and points of views. Well, I talk to people from different points of views, and then they'll get in trouble by guilt by association. They think that just because I hang out in a certain Discord that I'm like in on everything that person does, and I'm like plotting against people and all this stuff. And it's like a lot of times I'll just get in Discord and be like this, where we're just like talking about different stuff. It's not like,
and then all this fighting is usually over
a fandom because I'm on some Discord,
Yeah. I used to say, like, I made a video one time because I remember when The Little Mermaid was dropping and everybody was complaining about Ariel. And I said, so are we really having this big ass fight about a fictional character? I don't care about
one of those things.
fictional,
made up. Perfect example. That was one of the things I was thinking about. Was like the Little Mermaid.
The thing with Ariel is that Ariel is while I don't think it's called The Little Mermaid, the story is taken from a Dutch story.
Hans Christian Andersen,
yeah. So I think the thing is like, if we're I think what they're trying to point out is like, hey, if we're supposed to respect XYZ, then why aren't you respecting ABC?
I get that part, but the part I don't get is when people sit up here and get into the science of a mermaid, and I'm like, they don't exist.
It could be blue for all I care.
I understand what they look like.
Well, I can understand that, but because the way I guess in real life for us, the way skin tone works is due to the melatonin in our skin, and that also has to do with how close we are to dealing with UV rays and what have you. So the closer you are to the equator, the darker you're going to become. So that's why if you go to somewhere like at a certain point, you go to a certain point. I know. No, I'm just saying, but I'm just saying that's probably where these people are drawing their train of thought from.
Wait, one more. They did that same thing. They did that on Wakanda Forever with Namor. Mexicans got mad because they used a dark Mexican instead of a light Mexican. I saw all these videos about that. I'm sitting up here going, first off, Namor is from Atlantis, and the last time I checked, none of us have been there. So what are you talking about?
I've been to the Atlantis Casino in Vegas.
What is? Oh,
yeah.
I
know better. I'm from Vegas.
Is that where you used to work, Will? Was Vegas?
No.
No, it's a joke. He was joking.
Okay.
Well, given Namor's origin in the movie, his skin color does make sense because he was born. Like, he was the first person born after they migrated to the water, and his mother was still pregnant when she had him. So he still looked like her people.
Well,
It's still the fight about it. The fight about it was what part I got. I'm like, are we kidding here? Then I'm like, first, I get it. I get the cultural and I get the historical. But once again, he didn't exist outside of comic books, and he didn't look like that in the comic books.
Well, the
when you guys were talking about
I
I wanted to say about the Little Mermaid. I would like. I would be very happy if the actress who played the Little Mermaid in the new movie would go on a date with me. I'm just gonna say, like,
she's already taken by another YouTuber.
Wonderful singer.
Okay,
like I mean, I remember seeing this photo. No, the CGI looked really bad, but every single woman on the poster was beautiful, and it's like, this is what they're complaining about.
Well, what do you want?
The special effects look kind of like low budget to me.
Well, that's what I do.
The women were
I've been
beautiful,
fighting about
like,
fictional
talented.
characters since 1974. And I was going to start arguing again, and then boobies popped up on the screen. I said, "Oh, hey."
Yeah, well, your argument goes out the window when you see a naked lady. It's just like everybody in the world. A comedian said it best. He said, "I don't care how racist you are. We all stop to appreciate a nice butt."
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
All of us, like we could all be clashing right now, but if a beautiful woman with a nice butt walks by, we're all gonna pause. We're all gonna give that side look, and then we're gonna look at each other and get the nod of approval. That's how that works.
That's the funny thing about even some of those white nationalists. They seem to be. Oh, a lot of them are like married to like women who aren't white, and it's like, but they're calling themselves white. It's like, I don't know what's up with that.
Oh, I had a friend who was like, when I grew up, he was a neo-Nazi, and he hung out with me. And as you can see, I'm not a white guy, but funny part is he ended up marrying an Asian. And the funny part, the reason why that happened was because my crew, like I said, we were the UN. Like, he had never been respected or loved or anything like that, and we just was all his people, Like, he tried to hold on to the ideals, and next thing I know, he's married to an Asian, got Asian kids, all that stuff, and I'm just laughing my butt off like that's stupid.
Yeah, that's the reason why I think it's such a bad idea to go and just like go around punching Nazis. That's not how you persuade them.
That doesn't do nothing but fuel the fire. I'm not gonna hate on you because of the way you look. I grew up homeless, so I pretty much hate everybody. Because when you're homeless, you see the assholes of all society. That's just the way it is.
That makes sense.
That's why politics doesn't matter to me. I'm all like, people tell me about, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that, and conspiracy theories, and I'm like, that's cool. Can I get a sandwich? I'm really hungry.
Yeah.
Give me something to eat. I'll believe anything you tell me.
I mean, it's just people are weird. I don't know. It's like, no, that's my train of thought.
But you also gotta also see it this way too, and I've always believed this: nobody's opinion is invalid. Everybody deserves to be listened to. Whether you agree or disagree is unimportant. Listen to what they got to say.
I mean,
and I expect that same respect. It can be some outlandish shit, but as long as you're just talking, as long as you ain't hitting me, say whatever you want. As long as you don't hit me.
I mean, because people were like, "Oh, neo-Nazis," and like, I really, like, I've been around since 81. I've hardly ever, I don't think I've ever ran into a neo-Nazi in my entire life.
It depends on where you're at, because I had them like in Vegas and
I'm in Texas. We were in the South.
Yeah, what I mean is in Vegas.
Supposedly the
the neo-Nazis don't respect the Klan. You know that. Like, neo-Nazis don't respect the Ku Klux Klan. So it's like funny that I had a neo-Nazi there. He lived in Henderson, which was like the rich white area. So he didn't really have nobody to encounter for his views. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that because, it wasn't a developmental thing. Sometimes you just grow up around a bunch of the same people and you share their ideals, even though those ideals don't make sense. Although the only problem I have with being a neo-Nazi or being like people that are for the Confederacy is I'm like, you're siding with losers. And I don't mean like losers, and they lost. Both of them lost. Yeah, I don't care how close they came to winning the wars. They lost.
Okay. Well, I mean, I know that people argue the factors and what it took for them to lose.
But they still lost.
Yeah, I know.
Like he
It don't matter. It don't matter. Like what he say in the Fast and the Furious.
On screen.
How'd he put it in the Fast and the Furious? It don't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. You still win.
Hooter waitress caught dipping hot wings in her vagina. Damn, I thought they were
I
just
thought they
trying
were
to.
just frying them in the same oil as the fish.
Hold on a second. That is just plain. I don't know how I feel about that hot wing thing.
I'm not sure how she felt after the hot wings.
Yeah,
See, now I gotta know the context. Was she getting paid to do it, or was it just like a fetish? What's up?
Yeah, it's.
I think she was just trying to get back at the white people, the white man, or something.
I don't.
By stuffing hot wings in her cuckoo?
Pretty much, because technically germs, I guess, like that says more about her than it does about the food, or what she was trying to do. Is like
Hot wings with extra yeast.
Or was it the fact that her man loved himself some hot wings, and he's like, make him do it more? I don't know.
It's like what? The fuck?
She just wanted to feel that burn.
Yeah. Or he's like, oh my goodness, this man, it tastes like I need some ranch with these right now. Some blue cheese, perhaps.
Yeah. It is just so fucking. I wonder what went into that. I wonder what went into that thought. Is like what were you thinking when you decided to do this? What was your thought process, madam?
That's what I mean by context. I need to know. I almost want to interview her, and then I'll be like, so you got a man? Because
Did you guys ever hear that there was this news report and
Oh, you're roboting hard, dude.
yeah, you jumped out.
some kids had spread this.
Mm-hmm.
You keep cutting out.
Yeah, you gotta.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you kept cutting out on the sentences. So
Yeah,
I missed it.
I don't know, man. It's just like I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing. The thing is that nowadays everybody's just trying to blame everybody, all the world's problem on white people. I'm like, so it's like, okay, so here's my experiment for you. What happens if there's of all the white people disappear? They're not here. They're not here anymore. And your life has still not changed. You are still going paycheck from paycheck, and crime is still a thing, and what have you. Who are you going to blame?
Well, that one right there, I pretty much had the answer. We still got to pay for what was done, and I'm talking about everybody. Like we all still got to it's just like when your parent dies, you inherit their debt a lot of the time, or whatever they did. It's like, but blaming. You know why people like to blame everything? I'll tell you. I thought about this for a second, and this answer is probably gonna sound stupid, so don't quote me. But because it's easy to blame, it's hard to fucking work on it.
Yeah.
I apologize for the cursing.
No, you're good. I think I just cursed like 2 minutes ago, man.
But it's easy to point a finger. Like, my candy got taken. I blame this 4-year-old kid. It's my fault for leaving it out there.
Right.
I knew she was going to take it. She loves candy. But it's like, I'm just saying, that's a horrible example. But I mean, because it's easy to blame. Just like I always say, all right, cool. I hear all your problems. Tell me some solutions. Let's get to working on whatever issue it is. Let's get some solutions cracking.
Yeah, but nobody wants to do that because as
a whole, we're inherently lazy creatures, all of us.
Well, the thing is, because honestly, I think that's why politicians are the way they are, because they realize if they fix the problems, we wouldn't need them.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, why would you bother to pay a guy enough to start his own company when you can just pay him enough to kind of live and he'll keep needing you? You don't give it's just like getting a cure. Like any drug dealer knows this. You don't want to give him the cure. You just want to give him a little medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because if
And
they got
give
the
them
cure,
credit
then they don't need you
circuses.
no more. You know
Go
how
ahead.
much money they lost on polio? You know how many people are mad at Jonas Salk to this day? They're sitting there, that son of a, he cured polio. You know how much money we were making off of this?
No, yeah. It's like people seem to not understand. It's like they're just doing enough to assuage the problem, but they're not doing enough to fix the problem.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
they're not gonna-
vaccines caught a bit of flack when they first came out because they were replacing something else that didn't really quite work, but it was passable.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Could they
what
cure
was it?
it? I don't know, but they sure have enough stuff to handle people that have it. Magic Johnson had it since I was a kid. That dude looks way
yeah,
better
Magic
than me.
Johnson's been yeah.
He's
Magic's
got
been
like his
alive.
own theater chain and all sorts. I mean,
He looks healthier than me, and I don't got shit.
I don't know. He must have had like some really good medicine or something. That's. I'm not a doctor.
He's
None of
part
us are
the
claiming
elite.
to
They
give
gave
medical
him the
advice. We're
cure.
just having a discussion that in Minecraft. I don't know.
Well, like I said,
There we go.
you got to remember.
Hopefully that covers the bases.
Basic rule is the basic rule for anything is how do I get these suckers to keep paying me?
Basically.
Now, I don't care where you're from. You know that's the rule. How do I get these suckers to keep paying me? Because you cannot provide them with the complete solution to anything. Because when they got it, what do they need you for? You got to need them to need you.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about because sometimes so many people need a solution that you would die before you give it to all of them.
Oh, and also we're guilty of this too. I mean, I've dated anybody here that's got a girlfriend. When she comes to you with her problems and you provide a solution, how many times have we been labeled the jerk?
Oh.
Yeah.
Every
I've had that happen a lot.
one.
Every freaking time. I've been called a dumbass moron for so many years because she came to me about her problem and I had a fix for it, and she's like, "How dare you? What?
How dare you fix my problem?"
Yeah. Who are you? You came to me. No, I didn't. Yeah, no, literally you did. And then it becomes another thing. I'm just saying.
Like, how am
I'm just saying that we are a mess. People are a mess. We're always going to be a mess. And like all of us brought up great points, but we're always going to be a mess. I just don't want the mess to destroy us.
Right.
That's all I want. I want us to fight. I appreciate a good fight. If I'm hanging out with you all the time and I've never fought with you, I don't trust you. I think you're poisoning my food.
Everybody was comfortable fighting, man.
Exactly. A good couple fights. Like I need her to fight with me because I don't know if she's putting cyanide in my dinner.
Oh,
Whoa, that got morbid pretty quick. But yeah.
No, not morbid. You know what I mean? It's like when you argue with your lady, that's, it's like it ain't healthy, but it's healthy. Whereas, because guess what? You also have makeup love.
There you go.
Ain't nothing wrong with a good argument and then that good.
Mm-hmm.
And afterwards, she fixes you a delicious sandwich and you forgot both about what your problems were in the first place.
Yeah, I've seen.
Fighting is healthy as long as you keep it healthy.
That's something.
Hey, that's fair. I mean, at least to me, I don't know if I'm right about it, but it's like, hell, even with my foreign friends, culturally, none of us had anything in common, but we all kicked it. Did we all agree on everything? Hell no. But if everybody agrees with you, you're in a cult and you need to run.
yeah.
Pretty much. I
I've
think
seen that happen with fandoms.
I think that's what people need to understand.
And I've even gotten that way before. I remember I used to have like hundreds of people blocked. Probably. I didn't count, but it was just blocking people left and right. And it's like, then I found myself in an echo chamber. It's like, well, that's stupid.
Yeah, I think that's what people need to understand is that no one is supposed to agree with you 100% of the time, or 200% of the time, or 100,000% of the time. It's like the fuck no. People are going to are going to disagree with you, for this and that and what not have you. And that's the way it should be. You shouldn't go through life being having your ideas uncontested.
Yeah, because being challenged is so important. It helps you develop. And also, whenever my girl would argue with me, that was so hot. I don't care what we
No,
argued about.
because the thing,
She looked sexier because we were arguing.
This is what I would tell for all of you who are artists and writers and what have you, or whatever is the field you're going to do. No one's going to be 100% perfect, and no one's going to, no one should agree with you 100% of the way or tell you you're the most badass thing in all of existence. It's like criticism for what you do is the basis for growth.
Yeah,
So,
development. I'm totally with you on this. I'm with you 100%. I will say this though: if you're gonna criticize, but don't be a jerk about it.
Well,
You can say I don't like this, I don't like the way that looks.
This
I'm not feeling
individual
that.
on the screen looks pretty well developed.
Like you don't need to curse me. You don't need to curse me out, or tell me how dumb I am because you don't like my work.
Because people.
It's fair to be like, yo, man, no, I ain't digging it. I don't like the way it was. Personally, like everybody I know loves this cartoon called One Piece. I can't stand it. I don't like the art. The story is great. The characters are good. I just don't like the art style.
You would have people going, blasphemy.
Exactly. I've had people do that to me. They're like, how dare you? And I'm like, I don't like the artwork. That's all I said. But you heard me. I said, great story, great characters, good writing. I just don't like the art. Like the drawing, I don't feel the drawing. And that's something that that's a fair criticism to me. It ain't like I'm saying it's ass or nothing. I'm just like, I'm not feeling it.
Well, let me make you look good. Dragon Ball Z sucks ass.
Yes.
Thank you.
It does. Takes forever. I love Dragon Ball, however. Dragon Ball, the show before that, was good.
Like it. The big, goofy, bounce around eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Makes me want to kick somebody in the Kuyans.
And why does everybody look like they're related? Even the aliens.
Well, it's like being in what city is it?
Which show? Are we still talking about Dragon Ball Z or
yeah? One of the southern cities. They all look like they're related together because they love sandwiches.
Right.
Anything in bread.
And that's
from what I understood for Dragon Ball. The reason they eat is because they have a different calorie requirement intake from humans. That's what I understood. So,
but that's all I'm saying. It's fair to have those opinions. I don't want to kill you because you don't like something I like. I've had people go off on me like, how dare you diss this? I'm like, last time I checked, I'm a human and I'm allowed to, feel a certain way. But did I trash it? No.
We got a human on the panel. You got to be careful around those humans.
Right. Oh, but you know what? My blasphemy was, I don't like it. Uh-oh. I didn't say I hate it or it's garbage or it needs to be destroyed. You know why? Because it doesn't matter like that to me. It's like, just because I don't like it, that don't mean you shouldn't. I'm not going to sit up here and make a video. Like, I see people make tons of videos about stuff they hate, and but the problem is that you spent hours upon hours making a video on this one subject that you claim to hate. That meant you spent days on it. You looked for all the pictures, you looked for all the shots, and then you sat there and wrote a script. I don't make videos like that.
No, that's what I never understood. Like, if you don't like this, why are you talking about it? If you don't like it, just don't like it.
Yeah, I didn't particularly care for Velma. I watched the first 2 episodes and just kind of forgot about it.
Hey, and that's fair. I didn't like it either. The only reason I didn't like it is because, honestly, when you're messing with Scooby-Doo, you better come correct. I'm sorry. That's all. That's my only criticism. You better come correct.
They had a decent mystery based on the review. I saw there was this woman who was reviewing each and every episode. You might had a decent mystery, but like they just changed around the characters so much.
Yeah, and
they could have just
called
it something else.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to discredit it. It's just
it's like how are you gonna make a Scooby-Doo a Scooby-Doo show without Scooby-Doo? It's like the fucking that was my thing. Like,
well,
where the hell are my Scooby snack? I need a Scooby snack.
But even if they had just, renamed all the characters, and I probably wouldn't have cared for it either way.
Yeah, well, it was a choppy story. That's a fair assessment.
Mm.
You know, like
because I think the problem is a lot of people are just associating, bad storytelling was a lot of things, and then unfortunately, is people trying to their attempt to tell a story, they sit there and they wag their finger at people like, well, you should be doing this instead of doing this, and or whatever it is, and that results in the bad stories. Like, you can tell a story without wagging your finger at somebody, It's like,
yeah, but at the same time, it's okay to be like, dude, this I feel. As long as you put in, I feel like this story's bad. Don't just sit up there and be like, this story's bad. But like, I feel like the story. I think the story's bad, or I think that's cool. It's cool to say I think. Because, you're not sitting up here acting like your opinion is the gospel. Because a lot of people, they'll say some horrendous stuff to you and be like, but that's just my opinion. I'm like, it's not your opinion. You had too much passion about it.
mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, when I say, I'm like, I made a video about One Piece and all I said was good things. And I even made another one because of that live action TV show that came out based on it. And I dig the show. I think the Netflix show is amazing.
Yeah, I like that too. I'm looking forward to the second season. I'm kind of wondering how they would deal with Chopper, though.
Yeah, I'm wondering how they're going to work that out, but hopefully they keep it cool. They keep it running. I don't care because they already made the world preposterous enough. I just didn't like the drawing style. That's it. The drawing style didn't appeal to me in the anime and the comics.
Right. No, it's just it's weird what people will fight you to the death for. It's like, really?
Yeah.
It's like out of all the things to be upset about, that's the thing you're upset about.
Oh God, I dealt with that. Watch it because I'm an Avatar fan, the animated series, and I watched the Netflix one and it was good. I liked it. I liked the story changes and the beats, and I got what they're going for. But I'm like, you can't do a 1-to-1 on that. It's not going to be exactly like it. But I appreciated the changes. They gave a little bit of depth here. But I'm not sitting up here trashing it. That's why I made a video where I'm just sitting here laughing my butt off about the complaints people got. Same with X-Men 97, which looks amazing. I can't wait for that show to drop.
Yeah, no, I'm just keeping I'm being reluctant first fool about it. Mainly because it's like, yeah, fool me once, fool me twice,
No, I get you.
Yeah, I've heard
Shamalama Ding Dong screwed us over.
Are different, so their personalities have changed.
No, they kept the characters
style, though. I don't mind the drawing style.
I mean,
people are making a big deal about Storm having a mohawk when she's like.
Well, she had it before.
She's had a mohawk. She's had a mohawk.
Exactly. She's had mohawks, and she's had whatever this hairstyle is. I've seen plenty of it.
I've seen the hairstyle. I remember the hairstyle, and I remember why she wore it. She was like kind of going in her rebellious phase, I guess, more or less.
Yeah. And also, there was also the Days of Future Past episodes where she was married to Wolverine, and she had that mohawk.
Yeah.
This is
what people seem to
understand on a mohawk, but she's had both a mohawk and whatever this is as well. Because I've seen.
Well, the thing
with that. So
the thing I think the thing is that whoever wrote that stupid article was harping on the suit that she was wearing, the power suit that she was wearing.
Oh yeah, that was John De La Rose.
Wait, that's what y'all were talking about. I'm sorry.
Comic creator.
Okay.
You know what I heard about? You know what I heard from X-Men 97? All that showed up in my freaking recommended is how everybody goes, X-Men became woke. I'm like, X-Men's always been woke.
the way X-Men started off was that it was meant to be
it's an allegory to civil rights. It's an allegory for disenfranchised people of all places and races.
That's where it goes. But it wasn't supposed to be an allegory for the civil rights.
Professor X was designed to be like MLK, and freaking Magneto was supposed to be like Malcolm X. You can't get more civil rights.
No, and they weren't supposed to be. They were actually supposed to be on two different leaders. They weren't actually supposed to be Martin Luther King, or at least.
Are you talking about like the very, very first wave of X-Men? Because
Yeah,
because they
because
changed that.
if you ever,
But Stan Lee
You're talking
decided.
about like the very first issues or something. It might have
yeah, because the very
been
first issue
different, but
dealt not because the very first issue dealt nothing with that. It wasn't until
yeah.
Chris Carmelat came in and started writing for X-Men. This is when they started becoming more about civil rights.
And then
Yeah, which
people
was in the
actually cared
70s
about
and
it,
the
right?
80s.
People actually cared about it then.
So it didn't start off that way. It just kind of went into that direction because of Carmelat.
No, I totally get that.
So
But it was like
to
it
say
became
like,
better because of that.
but to say like I said, but to say that Professor X and Magneto were based off these two real life people, that's not true. It just literally started off as a story because Magneto wasn't even a Jew.
He wasn't Jewish until way later. He
Well,
wasn't an
so if you want
authentic.
to go
Yeah, he
to,
wasn't Jewish
I know
until
we
way
can
later.
skip. If we're skipping, like, I'm going to skip to DC for a second
Yeah,
and point out Batman used to shoot people in the
Yeah.
comics.
Batman was a killer when he
In the
first
very
started.
first
yeah.
Batman comic, he shoots someone.
Yeah, it was a couple of issues before he had that
I mean,
ban on guns.
Yeah.
so
And basically what
it's
happened
like,
there
okay,
was
we can
that
try to argue, well, technically, it wasn't this way. Like technically, there was no Federation in Star
and
Trek
also
version. The
Captain
first season
America.
didn't have Federation.
Yeah,
But to say Star
Captain
Trek
America wasn't like
supposed to be
that.
about the Federation just because it wasn't in the very, very first episodes
Well,
is kind of misleading as well. I mean, it's technically correct, but it's
yeah. Well, it's like Captain
so
America.
people so it just depends on the angle you're looking at. Okay,
Yeah.
at the before the X-Men got developed, like really
really developed
took off, it was quite a different thing from what people say. But
Well, it's the same thing with Captain America. Captain America was a highly different person. He was more like pro how society was at that time, which was not cool. But they switched that up because that's why they made the Howling Commandos and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Is
But
that people
don't ever take that away from them, though. That's the part I don't like. Is like, don't take that part of it. You know what I mean? Like, if the thing worked, and when they changed those little changes, made money.
Yeah,
and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, Mickey and Minnie Mouse, that original stuff would be some of that stuff that they would show on the Ink and Paint show, the old. Because the Disney Channel used to have the Ink and Paint show where they show the really old school black and white Disney stuff. Man, some of the Disney stuff was, I mean,
some of that Disney stuff was racist as hell.
Risque, because it was like aimed at adults. I mean, maybe the kids wouldn't pick up on some of the stuff, but I mean, some people say animators still to this day from Disney sneak stuff in there. I've heard that before.
Oh, they still do it. Can I see a lighter?
It was a lot more blatant back in like the 1930s or whatever. Whenever Mickey Mouse first came out, like I remember there was somebody that was like slapping the butt on this. What it was like a harp, but it's had like a woman on the
back then. No, back then.
And
back
I think
then,
it was like slapping the butt of the. It was a harp, but like.
I mean, the point I'm trying to get across is that when the X-Men were first created, that wasn't the original intention of Professor Xavier and Magneto.
No, that became a thing that became popularized.
They didn't have like Wolverine or Storm.
So to say like this is they were created for to be archetypes of these two people. It's like no, that he just came up with a story. And then
what I'm saying is that's what they be. I wasn't saying that they weren't. I wasn't saying that they were created because of that. I'm saying that that's what they became.
And they became it for so long that it's like.
Like people actually the architect, like what they became lasted longer than the original intent.
Yeah,
and
so
it's like Tom and Jerry was like all those cartoons that we're talking about, like classic cartoons. They were highly racist and messed up.
And the Flintstones were used to sell cigarettes, so it's like
they used Fred and Barney were smoking cigarettes.
The intent of the Flintstones is to sell cigarettes. It's kind of okay. maybe some way of looking at it.
Yeah, they're used
You
because a
that-
lot of cartoons were used to sell
but like
products.
that, I don't think that was really the intent. I mean, that's
But
kind
now
of a bad
they are
example because I
in
don't
the
think they were
pantheon. They're
created
considered a
for
modern Stone Age family. They were just
They were-
considered the original nuclear family.
They were
Like
like
they
it
did
was
break
like
bread.
the Simpsons. Well, not how the Simpsons are now because they're really
No.
politically
Well,
correct.
Fred.
But
Well, remember
they're kind of,
in the
but they're like the Honeymooners. They're based off
Yeah.
the Honeymooners, the Flintstones. There's an
Fred and
adult,
Wilma were the first cartoon couple to sleep in the same bed.
Yeah.
Like at that time, that didn't happen. Like couples didn't sleep in the same bed in those old shows.
Yeah,
But Fred and
you're right
Wilma,
about that, eh?
they slept in the same bed, which that just didn't happen. That was, you know what I mean? It was just like,
Oh yeah.
so yeah, it always starts some way,
I'm
but
kind of
things do develop.
wondering how, where in general children are that their parents sleep in the same bed. Like, if you've ever been into their parents' room, they would see only one big bed in there.
Right?
No,
Back
from what I understood back then, before my parents,
we,
basically they slept in twin beds, and they would only put them together when they were doing a thing.
But that was if you could afford it. I mean, like, because where I grew up, like, that's probably why my great grandma had like 12 kids. They slept in the same bed.
Oh,
Hell.
hey, by the way, hello, Eric. Sorry I haven't been keeping up with the chat. Hey, DJ Downey.
Just like
Joe is still in the chat.
like some of y'all probably know that, like, we'd be like, there'd be so many of us in one house and we'd all sit on the same bed to watch TV. Like all of us would sleep in the same, like we pass out on the same bed. It'd be cousins, brothers, sisters, everybody on the same bed. So it was like separate beds, la-di-da. Look at you, Rockefeller.
Yeah, that was another thing. But I was looking into the history of inns and stuff. In medieval times, I write stories that are set in a kind of a medieval world. So I look into certain backgrounds and stuff and how things were back then. And a bed that could hold 3 people would be cheaper than 2 beds that would hold 1 each. So, inns would have a bunch of people, even strangers, sharing a bed.
Yeah. And that seems logical. Like, even think about it this way. I don't know if y'all experience this. Like, I go over to sleepovers at my homie's house and he got one bed. Like, either I sleep on the floor, if I'm on the bed, we're head to toe.
You're just sleeping the opposite direction,
That's what I mean, head to toe,
Okay, yeah.
That's what I meant by head to toe. Like, like usually I had his stanky feet in my face, but my stanky feet were in his face. And that was fair. But I mean, like when you would crash out at a homie's house, if you did sometimes, or like as a teenager, I'd get drunk as hell and I didn't care where I was at. I'd pass out on the bed. Couples be damned. And everybody would be like passed out on the bed too. It wasn't anything other than a comfort issue.
Yeah, it's just like I said, things started off one way and they eventually moved into the other. But so like I say, so this whole idea that Xavier and Magneto were started off as these allegory for these people is not true. They eventually made it into a spot. But the thing was is that the X-Men were originally were created to be like the outsiders. They're basically like, hey man, like, hey, I made these characters for the geeks and the people and the outsiders, the people that got picked on, bullied on, and what have you, so that they have characters that they can relate to. So these characters
who did it better? The Doom Patrol.
Yeah.
Because the Doom Patrol, they couldn't hide what they were. At least the X-Men, that's one thing I always had an issue with, is like, for the most part, most of them, they could hide their powers. The Doom Patrol were stuck looking the way they looked, as as having power.
Because the only one that kind of really stuck out was Big Beast later down the line. But Cyclops,
but Beast didn't even look like that originally. I remember what Beast looked like. He didn't look like. I'm like, you can hide that, brother.
Yeah, like
he had big feet and hands, but he could just say, "Oh, I have big feet and hands."
Yeah,
he didn't have
especially like the feet looked odd, but he could wear shoes large enough to cover it.
It's just back then it would be abnormal for somebody to have big feet, and so it wasn't So it's not like today where we have people with size 12, size 13. I think I heard someone had a size 17 foot. I'm like, God damn, that's huge. But back then, I guess being bigger than a size 7 was not a common thing. I guess. Yeah.
No, I get that.
And
Oh,
then,
hey, Caleb. He says,
so
"Well,
it
lizard,
wouldn't
how
be
you doing well. Thanks for joining us.
So I don't
Got the
think
link
it would
pinned
really be
in the description if you want to join the panel. I mean,
I don't think it was a
trying
really
to pressure
terrible thing.
anybody.
But the original thing I was trying to talk about was that the X-Men people were complaining that it was woke, and I'm like, first off, they misused the word woke. Secondly,
Yeah, how would you
it's always
define
been woke. Outsiders and freaks, that's still a woke perspective. If you don't fit in, that's still a woke perspective. But people misuse they took the word and misused it.
Honestly, I think this calling outsiders and things like that woke or never. It's like I said because I think the way people want to use woke is to understand that they're using this one track mind. My opinion matters, and that's what's it. That's what they
Yeah,
mean.
that's a negative connotation to it. Woke wasn't originally that way. Like, because I remember growing up, I remember Rage Against the Machine. They had a song called "Wake Up," which was talking about the things in society that people weren't talking about that was going down.
Right.
I think people are associating it with like a very extreme interpretation of social justice.
Well,
And there's
Yeah.
I blame that on politicians.
people who believe in social justice who believe, but they believe in it. But there's not just one school of thought when it comes to that.
And I'm just sitting up here like, I'm like, what do you mean social justice warriors? How did that become a negative thing? There should be social justice.
I think they're talking about like just one. They're talking about some sort of interpretation of social justice.
Well, that's people screwing their perspective. I think that's people just messing up their perspective. I think, like I said, I don't know if I'm right, but it's like these words became buzzwords and they were never buzzwords to begin with. Like I was saying, get woke back in the day.
I think these people who are criticizing it are thinking of a certain interpretation of equity that in order to raise up one group of people, you have to put down the majority of people. And I don't think that's really what everybody who believes in social.
And here's another, I got one. Here's a controversial issue that I hate bringing up, but I got to bring it up because I never talk about it. And I'm gonna just give me the floor for a second. And all right. Not forever, but everybody comes up to me and talks about, oh, I love your channel because you don't talk about BLM. And I'm like, okay, first off, that's a group, but the slogan is there. And matters that it doesn't mean matters more than you. It doesn't mean, it just means matters. You know what's below matters exists. And it's like, all right, cool. So you're saying it's all right for me. You're mad at me because I'm trying to say that I matter. Please don't beat me up. I've been beat up by so many cops. It's ridiculous. But what I'm saying is I don't believe in the group, but I believe in the message. Because people keep forgetting the message of anything.
Yeah.
Just like, yes, we should stop Asian hate. Because it's not right to hate on the Asian. I love me some Asians. I love them a little too much. I love me some Mexicans. I love everybody.
I see what you're saying. I want with me. I like the same people who. Yeah, I don't. I've heard some bad things about the national organization. Not sure.
Well, the organization is horrible. That's what I'm saying. The organization is not the point. The organization shouldn't be the reason why you hate on the message.
And my view was going to be that.
Hell, Catholics are very messed up, but I don't hate Catholicism. I hate the people that run it.
Well, what I was going to point out is like he's probably talking about the organization itself because the organization itself stole from black people. I'm like,
exactly.
The organization that's supposed to help the black people ended up stealing from the black people, and I'm like, how?
Just like here's another good common misconception. The NAACP, people act like that's I'm like, no, that's about the advancement of colored people. But you know who was helping the NAACP more than anybody? White women. There were women getting killed just driving them to go get the right to vote back in the day.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
people seem to
it's like
misunderstand things.
yeah,
Like,
it's always a misunderstanding.
or I like the idiot that well, I forgot the name of it. That pretty much equated the National Rifle Association. I think
NRA, yeah.
the NRA as being killmongers and wanting to have you because they're trying to like, hey, everybody deserves to have their Second Amendment and want to have you. At one point, they were advertising like, hey, we need, everybody should have a firearm, even the felon, because at some point some screwball's going to come and attack them.
Only thing I have against the NRA was always the same thing I have against anybody that tells me about the Second Amendment. We all did have the right to bear arms. Nobody remembers the Western times. Everybody had guns. Nothing was much safer. Things were still getting robbed.
Yeah, because I think I saw a post from somebody pointing out that they were bringing rifles to school for class, and there weren't any there weren't any mass shootings and what have you. This is back. This is before I think either of us was anybody on this panel was born. They had rifle classes.
That's because we were taught at one point back in the day, you were taught to respect your shit. Like, I mean, like your guns and all. You were taught to respect it. You still had knuckleheads out there, but there wasn't any respect. And now everybody's saying this, that, and the other. But also, we got to also remember that the guns have gotten more advanced since the rifle.
Well, since that particular rifle, yeah.
When you're writing this down, you wasn't thinking about an AK-47.
Well, the thing, okay. The AK-47.
People owned cannons back then, though.
Yeah. People.
But I wanted to say about Black Lives Matter and just like police brutality in general. That, okay, whatever somebody thinks about what happened with in the Capitol, with Trump and everything, Anyway, I don't really want to get into that. But
don't get into that.
There were allegations.
Yeah, no, I don't want to get into that either.
But what I'm saying, there are allegations of police brutality against those protesters, and it wasn't like and so and then the same thing about in Canada with the truckers movement. Again, another thing I don't want to get into, but there was allegations of police brutality. I don't think anyone's safe, especially if officers are being trained. And not all, and this, I'm not saying most, but if they're being trained in some cases to escalate situations or use really, violent tactics when a more peaceful one will work, then that's a bad thing, regardless of, whether or not you want to call it, be part of BLM or whatever,
Yeah,
I think a lot of people should just agree on, even if they, instead of just splitting into factions over, well, I don't like this and that. I don't like it because these people are associated with this cause, and so we got to be against it. Well,
I think the biggest problem is
makes any sense.
Again, there's a lot of people who just don't want to put the effort into learning what they're fighting about, they're talking about. I'll go back to the guns because
noise
right now they're talking about they're going to the Supreme Court about bump stocks, and it's like bump stock, something about the bump stocks being able to allow you to shoot 800 bullets a minute or some stupid crap. It's like that's not how guns work. You fire 800 rounds in a second, you're going to destroy that gun a second into that firing. Isn't like people don't understand?
But once again, I think that it's all paper anyway. By that I mean like it's all bull. Like they get you riled up about these things, about things that I got no problem with people having guns. In Vegas, you're allowed to have a gun. You're allowed to carry a gun on a holster. The only time you got to have a permit to have a gun is if you want to have a concealed weapon. Then you got to get a CCW. But in Vegas, you're allowed to walk around with your gun. People seem to forget that. There's many laws in there because
Well,
at my
open
store that I
carry.
worked at, everybody had guns.
So it sounds
And-
like open carry, if I understand the.
Yeah, it sounds like open
Yeah,
carry.
it's open carry law. In Vegas, you're allowed to openly carry your shit. So that always bugged me. Like,
Well,
and
here in Texas, you can do that too, I do believe.
That's actually something the Black Panthers were into back in the day too. Is
And
open
yeah, that
carry.
was in California. And the funny thing
Yeah.
about that is that the fact that they were carrying is the reason why they regulated that law. So
Wow.
just to say, like, it's just like,
politicians got together real quick as soon as that happened. And,
Yeah.
it's like no. Let's not get this straight. Let's get this straight. It's not liberal or conservative. It's politician. The politician immediately got afraid the minute that y'all got together to
exercise the constitutional right. Because what people forget about the Panthers is that it wasn't started by no street dudes. It was started by college students. And also, didn't World War I start because of some kids in school?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it was because they assassinated the wrong bozo for World War One.
Yeah, kids, but they were youngsters.
Yeah,
I mean,
because,
and even if you go back in history to the Crusades and all the big wars, none of those people were in their 30s.
Well, they even had what was known as Children's Crusades, which is pretty awful.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I get tired of people saying, we got to protect our children. Hey, Dad, can I shut up? You know what I mean? That's all I hear. I'm like, oh, you want to protect them? You don't want to listen to them. But what I like about here is that we're having genuine, good conversations. Nobody's getting riled up about the other thing. Everybody's making great points. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to mention, and people can believe whatever they want about it, but like no-knock warrants, that's even something with BLM
that's something
and
that needs
like
to go away.
with Rand Paul, both were against the no-knock warrants. So there were even some Boogaloo boys showing up with BLM and supporting the protests against no-knock warrants. So,
oh yeah,
because there was a libertarian guy who
no-knock is
groups
or woman, or you can't remember, who's killed in
I gotta say this: the groups that always remember. The funniest thing is that the leaders are always in bed with each other while their followers are busy doing the fighting.
Yeah,
that bugs me. Because there's so many different things. Like every time you look up and we dig into this and the truth comes out, and you're sitting up here going, "Hey, wait a minute! I followed you." Like in American History X, where he was a complete neo-Nazi, but in prison he's sitting up there doing drug deals with the people he's supposed to hate.
Oh, I want to rewatch it. It's been years since I watched it. I watched it once years ago.
But it's like his ideology was, to be this neo-Nazi who hated these people, but then like the people that he's rolling with, they're sitting up there selling to the people that they're supposed to hate, and he's sitting up here going, "Hey, this isn't right. What are you doing business with them?" And it's like, that's how I always figured. I'm like, that's how I know it's all bull. Because honestly, I've heard for years about, these separatist ideals, but it ain't that I was like this revolutionary leader or whatnot. I hung out with a Mexican, so I can't sit up here and be like, Mexicans are bad. I hung out with an Asians are bad. I hung out with all these people. No. They're not. Nobody's really bad. In fact, the loudest ones are the ones that are actually the jerks. But, usually in a group of people, most of the group don't agree with that. You know what I mean? Like the group don't agree. They're afraid to speak up, which is weird because we outnumber them.
I'm seeing a lot of people, they're taking stuff from the Talmud, like and they're taking it out of context. And I don't own like a copy of the Talmud, and my understanding is it's like in Hebrew. But the thing is, from what I've heard, there'll be one rabbi's opinion on something, and then there'd be another rabbi says another thing contradictory. And so somebody could take a line from the Talmud and make it sound like, oh, this is what all Jewish people everywhere agree, and there's Jewish people who don't even like. They're
sitting up there going, what?
Like ham sandwiches,
Yeah.
It's like,
wait. I got one.
like that with any sort of group of people. Like you can't just stereotype every single person as if they all get together and agree. Even like say the Rothschild family, they can't
Right.
all like get together like
And agree that they're all evil.
like how many hundreds of them and they all agree on each and everything. It's just that's so silly.
Wait, I got one. Remember that cartoon Rocko's Modern Life?
Yeah, I love that cartoon.
Okay, remember the episode when Heifer joined a cult and he decided to eat something different because they all ate sausage, but he decided to get something different because he didn't want nothing. And Rocco and them tried to get him out, and they tied him up to some bowling pins, and they're about to throw bowling balls at. They're about to throw bowling balls at him, and Rocco goes, "What does it say about you guys doing this?" And the guy read straight from the book: "If these people do not believe what you believe, then let those people go, and do not throw bowling balls at them." And Rocco went, "You see?"
Awesome.
And the guy said, and I never forgot it, he said, "Matter of interpretation."
That's the thing. It's like
That is so funny to me because it's absolutely true.
yeah, that cartoon really has a lot of material that like even would be good for adults to watch that because it really got me thinking, and I think I was an adult when this thing originally aired too, but I think it was like
but the
college
cartoon
age
had
or
a lot of
whatever.
adult humor. Well, the cartoon had a lot of adult humor, but remember what C.S. Lewis said: a children's anything that's a children's show that's only for children is not a children's show. In other words, it should be enjoyed by everybody if you do it right. But I want to highlight somebody real quick.
No, go
I want to
ahead.
say it right. Kiriyami Ryu. They said social media made people way too comfortable with disrespecting each other and not getting hit in the face for it. I've been saying that for years.
Exactly.
Much props to you.
No.
And I'm going to say, please don't hit people in the face.
No, people are. It ain't about hitting them in the face. It's people not being afraid of being hit in the face.
Although I just seen this for YouTube, YouTube.
We're all adults here, and we're born back in the day.
So
we were all
just
afraid
throwing
our
a
parents would get.
disclaimer, but yeah, I get what people are saying. It's
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Back
shit
in the
people
day.
say behind the screen that they would never say in real life.
Exactly. It's just like with your parents. There's certain things you knew not to say to them because you was gonna catch the back of the hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Which would teach you not to do that.
Yeah,
like all of us, I think we could all agree. Like I'm not saying we all got beat, but I'm saying like we knew what not to do. And nowadays people just too mouthy. That's why I hate the term "sticks and stones may break my bones, or worse, never hurt me." If that were the case, then how come almost every war is fought on people talking crap?
Yeah, that's true. Just somebody's using a bunch of hyperbole. Yeah, I mean they might not even. Yeah, and that could be taken really like
matter of interpretation.
Like, start a war because somebody's running their mouth.
Exactly. Please, I've been in the fight because somebody
could not even necessarily mean what they're saying, and just and inadvertently start a war.
Oh, so I'm the only person who got into a fight with some guy I didn't know because his girlfriend didn't like what I said to her? Come on. I've heard of it. My man gonna come here and whoop your ass. So all because of what I said to her. I might have said shut up or leave me alone.
I remember seeing a one where this dude's girlfriend. He didn't want to get into a fight. She dragged him into the fight, and so he ended up getting pounded because this woman wouldn't stop trying to provoke the fight. And this guy just, he got his head basically clobbered, taken off his shoulder because his woman wouldn't stop trying to get him into a fight. The guy was like, "Oh, this dude is." He looked at the dude is like 3 times bigger than him.
Yeah, my man's gonna tear you up. You ain't ready for this. You're just like, baby, I don't even know what we're talking about here, and you're stuck.
We're fighting. We're just fighting. You're
I
fighting.
don't even know you.
Here.
And the worst part is you probably would like the guy. Mm-hmm. I'm not against war, but I'm against how it gets started. It is like, because most of this crap can be solved with a sit down and a drink or a straight up fist fight. I don't want to kill you.
Hey, Cthulhu says this guy sounds too reasonable. He's making lizard people sound crazy by comparison, Lorenzo. That might be the case.
I apologize, Lorenzo. I like coming here so much because you're always so sweet and respectful to me. I'm sorry to all of y'all. I'm sorry to every one of y'all.
I got in some trouble earlier on Twitter for running my mouth. There's a comic book creator who has a tendency to well, there you are.
I blame all of you. Y'all shouldn't have been so compelling with the conversation. Stop being interesting.
Yeah, so there's a comic book creator who brags a lot about stuff, and I didn't realize, but the problem was that he's often extremely late delivering his comic books that people pay for ahead of time, and then they might wait years to get it. So when he was showing off his truck, like in this like vintage Ford truck or antique or whatever it's called, like really, really old one, I thought he went out and bought it with customers' money and like was just flaunting it. And I used that as an example.
You already apologized.
And then it turned out that he had inherited it. Like, oh no. I should have done some more research before using that as an example. It's just,
oh man, you really apologize for that.
One guy who's like, we run so many different crowdfunding campaigns that it's really hurting people because they got to pay their money up front for a book that they may or may not get from the,
Lorenzo,
these are like $35 comic books that people who can really afford that.
$35 comic book. No, for $35, I better get Akira Volume 1.
Yeah.
But Akira costs $27.
If you're paying like $30 or whatever it is, it's just way.
Well,
and these are graphic. I guess these are graphic novels, and
that's what I mean.
It has 100 pages. The problem is if it takes 100 years for you to get it,
that's fair.
You might not be alive by the time the thing shows up. So it's like,
because I'm gonna put what I'm working on now. I'm gonna put it as a webcomic on Patreon. But so the pages are going to be coming out pretty slowly, but I'm going to try and keep up with it. And so right now I'm just getting the first 2 pages started. So I just kind of have some kind of ways to go. And then, but I wasn't going to charge it out. So I was thinking like maybe $3 for the Patreon, or maybe $5 to combat the price. The money that they take out from the they take out, what's it, 5%? So if I have put 5, I'm only gonna get $3 back. So if I do $3, I'm only gonna get
Once again, talking about money.
Money messes it up. But I will say this: the other thing that'll probably work against you, I don't know you personally, I never met you, and this is the only way I'm going to defend the creator that Lorenzo got into it with. Does he have a Gershwin complex?
What complex?
What complex?
Gershwin complex. Where you got it down, but you're like, oh crap, this ain't good enough, and you sit up there and you're trying to like, where you overthink it and whatnot. Like maybe this guy
more like me.
That might be part of the issue. Also, he does a lot of live streaming, but it's like
I think he likes
for like super chats and stuff, and he doesn't know. He oftentimes doesn't draw on stream because it's hard to host a stream and interact with people and be drawing.
Yeah, because that's just me.
That's kind of my problem too.
I'm not saying that you're wrong or that he's right. I'm just saying that maybe he has that complex.
Well, I was wrong about using that the truck as an example. I should have done some research to find out. Oh, this is something inherited, instead of just
I do that
assuming
with my
about
like
that.
when I used to make music. It took me forever to release a song because I kept second guessing myself. Instead of being like, I could ask for forgiveness a lot quicker than I can ask for permission.
But
Yeah.
there's it's just that he's also working on like several different things. So he's got like action figures, and he's got
Yeah.
this and that and the other thing. Plus,
Yeah.
he's a
Well,
full-time YouTuber, and then he'll end up on the smaller YouTube channels, which
Yeah.
even gets
Well,
paid for, and like all this. And meanwhile, yeah, he'll have books that people pay
well,
for.
speaking of which, I probably
But
sorry to interrupt you, Lorenzo, but actually it's like 10:19. I do need to hop off. And
okay, well, thanks for joining us. Where can we find you?
okay, you can find me at Tier Comics on Twitter, and you can still find me at High Tier Comics on YouTube.
Nice.
And
I'm going there right now.
yeah, I'm probably going to change the name to Muse Comics. Actually, I'm going to change it to Muse Comics, and then that Muse Comics will be the name of the Patreon. And then so when I have that
Just
link
make
ready
sure
for
it's
you
not
guys,
taken, already.
so
Because Muse
you know,
Comics does kind of sound familiar, but
yeah. So I'm gonna try and put this on here in a couple of days, and so I'll be here for next Thursday to show it off to Lorenzo and see how it goes.
awesome.
So I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go because not only do I need to finish working on this, I also need to start on another comic book for another client. It's called Pretty Vacant. I'm trying to Tribeca something. Dinos, no, not Dinos, something else. He has too many names for it, and I forgot. When I got the name for you guys, I get to you. So there's gonna be another Kickstarter for it. So it's probably not gonna be a huge deal. It's gonna be like an ash can size book, and then so hopefully he's not dealing with a paper shortage this year, and then so that'll be out sooner or later.
And
And
here's
then,
Daniel's channel, and I'd like to welcome DJ Ronnie G to the chat.
hey,
As I tell people that we
hey, Ronnie.
panelists and viewers kind of come and go. We stream for quite some time, and we got kind of a revolving door, but that's okay.
Yeah. So all right. So I'll see you guys later.
Take care.
Posted,
You too.
DJ Ryan G says, "Good evening, Lorenzo Sleestak. I'm going to finish my tortilla and uncover my telescope and try to join thereafter." Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, DJ Ryan G's got this telescope that's it's hooked up to a computer in his backyard. It's pretty cool. He's got another computer that he networks it with in his house.
Unfortunately, I got to take off because my phone's about to die because I don't have a computer. I've been doing this on my cell phone.
It's amazing how how well everything went on your consider your stream from your phone.
I've always done that. I stream from my cell phone and my PS4. My name is my link, and if you're looking for a sensible, compelling conversation, you won't find it there. It's all random and stupid. I keep it that way. But I got much love, Lorenzo. You've been having my back since I met you, and I've been having your back.
Yeah, thanks for going on the panel.
Hey, man. Hey, I blame y'all. Y'all shouldn't have been interesting. Shouldn't have been all compelling and having good convo up in this piece.
Yeah,
I run on random stupidity, damn it. I'm supposed to be stupid and random, and you're ruining that. I don't need people to know what I think. But it's my fault for coming on.
This is channel.
Much love to everybody, though. Y'all have a good one, okay?
You too. Have an awesome night. I'm gonna let's see. Oh wow.
So yeah, I was shading some mannequin pictures.
Oh, yeah, I've been wondering about that character.
I never named this character, but she keeps showing up in one of my stories. She's basically just there as a mannequin. Every time the main character sees her, she's wearing something different.
Well, that's interesting. No, Jason Black. Yeah, yeah, offending people as usual. Offending people, offending everyone. Yeah. And who is this?
Again, I never named the character. But the three of them show up as basically background characters in some of my stories.
No, is she a mannequin as well?
Yes, they've been turned into mannequins.
Oh. I know a lot of the. I'm guessing Daniel drew that.
Yep.
And I know he draws like mannequins, statues, robots. I mean, like humans as well. But sounds like he draws a lot of like mannequins, statues, and robots. I guess
Hmm.
like things that kind of end up in a certain pose or whatever. Though he also draws like dynamic. Would that be the word? Like
Yeah.
like comic books with characters who are action scenes and stuff. I think. Well, even that, even like her pose.
Yeah, if I don't give him a specific pose to use, he has a tendency to default to this same pose, which I
Interesting.
just
So
find boring.
yeah, I wonder why that pose then. I mean, in particular, I mean, it's not a bad pose, but I didn't realize that this is so. I guess I didn't ever notice that this is a common pose of his. I mean that. So this is not. So this is not. I know. I guess I'm asking you to repeat yourself, but this is not a pose that like you would even ask for.
Now, this was a pose I asked for.
Okay.
He has a tendency to default to this one, just standing there, pose, arms to the side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. I would think with like statues and since he draws so many statues, mannequins and
Yeah,
stuff,
well, admittedly, this is a bit
they have
different with
all
that,
sorts
but
of poses. Huh? Go ahead.
well, admittedly, I have him draw a number of pictures for character sheets, which they're human or at least humanoid. Sometimes they're elves and stuff.
Oh, but so they can, but so the default is just to have the arms at the side.
Yeah, let's see what do I got here.
Because that does seem kind of like a basic thing. Like Like when I watch VTubers, if they don't have like hand tracking, their arms are just at their side, and like the characters like that always. Do I need to focus off of the screen or not?
That should be fine. Like you gotta pose like this.
Because Daniel's always like, if he's looking through some thumbnails, he wants me to zoom out. So
Okay, yeah, I should have thought of that.
let's I see. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what other way would somebody do something though if an artist isn't given like specific directions. I'm not though. Huh. They're not completely at their side. He's got the hands raised up a little bit.
Yeah,
And so it's always that way if he's not specifically told.
yeah.
To
I'm
do.
trying to find this one picture. My workaround with the thumbnail before was just to find the name of the image I wanted and look for it that way. This one, I basically just told him to have her holding a book, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bit more interesting as far as like hand position or
I just noticed they got slightly different coloring. Or maybe it was just me screwing around.
no, their hands are to the side, but a little different though than the previous one where
Mm-hmm.
looks like his hands were sticking out a little bit more than these characters. Now, did you give Daniel any sort of specific directions as far as their hands?
Not really.
Okay.
This was also relatively early with it.
That would be something to think about, like if I were to commission
Yeah.
to draw something, is that you definitely need to, I would definitely need to let him know the hand positions. And I have to think about that a bit because.
Yeah, this one has a ball of magic, which is about as dynamic as it gets. I'm trying to find this one picture I had for this point, but I can't seem to find it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm trying to think of. It would be kind of difficult as an artist to like, unless he were to ad lib, and then he could just like end up putting the hands in a really weird position or something.
Admittedly, that did happen. I wanted him to make a Wire Master, basically character like Walter from Helsing and Helsing Ultimate, if you've ever seen that. But I had trouble making him understand what I wanted, and he basically just thought the character's hands would be tied together.
Well, that's something different. See, I'm looking at again. Look at the chat. Oh, Dominatrix, said DJ Ronnie G. Why is her sternum blue? Oh, never mind. Oh, Rue likes Helsing. I love Helsing Ultimate.
Who's Sternum? I'm not really sure what they were talking about.
And I think DJ Ronnie G's reference to dominatrix, that must have been the character earlier.
Yeah, I have to check on that. Like that might have been the filler layer. Like
Wasn't there one that had a whip in her hand or something?
it was a
Like a mannequin?
crop.
Was she a mannequin or?
She was a mannequin and she was holding a writing crop. Much different from a whip.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, it's a bit odd that I cannot find this image I was talking about. I might not remember what I named it or what Daniel named it. But
I gotta grab some water. I'll be back. Hopefully DJ Ronnie G will join us soon. So, but you can continue talking about your character.
yeah. I can't seem to find it. I'm not even sure what his turnum is, to be perfectly honest. Okay, was it start with an R? I should have guessed it was start with a robo if it wasn't starting with an M. Let's see, here we go, extra shine. Not sure whose sternum was blue though.
Sorry about that. I had to get a cold one. And by cold one, I just mean got a bottle of water.
Okay.
I don't really like getting intoxicated when I'm streaming, if at all possible.
Okay.
I'd like to avoid that because I'm already kind of absent-minded to begin with.
Okay, anyway, I did come up with a pose for this one, but Daniel, I guess, completely forgot about it, so I got stuck with a standing pose. This one honestly did not come out very well.
It's kind of funny. Like, it seems like this has happened before. Daniel gets off the stream and then we start like trash talking him. I actually I like his artwork, but it sounds like he's just sometimes kind of drops the ball, so to speak, when it comes to commissions
Yeah.
and that seems like it would be really difficult to try to convey to someone how you want something.
Yeah. Generally speaking, this one did not come out well. I think I've been thinking about commissioning it again just to have it closer to what I originally envisioned.
Yeah, so what did you envision?
Well, for one thing, I wanted her more sleek,
Okay.
as well as a more dynamic pose. The
Yeah,
legs kind of look kind of
yeah,
clunky.
it does kind of seem like she's just kind of standing off to the side while using some sort of superpower, or what is
Oh,
that?
she magic caster.
Okay. So yeah, that seems like a kind of kind of odd, like kind of not just nonchalantly doing this magic while just standing there
Yes.
at an odd angle. Yeah. I can see where that might look a bit off. I can also see though for like an artist trying to figure out, well, what the heck am I supposed to draw? And like you describe it to somebody, and but they and still if I could, so were you describing it when he was drawing it, or was he off air, or what?
Well, what I do is I collect a bunch of reference pictures, put them into a file together on my stash storage, and as well as a description of what I want and how I want them to combine.
Oh, so
And
you even have references.
yes, and I label the references certain things depending on what they are. Like one of them is
Oh.
literally just called pose, and it was a picture I picked where I didn't care about what the girl was wearing or anything, but it was the matter of how she was posed that I cared about.
Okay, so you weren't just using words; you actually,
I had a reference picture.
yeah.
And he has a tendency to actually use the pose references in these. Like, let's see, where. Let's see. Let's get this up here.
Well, you want him to use a pose reference, right? Or is he using it incorrectly? I guess we'll see what you're.
Yeah, like this girl right here for the general costume. Probably should not. Wait, where did I do with it? Oh, crap. No, I don't remember where I put it. Yeah. Of course. Okay. That's just get rid of that.
Wow, this looks like just a massive amount of layers.
Yeah, there are quite a bit,
Wow.
especially with the way how I do things. And at one point, I was screwing around with the colors just to try to come up with what color I wanted your outfit. So I made a couple of layers just for different versions of her outfit.
I actually think things, and then I'm not sure how many of these layers that were used or not. Are these all like part of the picture, like underneath, or?
Well, for example, we got this one called rough and one called sketch. These are two different stages of the drawing process that are not don't make it into the final round, but they are necessary for the next stage. Like rough is the general pose.
So I watch a lot of these VTuber virtual streamers, and they I've heard some of these artists will have like just layer after layer of clothing, like right straight down to the underwear, or maybe even like a nude character underneath it. And it seems like having multiple layers can add a sense of realism to drawing even if you don't see? Even if I'm not quite sure how that works. But do you find that the layers add to the end result
Well, yeah.
as far as what you actually see, even if? Because I've also seen, like, say, VTuber models that are like were kind of drawn and with, I'm just using VTuber models for example, where it didn't have that sort of depth or whatever to, because there weren't really like layers. And I'm not sure why or how that makes a difference.
Hmm.
I've also seen, like, George, who occasionally comes on here. He showed me some stuff behind the scenes as far as his comic, and he'll, like, have layer after layer after layer of things. Some things that the viewer won't even see. I mean, the reader of the comic won't even see once it's printed. And he showed me these different layers on his computer, and it's like, gosh. Somehow it just seems more realistic, though.
Anyway, this part takes me a while doing the shine correctly. So yeah, he starts with the rough layers. After the reference, he goes to the rough layers, and then just get the basic pose and everything right, and then goes a more detailed one, and then goes for the inks.
DG Ryan G says, I appreciate learning how artists do art in Clip Studio. He's rough, says DG Ryan G.
So yeah, well, I don't use the rough and the sketch layers for anything. I just kind of leave them in there.
Interesting. Now, are those files that Daniel sent you?
Yes, he sent me a PDF file of it, so I got the whole thing, everything he's drawn.
Oh, okay.
That makes it a lot easier when I want to do a few things, like multiple layers will help sometimes. Like if I want to make something that's transparent, it's good to have the transparency on a different layer. This one particularly needed a lot of work. You see all these lines that cover the bodies?
Yeah, were they not completely filled in?
Well, the point of these lines is it's kind of a neon trim sort of thing. But I need the lines that guide where I'm going to put the neon, the glowing bits, on their own layer, so I could basically remove it when I was done, or if necessary, copy it and make it to whatever layer this was. I actually got to get around to posting this. A little mix-up. I had commissioned these 3 originally, and then I commissioned these 4 for a follow-up because I envisioned them being 7 of them to begin with. Unfortunately, Daniel decided to draw the second 4 on a separate file image,
Oh.
and the intent was to just mash them together at once when I was done, put the 2 images together. But I found out that he used a different heights and scale for the first 3 than he did for the second 4.
Oh, yeah, that's.
So I had to shrink them down so they'd fit.
Oh boy, those are the what do they call it?
Pleiades.
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 Yeah, the constellation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. It's been a while. So, DJ Ronnie G had asked about inverted color. If there was an inverted color used in some drawing.
Inverted color, I'm not entirely sure what that means.
I know you sometimes will use color for the background to make it so things. Oh, yeah. So because you section things off, right, when you color them.
Yes, I do. I just pick random colors for different sections that I wanted to be, separate. I want it to be different ones when I'm shading them.
Yeah, Apex Comics, the StreamYard links in the description. I'm not saying you have to come on or whatever. It's good just to see you, but if you want to come on, the StreamYard links there.
Anyway, it was talking about.
Not in the description. I mean, it's pinned.
Anyway, from what I get, it seems like he was talking about when I do these color changes right here. I basically just put all the colored layers together on the same file and make them some vastly different ones if I'm going to section them off later so I can shade them. The way how I shade things is I basically section off with the auto select tool and use the airbrush on a soft light layer to make it darker or lighter depending on what I need it for.
Hello.
Hello. Is that pastry?
Sup? Anything interesting going on or no?
I'm basically shading a mannequin picture. I was also explaining about some of the process and how this gets done, even though I'm not technically an artist. I commissioned Daniel for this picture, and I got the full file for the image, including the rough and sketch layers, which don't make it into the final product.
It sounds like Apex is just kind of waiting around and has to go to work doing some DoorDash deliveries. I know that he's often busy on the nights I stream. Oh, and DJ Ronnie G is coming on in 5 minutes. How you doing, Pastry?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's awesome.
just got off of work.
Oh,
I'm not gonna say where exactly, but
yeah, don't dox yourself.
it's but it's a store. Even if I were to say like what kind of store it was, it still wouldn't dox me just because it's like a big chain store. But
We sell chains.
no, they're like I think world known.
Okay, yeah. I don't want you.
But
You don't
yeah,
need to go into too much detail.
someone tried to go ahead and pay for $30 worth of stuff in only dimes.
Wow.
It is self checkout.
Oh,
Oh no. Oh. Yeah, those. Wow. Self, if I'm in the self checkout, I use the credit card.
Yeah, you guys can probably guess where I work based off of that alone.
Yeah, it sounds like some sort of grocery store or something.
Yeah.
And then again, and even that's not something really need to know, but that's
Yeah,
good
just
enough.
please do me a favor and never pay for your groceries or anything if it's over $30 and you're using dimes.
Yeah,
when I was a kid, I paid with some stuff using only pennies just for the fun of it. Of course,
oh boy.
that was less than $5.
But $30
Yeah,
in
$30
dimes.
in dimes.
What the hell? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it could. That doesn't even make any sense.
She literally overflowed our machine.
Oh,
Also,
I didn't
the
think of
machine
that.
actually accepts coins,
And
even though self checkout.
and then like you want to know something? This customer volunteered to go to a different register and pay for the rest of it in dimes.
Oh boy.
And for the record, she didn't seem drunk at all or high at all on anything.
Huh. I think one can go and take a bunch of like dimes and put them together and go to the bank and then have it exchanged for something like.
Yeah, I even think I used to saw stuff like that at grocery stores where they have this coin. Like at this one grocery store that is no longer there, I specifically remember seeing one of those coin sorting machines that would exchange your money.
Yeah. But no, she decided to pay in fucking dimes.
Yes, you should have
if
exchanged it for something else somewhere, like a bank, and then.
yeah, but no.
Coin rolls or whatever they're called.
Also, let's see here. Also, what else? I'm trying to remember. What? So our fun fact, our store does not sell coconuts, but other stores like ours does. So one day, this other woman manages to go ahead and bring a coconut to our store.
To like the customer service table.
Yeah. At that specific day, like the night beforehand, I didn't get the best sleep, so I was like very loopy. And I literally did not know what to do with returning this coconut. So I'm like, so I'm literally hysterically losing it, being like, "Hey, manager, hey, manager, someone is trying to return a coconut."
Yeah, I don't even know if that would be in the machine if you're not selling it there. If there was
we ended up figuring out how to return a coconut, and it was like half rotten too.
Oh boy, probably there's wow. I wonder if that's like some special store code or something that.
Could you see how I was losing it?
But nobody knows because you don't sell them. I don't know if there's still like store codes for different items or what or how that works.
But yeah, oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, sounds like a hassle. Sorry to hear that.
I was just losing my mind. Like what? No, it was like, what the fuck is going on here? My brain was just like, I felt like I was tripping out even though I was completely sober.
Most places don't let you return fresh produce though, right?
Apparently we do.
Huh.
I think it's like a freshness guarantee thing. But, you know, I'll put the thing, put it in the private chat. But yeah.
That's up to you. Either way. But yeah, it's kind of that sounds good. Confusing especially if one location has something and then they take it to the wrong take it back to the wrong location.
Yep.
But if the stores are affiliated, then it's like, what do you do?
Yeah, we just ended up
with
pressing
the sister
button
store, so to speak.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. But yeah, most places don't wait, you already read that.
Oh yeah.
Well, all I can say is I went cocoa nuts.
There you go. Good one.
Over coconuts. But seriously, $30 in dimes. I'm sorry.
Who carries that much in dimes with them? Like, that's the whole reason why we came up with paper money is coins became too heavy.
I wonder that every day.
Welcome, DJ Ronnie G.
Good evening, Lorenzo. How you doing, Pastry? Good to see you, Master Gios.
Thank you. Hello.
Went coconuts. That's funny.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yep. Saying I went nuts was a little bit of an understatement. I was literally going insane.
Yeah, it definitely sounds frustrating.
Yep. What other ridiculous bullshit? I'll have to go ahead and pull up a list of things, and I'll end up probably making multiple videos on it.
Oh yeah, story time.
Yep.
Oh wow, what? Oh, is that like a Boba Fett?
Yeah, I love story time. I like Pastry's art style. I don't know why. I like the smiling picture. It brings me joy. It like warms my heart just to see a smiling cartoon character of that art style. Although I do like the booby pic that I saw before. Not of the other guys or the other artists, but no. Jokes aside,
it was something fairly something that Daniel.
it looked like Josie and the Pussycats, but then you had that dominatrix chick in there.
I completely forgot about Josie and the Pussycats. I haven't seen that in years.
That's but yeah, that's kind of ironic how you like saw like somebody drawing that stuff when I'm honestly the polar opposite.
Yeah, for real.
That.
Well, I appreciate both types of art style.
Yeah, this is a variety show.
Variety. Yeah.
Yep. Literally variety show. I think Lorenzo have literally had like a had like a VTuber on as well before.
True.
What was her name?
Just a second, I'm sorry, I'm eating a sandwich. Well, there was some. So most people have this, or a lot of people have this misconception that that most VTubers are guys who use a voice changer, when that's actually quite rare. But I did have one of the rare VTubers on who does identify as a guy and does use a voice changer to well, not a voice changer, uses his sound card too, because he's got a female character. So yeah, that caused a bit of controversy, but he's just like his role playing a character.
Fair enough.
SDX.
There we go.
That's
I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was a he.
Yeah, I got all confused before. Used to get confused about what gender to call him, but yeah. That's are you like? I'm afraid to ask what you're doing.
I ordered a 2-pound bag of Pez because my mom bought me.
It is
Star.
Pez, okay.
Yeah, so years ago, my mom bought me two Star Trek Pez dispensers 1 year apart. So I have the original Star Trek and the Next Generation, crew as Pez, but I can't open it because it's a beautiful collector's box set. So when I went to Texas a couple of years ago, year and a half ago, I bought these. And they're open, so since they're already opened, I can, load them up. So I found out you could buy 2-pound bags of Pez candy on Amazon.
Okay, so that's Pez candy. It's not anything illicit.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not putting friggin' no.
Make that clear.
Oh, wow. Wow, Lorenzo.
Nah, it looks like powder to me.
I'm loading these up with MDMA, and because who doesn't have an insatiable appetite to just pop 20 of those in a row without getting a heart attack? But jokes aside, yeah, these are actual candy. These are not fake candy.
I see them now. I just what I saw before, just powder.
Yeah, some of them are broken.
Well, I just seen all this powder near your keyboard, and I'm like, what is this?
I don't know if I should laugh or be concerned, so I'll do both.
I just didn't see the.
Now, Princess Leia, she knows a thing about thing or two about powder. She would actually potentially be consuming powder if we were on the set of Star Wars.
Oh,
Carrie Fisher. That was sad.
I mean, she jokes about it in a book, so I'll give her that. Like, I give her props for having a sense of humor about her, youth or whatever. And there's a book my mom showed me, like, yeah, but her book, she was funny. She was like, great. People only ever gonna remember me as a stupid hologram or some crap. I don't know. It's like she had a funny quote. I wish I could remember it. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Did they bring her back as a hologram?
Well, they brought it back as a. Oh wait, did they? Well, they brought it back as a. They did make a computer in Rogue One. They did make a fake version of her. Yeah.
The deep fake, yeah, for the classic Princess Leia.
Look at those muffins, though. Look how great this Pez dispenser does that. But go on.
She's famous for saying, "Help me, Obi-Wan, you're my only hope."
Yep.
In a hologram that R2-D2 is projecting.
Mm-hmm. That's
that
yeah.
and the middle bikini.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, the slave Leia outfit. Yeah.
And she was empowered. I mean, she strangled that fat bastard.
Yeah, she was pretty. She was pretty badass as far as the character. So that's one thing I don't get is people who say she wasn't a strong female character, because I thought the whole purpose was to take the damsel in distress trope and turn it on its head. So it appears she's just like a damsel in distress, and then like in the first movie when what was it? When
Luke and Han went to go save her.
Yeah, Luke and Han.
She took charge after they got her out of the cell, and they clearly didn't have any idea what they were doing. So she
was just like, definitely in charge there, and she had her own she had a blaster, knew how to use it. I mean, she was like, I don't remember her using a lightsaber or anything, but she was really good with that gun. So, I mean, so just because she was captured, I mean, that doesn't mean she was just some damsel in distress, because even Han got captured in, was it Empire Strikes Back?
Yeah. They all got captured, aside from Luke. They were being used as bait to lure Luke out.
I think, oh gosh, I'm blanking out on gosh, how can I forget his name? Harrison Ford. I think Harrison Ford, I think he got tired of playing Han Solo, maybe? Or do you want to get typecasted or something? And so I could be wrong.
That's what I heard.
Maybe that's why I got Frozen, was so that.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that makes sense.
I could be wrong though, but I thought maybe he seems like an actor who kind of just does things the way he wants to do it. I get the feeling that he just was every time he did Star Wars, he was tired of it. But then again, he probably would have to. That would take a lot of work. Being in being in that or Indiana Jones or whatever. I mean, and as an actor, you probably don't want to be typecasted as only being in science fiction or fantasy or whatever type movies. This Indiana Jones was action adventure or something.
Sorry guys, sorry that if I was a little quiet, I was reading a rubric for a paper.
Okay.
A rubric?
Yep.
Now, what is a rubric?
It's like a rubric is a rubric of something.
So it's basically like a list of standards for a specific thing. If we were to go ahead and think about something as let's say we were grading this show on a scale of 5. And then there's these different criterias we'd be grading this show on. How much dead air do we have on this show? If we have absolutely no dead air, then that'd be 5 points. And then all the way to if we never talked a day in our lives on the show, then it'd be 0 points.
Hey, Jason.
Basically. describing it accurately? Sorry, I'm a little tired.
I mean, that sounds about right. That sounds like what I remember in English class or, in liberal arts writing courses and things like that. Sounds about right.
And yeah, it's basically like a list of standards and point values. But yeah. I'm surprised you didn't know what a rubric was, Lorenzo.
Well, it's a term I hear, but I think of it. Oh, modern Star Wars could only be better if everyone did go. I can't endorse that, Jason. I think and I think that's a reference to Harrison Ford. Felt that it was right for the script, and it would have put the Empire over the top. Wait, okay, what would have? They also might have known a bit about the Return of Jedi when Han doesn't have much to do. Oh, but how does being frozen in carbonite put? Oh, put. I see. I guess that would be kind of he was kind of a thorn in the side of the Empire. I mean, because he was working for the Jedi.
Or
So I guess
the
that would be.
rebels.
Yes. Wait, were you talking to me?
Wait,
No, we're
yeah. What
discussing
did you say?
Hans.
Yes.
Well, Han was working with the Rebel Alliance. The
Oh,
Jedi's
you
were basically
were
wiped
talking
out.
to
It's
me
like,
Yeah,
about
the Rebel
that.
Alliance. I was gonna say rebels, but then they.
Sorry, I thought you were saying the name. Continue. Sorry, I thought
but
you
yeah,
said the
he
name.
was the rebels in general were a thorn in the side of the Empire since they were plotting it. And, they destroyed their super weapon. And then the Empire got
Oh,
the
the
dumb
Death
idea
Star?
to just rebuild that thing, which was never going to be cost effective.
Yeah, I don't even see how that was like worth building in the first place. But
Yeah, a fleet of ISDs for the same price would be far more useful.
wait, is that a form of birth control? ISDs?
No.
I'm thinking, IUDs.
ISDs, I said.
Okay,
Imperial Star Destroyers.
and that's not like one of those that drug that makes people trip.
Now we're talking about these big ass spaceships, which
Okay, not LSD. Everyone talks about these. One time, a guy said something 40 years ago as if it played a foundational role in the development. It might have been just a thought he had during lunch one time. Wait, is this that about Harrison Ford? Huh. Oh, please like and share the stream if you haven't already, folks. I don't know. I got the feeling that like you also like Harrison Ford was only in the. I didn't even see that with the reboot series. He was only in the first one, so I always got. I don't know. I got the feeling that he just didn't want to be around Star. Didn't want to be in Star Wars movies, but just they kept bringing him back because he was so popular. Probably just kept.
he was in the
giving him a
sequel
lot of money.
trilogy.
Huh?
He was in the sequel trilogy. It wasn't a reboot. It was a continuation. A
Yeah,
reboot is
sorry.
where they start the story over again.
Did I say gosh. Yeah, it wasn't a reboot, though. They threw out a lot of stuff. It was like the part of the expanded universe.
Well, they removed the expanded universe, but those were all from books, and they kept all the stuff from the movies.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Seemed like they could have taken stuff from the books. Or maybe they kind of did. friend of mine was trying to explain it to me that, like, well, some of the stuff in the movies were kind of similar to. He thought was kind of similar to the extended universe, but kind of different. At the same time, I don't know.
Well, I never read the book, so I wouldn't
Yeah,
know.
neither did I. So, any of you read those books, the Star Wars books?
There's a lot of, I suppose, because there's a lot of material in that, and it's just easier just to have them watch the old movies if you're going to have them write sequels, rather than having to worry about dealing with the content of the books, contradicting some of them.
Yeah. I get the feeling though that they could have like hired some nerds to advise them so that they didn't piss a bunch of fans off by.
Yeah, I'm sure they had to rework the wikis to segregate the extended universe from what is now considered canon.
I like looking at Wikipedia. So I'm not sure if the Wookiees have 3 languages or if it's 2 languages and one of them has a couple of dialects. Not really all that knowledgeable about Star Wars, actually. I mainly watched the main movies and the holiday special.
That was fun.
Yeah, I love that holiday special.
I'm glad Chewbacca, was able to, get, to see his family and stuff. Because, I was like, I kind of like appreciate. I know it was really, really cheesy and stuff, but it was like if you don't take it too seriously, it was kind of fun.
Yeah, I don't know if Pastry knows at all what we're talking about.
Sorry, I was zoning out.
I
I'm literally working on a paper right now.
no, I see. So yeah, wasn't there like a scene for like 5 minutes, or it seemed like an eternity, where Chewbacca's family were speaking in one of the Wookiee languages, and there was no subtitles or anything?
Yeah, that sounds. Maybe I could buy that.
I mean that's that was entertaining, but it was just like it just goes because yeah, we have no freaking clue what the hell they're saying, and they just keep going. And then there was the little kid Wookiee that was looking at this like hologram, and it was like a dancing figure or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was like almost like TV, but it was like a holographic dancing girl TV or something. Yeah.
I mean, that was like that was a pretty trippy holidays. That was a pretty trippy TV special, and it's a shame that Lucas doesn't want people to watch it. At least that's my understanding. He was embarrassed by it. It's kind of weird, but it's there's something kind of charming about it too.
Mm-hmm.
Now I watched like a couple of those Ewok made for TV movies, and I don't.
Was that Caravan of Courage and the Battle for Endor?
Yeah, and like when I was a kid, I was of course sober, but like I wasn't sober watching it as an adult. Whichever one of them, just one of them, may have like smoked something before watching.
So I have a question. When you smoke something, what does it do to what you're watching? in your brain.
Well, I was just laughing at like these cost. I think I was laughing at the cost. I mean, I actually did enjoy whichever Ewok movie I was watching, but it was like it looked like there was like I don't know if you've ever seen what was known as shag carpeting, which nowadays shag means something else, but it's just
No, it's
this
like
real
shaggy.
Well-
It's got that. It looks like the longer hair, but it's on the
Yeah,
floor. It's like just really long
a
bristles.
like a dog with like really long hair or something like a schnauzer or something, but it's carpet. And that's what it looks to me like. That's what the Ewoks had was like, well, maybe not shade carpeting, but like like just some dude in a costume with like where he's wearing carpet, and that's his fur. And check out Rebellious Pastries link.
So that link, it was the live stream that was done yesterday with one of my I guess he is the most common co-host of this current like stream season. So I put that down since I've been mostly doing the stream shows on my channel, just due to the fact that animation takes forever and a half. So
Oh yeah,
I tend to go ahead and put most of my energy on my shows these days.
I don't know if I caught part of that one or if it was the one before it. But it seemed like a good discussion.
And then so like there was a few weeks ago where like the show fell apart. But we don't talk about that. It was like a month ago, I guess. But yeah.
Oh, my show falls apart every week. That's the highlight of the show.
I'm just saying, like, to the point of like ending the show early.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's not good when it falls apart in that way. What the fuck is happening? That's Shep. Well, DJ Ronnie G's trying to get his he's looking at some stuff on his backyard telescope that's hooked up to a computer and somehow networked in with. So it's a backyard computer networked in with your indoor computer.
Yeah, exactly. So, you just run a network cable. I mean, you can do it on Wi-Fi, but I choose to run a cable so I can, move data at a higher speed and not have to worry about the pitfalls of Wi-Fi. And in this case, I'm actually using the Windows Remote Desktop connection, which is a built-in feature in some versions of Windows. But, you can use other programs to remote in. So this is the app I usually use, and it's like operating a digital camera. So you might adjust your exposure times or, use different filters, which I can do by clicking a button in this case. And so right now I'm just trying to get a picture of the Whirlpool Galaxy, and it looks like we're getting a lot of noise here. So I may have to
remember the old school Linux alternative to Windows. What would you call it? Was it remote desktop?
Oh, is it Unix or wait? When you say alternative to Windows, like I mean an alternative to remote desktop or an alternative?
For like Unix like operating systems, there was trying to think of what.
Alrighty, guys. I need to hop off. I just wanted to say hi.
Well,
This week's been kind of a time crunch.
Yeah, I appreciate you going on. I can totally understand you being worn out. I'm just glad you were able to show up and
I try my hardest.
Stories of.
And it's always good to see. It's always good to see you.
Thank you, madam. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
You're good. Have a good rest of your night.
Good night.
You too. And the link to your channel is in the chat. Is it right here?
That's the link to the stream from this week. But I can also pull up the channel link too.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Of course.
And hello again to Shep in the chat. And Grim. Well, it's always good to see pastry. Which let's see. And I think pastry's gonna drop a link in the chat.
It looks like they already did.
Well, I know there was a link earlier to that particular stream, so please check that out.
So today I tried recording a video responding to like climate change videos, but like I have this problem where I'll keep repeating, like I'll make a mistake or I'll say, oh, I don't like this, and I'll stop and I'll start from the beginning, and that wastes a lot of time. So I find sometimes I'm better off just doing a live stream and getting something done if I, don't want to keep recording it, even though I would like to make a polished up video, but realistically, I don't know, I just don't like, and I second guess it, I guess. But
yeah.
And it's like the video was what was the freaking thesis of the video? That there's a new type of climate change denial where people now don't deny climate change, but it's sort of like a form of moving the goalpost. And like that's been around for a few years, but lately it's been getting talked about by the mainstream climate change people because I guess they can't ignore it anymore. And you'll get like people who say, well, climate change is real, but the climate is always changing because it's always, cycles. And it's sort of
heard that one.
And it's like I've heard, and like I agree in principle, but it's like this is not what those people are talking about, And I wish well, one, I wish they would cut the BS because I mean there is like a lot of solutions. Like really, I just don't like the solutions being floated. It's like it's gonna be okay, if we just use solar and wind, and it's like it won't just be okay if you do it that way. And some people,
I know Al Gore had that whole cap and trade, and I think he was invested in that, and it's like. I'm not sure if that would work either,
Well, that's like another thing. It's like, so you have all these bullshit schemes and you're always being called a conspiracy theorist for hating on the schemes, but then it's like none of them actually solve the stated issue if it is a valid issue. And like you say, like cap and trade is an example. We talk about like, plant trees in the middle of some place and then like that offsets your carbon footprint. So it's like, okay, that sounds good, except that when you look into it, some of the plots of land are being paid for by multiple people. So it's like really one tree is owned by, or one, portion of 1 square foot could be owned by multiple people. And so at that point, they're overselling it by, let's say 5 times, and it's not actually having any effect. Like,
one tree is being sold multiple times.
And like, it's like fine. Like I get trees absorb carbon. Trees do absorb carbon, like Minecraft or not. Like, they actually do. They like the carbon gets sequestered inside the wood, and the tree can do photosynthesis. That's a thing. But if you're not offsetting as much carbon as you say you are if you're selling the same patch of land to multiple people, more than just one person.
Yeah. So the thing I heard, I don't. This was something I read in. It was based on a meta study, but and published as like an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal. That this guy was hired by the Koch or whatever brothers, and he said that the climate change was 2/3 warming and 1/3 cooling. I'm not. I'll just say in Minecraft, but just in case I've got in case that turns out to be wrong. But if it was correct, it could make sense that it's like, okay, it's not all just one thing, and so that could explain, like, if part, because I've heard before that like a term like global climate disruption might even be a better. It's not very catchy though.
Well, it's not catchy, and I mean, like, The problem is like they need to keep revising it in order to make it more accurate. But it's like first they go with the catchy one. Okay, cool. The catchy one sounds catchy, warming, and I understand that it's not. People started going, oh, but it was a nice winter day this week. Look at this huge snowstorm, and I understand. Like I understand what the climate change people. What their position is. Like I looked into it enough that I understand what their official position is, but. Whatever they want to call it, whatever anybody wants to call it, the proposed solutions, like in theory, like, so I'll give you one. I was reading like this guy, he's like a professor or a PhD named Simon Clark. And
hey, Mark, welcome.
And yeah, what up, Mark? And what up to the other dude who said hi to me earlier? Hey, Captain Morg. Yeah, Grim Adam, I think said what up. What up, Hiwafta?
yeah,
good to
Grim
see you
Adam.
too. Caleb Reynolds, that's who said what up to me before. Hey, good to see you, Caleb.
I see Caleb. Caleb's got an awesome channel, fun karaoke streams.
But like karaoke, that's cool. But like these videos, like the guy's title in one of these videos is where's my friggin' why your flight has gotten bumpier, buckle up. And it's like basically I don't need to watch this 10-12 minute video to know he's gonna say that like there was a study done that says that airplane flights are getting bumpier because of climate change. It's like I could buy into the notion that okay, more extreme weather or changes in the atmosphere, but whenever I hear something like this, I see it as like an appeal to self-interest or people's like selfishness. So oh, you don't care about climate change? Well, you don't like bumpy airplane flights. That is because of climate change. So it's kind of getting people more interested because of their own trivialities. Same thing with like the rising sea levels, which might be a valid concern, but I don't really think, I don't know, I'm going to get into state. I don't want to get too much deep into opinion and say anything that is not, the position of your channel. But it's just like, and then let's talk about the people on the skeptic side. Yeah, they say a lot of things that are wrong too. Like we quoted the thing about the climate, like where people went from denying it or from being complete skeptics to saying that no, it's real, but it's natural cycles, and it's like they're right in principle, but that's not what these climate scientists are talking about.
It seems like there's some alarm on one side. There's the people trying to minimize the human aspect of the climate change, and then on the other side there's some people who are alarmists who I think just because they want something to change they'll go and give them they want the climate not to but so what they do is they give the worst case scenario situation, and then when it doesn't like heat up by a certain temperature by like a certain year, people are like, see, it's a fake thing, whereas like really they were just like using some sort of, they shouldn't have presented that. People who believe in climate change, like well, some of the people don't know what they're talking about, or they were just giving like
a lot of people don't know what they're talking
alarmist, worst case scenario, because they wanted people to do something about it, and then when it didn't come true, then it looks like okay, it's a big scam. But I'm not saying it's a big scam. It's just that's what people.
But that's that's one thing is like people will hear the oversold or exaggerated version, and then when it doesn't come true, like you said, they will use that, they'll pounce on that, and I get that.
Like you guys, like somebody like Greta Thunberg, I doubt she's like an expert on the topic. I mean,
she's grown up now, but like clearly it's a political thing as much as anything. Like that's the thing, when it got politicized, which was pretty much since 2000. But when you politicize something, it ties into people's emotions. Like people tie their emotions to their political point of view, and that one is a turnoff. It means that people who aren't already inside the narrative, they're going to be turned off to it. It's going to go, oh, that's this party's position, and people even on like the side of the climate argument who might be objective and willing to look at contrary data might be turned off by it if it's coming from their political opponent. And one thing I remember learning was like over a decade ago, I remember like if I heard someone speak ill of my political sacred cow, whoever I liked politically or something, whether it's a TV personality or a politician, I would feel like almost like butterflies in the tummy, like almost like physically sick that, oh my God, they're making fun of my side. And I was like, had to, look inward and be like, well, why do I feel physically sick when they say something political on TV? And it took me time to kind of analyze myself and get over that. But a lot of people never stopped, to do that. And so I'll encounter people at work or wherever, and they are very emotionally invested in the politics, and this is why people absolutely lose their shit. Like when Trump got elected, I remember I knew someone where he was posting the audio recording where Trump said, women will let you grab them by the hoo-ha, and it's like, yeah, that's a sleazy thing to say, no doubt about it. But all things being equal, I see a lot of politicians say sleazy shit, and this is not the smoking gun of what I give a shit about. And then my friend's like, what? You're in favor of him becoming president even though he admitted to sexually assaulting women? I'm like, well, you didn't quite say that, but I mean, yeah, and then
the walking in and the women in their dressing rooms, I think he had meant, if he did that intentionally, that's probably some sort of thing that he could get sued over or whatever, and a bad thing if he really did that, but now we've got sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry if I just realized I interrupted you.
Oh yeah, no, who, me? Oh, no worries. I thought you were still talking. No, it's okay. Yeah, it's all good. I'm hearing you out anyway, but I think we're kind of on the same. I mean, that's interesting about the dressing room thing. I'm not terribly familiar with that one, but I've heard of it. But
I think
just
he
remember
said it on Howard Stern. I think he admitted to it on Howard Stern, but I could be.
I could
that
buy
guy
it.
really disappointed me, Howard Stern, because he used to be really
He'd be such a tool,
supposedly, and then now he's just really politically correct.
Well, he became a tool, a mainstream tool, perhaps, and he used to come off as being this counterculture guy, which was kind of cool, just because it pissed off the main, the fucking execs, the suits, which is kind of cool. But I don't think he was ever counterculture. I think he just came off that way. Maybe he was permitted to be that way. Maybe the ratings were good, and they just let him have his way in certain criteria. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm so over Stern a long time ago. If there's there's a video of Robin Quivers complaining about getting messed up service at Best Buy, and I may or may not have been indirectly or directly involved with her customer service experience.
Now, which one was Robert Quiver?
Robin Quivers was the African American woman who was his co-host for a very
Robin
long
Quiver.
time.
Oh,
Yeah, Robin.
Okay.
Mhm.
I didn't. Robin. Okay, I see. Yeah.
So basically, somebody didn't pack up her AC adapter after setting up antivirus on a computer. And, she was a little unhappy in that part of experience, which I can understand. But the reason they didn't pack up a power adapter is because she kind of rushed the sales associates a little bit, that was part of it, So, it was one of these weird situations where it's I'm in a rush. Can you get this done quickly? And then the sales associate was like, yeah, we'll get it done quickly. And then I guess one guy didn't communicate to the other guy while helping other customers. So because the guy helping the customers didn't tell the other guy, oh, this has to get done. Now she made a stink, and then she went and mentioned it on the radio, and then the public relations department was all in a tizzy over it, as you could imagine. So they're calling the manager. They're like, "What happened? Give us the story." They're ready to make heads roll.
Wait,
and
this was over an adapter?
Mostly over a power. I mean, great. Look, I get it. People's time is valuable. I'm not completely against it. If you pick up your laptop and you want to get to work, you need your charger. You need to be able to charge your laptop.
Yeah. So they forgot their charger, which that's.
But part of it was there was this sort of franticness that was as due to her kind of rushing the customer service people a bit because she's an almighty whatever. So that was part of it too. But I mean, I don't blame her.
In Hell World. She rested.
Yeah, no, this is real. I'm going to say this in real world. Why can't I say this is the real world?
Did this come out though? As far as did this?
This was 15 years. This is 15 years ago.
Okay.
This is past any limit. This is over the statute of limitations or whatever the heck it is you call it. The video is gone. I wish I could find the video. People say the internet's forever, but apparently this one is not.
Interesting.
It depends on if it goes viral or not.
Exactly. It's got to go viral, you're right. And also, realistically, it's much easier. In the 80s, people could archive the shit out of bulletin boards. You're archiving raw text. What's the big deal there? But, yeah, nobody's got really, the time or the storage capacity to archive every freaking YouTube video in the
Yeah,
past 30 years.
Unfortunately, I never did get a chance to use those old school bulletin boards. It was like when the web came out, is like for the public, is when it started using it at college, because they had like a pretty fast, which nowadays would be like slow connection. I mean, like I remember loading like a web page that had like, say, what would be JavaScript, if the animation stuff before Flash animation became a big thing.
I mean, that sounds like something you would do in JavaScript. I don't know when JavaScript came onto the scene, but you know,
it was like, I just remember like pages would take forever to load, just some little animation.
oh, like the
It was
animated
cool
GIF.
though. There would be this animation and sound and all this stuff, and now I go to a web page and it's cool that it's more like disability friendly and stuff, but it's also kind of generic looking compared to how old school web pages looked.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there was
they
like
used
that.
to be really cool.
I mean, there's a very vibrant era when, even with the Flash player, it was really vibrant. And I knew a girl, she went to school, like art school or something like that. They taught her Flash player. They taught, all of the things that go with that. And then, like, at the final month of school, they were like, oh, they're kind of phasing out Flash player. Everything's going in the direction of HTML5. Yeah, you spent 2 years learning this, but this is what you should be learning now. It's like, whoa, gee, thanks.
Yeah, that's I guess Flash it's some security vulnerability.
Some of it was security oriented, yeah. And I mean, part of it was that HTML5 came onto the horizon and it made it superfluous. It made Flash superfluous. Even though I always thought about like actually not always, but recently thought about revisiting Flash, because I still have the installer for the old version of Flash MX or whatever. And like, that was not too hard to animate in. I mean, maybe I don't know, if I knew how to use the modern tools, I'd be better. I would realize it's more efficient. But at the time, like, being the amateur I was with the whole animation thing, I was like, this is doable. Like, okay, make your keyframes, do the motion tweening, and then the thing moves. It's like, okay, this kind of makes sense.
Some great cartoons were animated using Flash, from my understanding.
You had the Homestar Runner, that was a very popular one,
Oh yeah. There, I think maybe Making Fiends, which eventually was adapted into an actual TV show, but like the version I paid attention to, I mean, I maybe saw an episode of the TV version, but they were like Flash animated videos. You can probably watch them on YouTube. And do you remember Making Fiends? It was about this girl there were two girls, and one of them would make friends, but the other one would make monsters.
I don't think I'm terribly familiar with that one. It's not the same thing as...
Vendetta was the name of the character that would make monsters, and then they would just like terrify like not just like children, but like the monsters would just terrify the teachers at the school. That I don't know how old the characters were supposed to be. It was awesome. I mean, I thought so.
It sounds like pretty good fun. I mean, they had a few things out there.
A lot of fun. It seemed like a lot of the fun's been drained out by the large corporations trying to drain all the fun out of the internet.
Yeah, there's that. I remember some years ago looking at iTunes and learning that they had like what do you call it? They had like a Homestar Runner on the in the iTunes the iTunes. I'm sorry, my brain's farting on me.
Was it like a podcast version?
Yeah, it was like it had the episodes. So even though Homestar Runner was like Homestar Runner and the Strong Bad Emails were like an internet cartoon through Flash Player. Even as Flash Player was getting phased out, it was already available as like MP4 video files on iTunes. So I was like, okay, that's cool. So these guys got enough notoriety, they decided to go this route. I respect
No,
that.
and that's good, especially since Apple was the one that wasn't. They didn't want Flash on their devices.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah, when the iPhone came out,
I
that's
forgot
probably one of the death knells of the iPhone was that I know why the iPhone did it because I mean, why would you want to waste battery power running Flash? But at the same time, like that, because iPhones became wildly popular, that probably was a contributing factor why Flash was, saw, rapid, decline.
Yeah, Apple's been just even when Apple wasn't always the most popular thing, it was like influential, like the change to USB. I remember Apple just like like we're not going to allow you to use what was it called? That like was it PS2 style keyboard? What were they?
Oh, they did at some point stop using PS2 on the iMac. They definitely went.
We're going to use USB and only have USB ports. And meanwhile, when like Bill Gates tried first using he had a demonstration, and you remember that plugged in USB and they didn't get the blue screen of death or something.
I think it was a USB scanner, so they were demonstrating plug and play.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. They were on a projector. He's like, in Windows 98, we could do plug and play. And he plugs the fucking scanner in, and then BSOD right there.
I mean, I think maybe he could. I don't know. I think he might have laughed or whatever and restarted. And I think things were okay. But I think, it didn't. But even if that were the case, I could be wrong. But even if it turned out okay, it was a bad demonstration. Whereas Apple, I mean, any number of things could have happened with a Mac, but just. And I don't think Steve Jobs, every time he presented things, I don't think it always went well either. But he had that charisma, though, that he could. I wouldn't want to work for either of those guys. I mean, well, Jobs is dead, but that might be interesting working for him now that he's dead. Like if you could send messages beyond the grave. That's an interesting fellow.
Just reminded me of
that would be cool.
Yes. Did you say something?
I moved my microphone. I forgot. You just reminded me of a Batman Beyond episode.
Oh, really?
Someone had digitized his brain, basically, so he could run his company from beyond the grave.
Well, that kind of reminds me of like Star Trek, where they'd have these like somebody's like it was almost like the concept of a soul, the way that some of the episodes of Star Trek would deal with brain waves and the idea that one's like brainwave pattern or whatever could be put in somebody else's brain and all this. I mean, I think that's all like pseudoscience, but it would make for good episodes. But that sounds like a good. I think I have Batman Beyond. I'll have to check. I know I have Batman the Animated Series.
Drama.
I'll have to get Batman Beyond if I don't have that on, like Blu-ray or DVD or whatever it's been released on. Was that Kevin Conroy who played the old man Batman?
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe, I don't know. I have to look it up. Let's see.
It was and he was even in that I can't remember what that Batman game was that came out for the new consoles generation, which I mean I'm still calling it new because I still haven't gotten like a Xbox Series or a PS5. but I know they came out with a Batman game which featured his voice, and which is kind of I think it might have gotten released after he passed away, or not long before then. I think it's kind of cool that. So earlier, Mark was wondering about trees. Cover half the earth with them. They'll absorb carbon, but will they increase the global temperature? I'm not sure how that would work. I would think that they would lower it. With all
Trees
that
absorbing carbon should, prevent the increase in temperature associated with the carbon being in the atmosphere. It's when you tell people they can't use gas to heat their homes or something along those lines, and then people resort to burning wood, then that releases the carbon that's trapped in the wood back into the environment. So one of the things I take exception with is a lot of these solutions being proposed, like basically telling people what forms of energy they can and can't use, and these half-assed, half-hearted solutions where it's like, oh yeah, just use solar and wind, and then they're telling people to get electric cars, which is like, wait, doesn't that draw more power from the grid? And
yeah,
there's so much
the batteries too. Like, what do you do? Like, I don't think they last all. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's true too. That's a valid point too. They don't last forever. Yeah, and the only thing here's the one though. Here's an angle. So okay, internal. Let's say I used to get this argument in comments. People would say gasoline engines are okay. The question I had was, wouldn't it be more efficient for me to take the fuel and use it in my car as opposed to charging my car? Because now I have a natural gas power plant that's generating energy by burning gas, and then it's transmitting it over the power transmission lines, which has some loss. It might only be 1 to 3%, but when you go through the transformers and substations, there's additional energy wasted. So the problem is that people would tell you that internal combustion engines are only 30 to 50% efficient because it's a heat engine, and electric cars are 90% efficient because electricity is inherently efficient, from the battery to the motor, which that's true, but like the difference is my car or a car is generating, is burning the fuel to get the energy on the spot. An electric car has to charge off the grid. So the only thing I can figure is that maybe it is more efficient through the electric car because maybe at a power station, they're using a much larger generator to produce that energy. So, economies of scale, when you scale something up, it can become more efficient. But I don't trust any study that purports the case because I don't trust the people involved. I just don't trust the motive.
Yeah. Well, what if it's like a coal power plant that?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. What if it is? That's a great. It's like, and I mean, it may not be that common, but that is cause. I mean, the coal power plants still exist, and in some places, when you plug in your EV, it's gonna get power from there.
Yeah, what if it's some like country that you coal more than the U.S.?
Absolutely.
Well, they were doing mountaintop removal. That's the nice sounding way of like they're blowing the top out of mountains in like Appalachia or wherever, which is horrible. Just destroying these beautiful mountains just to get coal out.
Yeah, so I mean, there is like a lot of environmental impact there, but it's both cosmetic, I guess you would say, or scenery. I guess I don't know the right term, but yeah, it's one thing.
But, the coal will sometimes. I guess when it rains, it'll allegedly it'll just go sometimes go down and like drown the people below, and then living in the city below or whatever.
I mean, there are real issues with landslides. Like Mexico City has a huge issue of that, and sure, some of that may, is probably related to climate change. But I don't know. I just don't want to hear. Okay, why I don't want to hear it from the climate change crowd. The main reason why, whenever you tell them about nuclear power, you say, hey, look, okay, you want carbon neutral energy, renewables aren't going to be enough. I recommend we go with nuclear. So you propose nuclear, and then some of them, especially the mainstream science communicators like the Bill Nye's out there, they'll say, oh, but nuclear won't be ready. It's not enough because it won't be ready. It takes too long. Like they say it takes between, let's say, 7 and 19 years to build a nuclear power plant, which is a pretty broad range right there. But okay, let's just go along with that number because it's fine, But like they'll say, oh, and it won't be ready. The nuclear power plants won't be online in time to, for the point of no return. That fabled point of no return. Like we used to hear it from politicians 8 years ago. They'd be like, we're gonna hit the point of no return in 10 years, and I'm not sure I could buy that maybe. But then it's like, well, number one, you're getting it from a dopey politician, so actually I can't take it from them. But two, why not 12 years or 14 years? Why not 8 years? How do you come up with a 10-year point of no return, with something like the Earth? Like, I just kind of like, it raises alarm bells to me. Like, they didn't really check their data, or they're taking me for a fool.
Earlier. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, what I'm saying is that, like, on Earth time scales
thing, it's like they'll say this sort of thing is going to happen, and it's going to happen in a certain amount of time, and then it doesn't happen, and so then the other side is like, climate change. There's more proof that it's just a scam. Is what they'll
and there's that, and I'm not trying to be like into the binary dichotomy, like it's real or not real, it's a scam or not a scam. I'm definitely not trying to fall for that, binary dichotomy, as I would call it. But they don't want to embrace nuclear. They a lot of these mainstream types will say, oh, nuclear is not ready before the point of no return. But it's like, well, if this is such an emergency, who cares about the point of no return? We need nuclear when we can get it. So if it happens to be,
sorry.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, if it happens to be late, so be it. But like, don't tell me that I'm supposed to use a bunch of solutions that are less capable than nuclear in order to see this through. That's what I call bullshit, is, I guess, with the quality of solutions.
So isn't there like this is what I was going to ask, because now I've heard, at least like hypothetically, that there could be some sort of nuclear energy that doesn't create actually you can, instead of creating the waste, it can be used for something.
Yeah, realistically, you could recycle uranium in some way, and thorium has potential, but I'm also willing to acknowledge that, like, running a thorium facility, you literally have to have a chemical plant or a chemical processing plant attached to that. So, nothing, is magical, it's not magic, but I'm willing to, I think that if we took it serious, if everyone likes science so much, then it's like we can find a scientific and an engineering solution to nuclear waste, including recycling and reprocessing it. But mainly my concern would be like, okay, don't flush the containment vessel water into the environment, even if like you dilute it, why should you be putting it in the environment? Like, so what? Only this many % of people get cancer. Well, it still matters, with the what do you call it? With the but the nuclear waste, I mean, look, we got it, we mined it from the ground, and we put it back in the ground, so it's not as big of a deal. The main thing is that when you put nuclear waste in the ground, you in a civilized nation like ours, or in parts of Europe, they encapsulate it properly, and then they put it inside of a proper, something that's geologically stable, be it a cave system or something. But it also is placed somewhere below the water table, and one of the places that they find have potential for storing nuclear waste are like abandoned mines that are no longer used or no longer viable. So there are places to put the nuclear waste, and one of the problems that we see in the current era is not so much the climate change people, but the other environmental protesters. The anti-nuclear people, they'll block the train tracks when there's a nuclear waste train going to wherever they put the waste, so they try to disrupt the process of that. And so what ends up happening is a lot of nuclear power plants, they have when they take the spent fuel rod out of the pool, they put the fuel rods into out of the reactor, they put them into a pool, and it's like, usually it's water mixed with boric acid in order to help absorb the radioactivity.
I've heard about the water, but interesting.
It's like borax, basically. So if you ever get contaminated in the army training videos, they'll tell you to use like borax soap to help wash off the radiation. So it has some property that absorbs the radiation or something like that, or at least takes away the radiation from your skin, and it stores it in the boron. I'm not an expert on it, but I know they dumped it on the reactor in Chernobyl. So they would actually dump clay and boron, which is what they use in borax soap, or, boric acid, on the pit. Now I don't know how effective it was in Chernobyl, but I'm sure every little bit they could do, they tried anyway. But yeah, so
They created lava.
yeah, they did create lava. They created that elephant's foot. That's a pretty gnarly piece of molten, what is it, resolidified concrete and stuff like that.
I'm not sure. Gosh, that was a
Under the reactor in Chernobyl, they had like this massive concrete that melted and reformed into the shape of what they describe as an elephant's foot. It's like really more just a giant, massive blob. But it's literally a mixture of corium and cement. So corium is really just like when the uranium melts, the fuel from the core melts. That's called corium when it's like kind of like melts in an uncontrolled manner, like in a meltdown. And so now you have this like cement mixed with corium. And they just leave it there. Nobody goes near it. They actually drilled a hole in the wall and sent the remote control car up to it. In fact, no, they started with robots. They were going to look at it. They wanted to analyze it. So they sent robots in there, and the robots kept like freaking, stopped working because of the, radiation and the electronics. So finally, someone goes to like a bazaar somewhere in, Ukraine, where they sold a remote control car for like $10, and they put the camera on that, and they drive it up to the radioactive material, and it works. It doesn't break down. And it's probably because like the more advanced robotics had more sensitive microchips and things like that, smaller, process. Basically the circuits, the lines were much more tighter. But the remote control car was made with probably, some cheap off the shelf, microchip component. And so that one was probably because the circuits were not as miniaturized, so to speak, in my opinion, it was a bit more resilient under those conditions. USB-C for the win. Yeah, I like USB-C, what Caleb was saying.
Yeah. Yeah, the chat's been kind of inactive for a while. I wonder if people are still listening.
Maybe a few. Real quick, I got to step outside because my telescope is being a pain in my butt. It's doing this thing. Sorry, I'm reading. You should be sorry that you're reading. Stop reading. We are tired of having academics here. This is why the communist revolution went off. Those academics were ruining everything. And now, okay, my friend from Russia was telling me about the revolution and how, like during the Bolshevik Revolution, like if you were wearing glasses and you were deemed an academic, they'd show up in your apartment and be like, get out of here. This is ours now. You don't need this. Or like they'd show up in the apartment and say, go to the fucking basement. We're staying in your upstairs now.
Well, Pol Pot would. Yeah, so I guess Pol Pot in Cambodia would kill people for wearing glasses.
Yeah. That's a good point too. Absolutely. Yep.
It's like I don't quite get that. You and your fancy glasses. It's like what?
I hope I get a few subs from it though. Or maybe.
Yeah, that seems kind of like a system that's doomed if you're going to
kill the smart people here.
Yeah, the brain drain is a real killer for countries.
Well, she said yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said the brain drain is real.
Real killer for countries. Like it really can mess them up, like their economy. Take a while to bounce back.
That's true.
Yeah, it's just.
Franz Ferdinand trying to figure out a workaround for highlight chat while using Streamlabs desktop. Oh yeah. For highlighting chat while using Streamlabs. So, what I would do personally, Caleb, I mean, I'm not saying it's the right thing, because I don't use Streamlabs OBS, and I'm kind of pissed off about using what's that garbage called, Stream Elements, because I just want to automate the part where I get it to put out people's channels names. Like I type like maybe an exclamation point low, and it gives Lorenzo. It says Lorenzo Sleestack, subscribe here. Like I want that automated. So I got it down, but like the way it does it is it shows it only when I click show all chat, which is like not something that happens automatically. So I wanted to show, on everyone's chat regardless of what filter they use. But the other thing is what was it like there was the other feature, highlighting chat. So, like, when using StreamYards or whatever people use, Streamlabs OBS, they can click on it and it shows it on the screen like Lorenzo was doing earlier. That's pretty cool. I kind of just, like, I'm trying to, like, I'm still working on it. I need to make the background color better. But what I essentially do is I share the floating YouTube chat window. So, essentially, this window here, I put this into OBS, and then I crop it, and then I use the color key to filter out the black background. And that's essentially like how I do that, how I do, and that's why you see the chat, like usually you'll see it like in full screen, you'll see the chat like right behind my head over here somewhere. That's, what's going, is it over? Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, I'll put it here usually. You know what I'm talking about, Lorenzo.
I believe so.
Is it this way? I got it. My brain is, yeah, I think I put it here.
I mean, it's quite common for people to do that with OBS where
now I have an idea. 2 ideas is I can like just do the thing where I shrink my main camera frame and make a dedicated space on the side, sort of like the quartering or one of those guys, and that would definitely make it much easier to read. And I think Caleb is pointing out.
Did you just make a quartering reference?
Oh yeah, like just as an example.
Because he actually invited me to join follow some sort of page on Facebook. Because I still belong to his gazillion-year-old Facebook group, I think. I belong to a bunch of Facebook groups.
I haven't really been. I go on Facebook a little bit
anymore, and I've been critical of him, but I still belong to a group. Just
I never really cared for Facebook. I tried to get into it, but it didn't really click for me.
It's interesting. Yeah, I ran into a bunch of problems where I kept getting censored because Facebook would like dig up some old, I think it was like maybe an AI Facebook used would dig up like old posts and misinterpret them unless somebody was reporting them. I don't know. So I stopped using it for a while, and now when I post things on there, like that people aren't really like reacting to them. Photoshop, you have to use it on like a social media on a regular basis, basically, to get many views. I think whether it be like YouTube, like people who are like professional YouTubers will upload stuff, a bunch of stuff per day, or stream for hours or whatever, and then they have to keep doing that every day.
Yeah, that becomes a, it's like that's the, they decide to make a career, and some, like there's a guy who complained, like Hassan Sabi, whatever, complained about it the other day. It was mad funny because like, it's like, dude, like you have it easy. You're gonna pretend that you have a hard life. You're getting 50 grand a month. Like now, even at 10 grand a month, he's doing damned well. But 50 grand a month, geez, like stop complaining, buddy.
Yeah, I think the thing is that like some of these streamers would be better off like if they'd occasionally do some IRL streams, so they weren't just sitting around all the time. It's not good for one's health, and I know it could be like psychologically exhausting to stream all the time. But I don't really feel too sorry for that guy because he's quite a polarizing figure.
Yeah, there's that.
Isn't he the Cenk Uygur guy from?
Oh, that fat guy. Remember?
Isn't he his cousin?
Yeah, I think it is actually. I think that sounds about right.
What did you use the Chrome extension for?
That was
Oh,
like
showing chat on screen. I didn't know.
yeah. There was
Was
like a
that
one
in
that.
OBS?
Well, there was one that you downloaded for Chrome that makes the chat pop up like, how did it do it? It popped, no, what it would do is it would add a margin. So if you're looking at this chat window, it would add a margin to the bottom underneath the input field. And so if I click on like anyone's name here, it would show that chat in the little box underneath the chat window. Like it would be a gray box under the chat window. So then you go into OBS and you tell OBS, share the chat window, but only share the bottom piece. And you then would use the color key, which is similar to chroma key, to filter out that shade of black or shade of gray. And then the theory would be that it would be just like what you're doing right now, basically, but it would be a little different. Like you'd have a circular icon, because it would literally be getting the icon from the chat window. So the chat window you're seeing on my screen, it would literally take this exact line. So you'd see the circle and then you'd see the name, and then you'd see the text like that. It would literally do it like that. And I used that for a while. It looked pretty nice, but I always had to remember to open up the chat window and resize it a certain way, and I just got tired of it. I wanted to, like, you know, try to like streamline my initialization a little bit. So that's kind of what I've been working, why I moved away from that. Although I might revisit it, just that's what I'm doing now.
So that's why you're experimenting with alternatives?
Yeah, I don't know what Caleb is doing. He's just, I think he's actually trying to resurrect similar functionality, if I'm understanding correctly.
Filter the black or whatever background, right?
Yeah, or what I did was like he goes, damn Ron, I needed your advice 2 hours ago. So basically what happened was like yeah, so the color that he needed wasn't actually black. I think it was like off gray or off black. So I didn't even know what color it was. But what I ended up doing at the time was I would take a screenshot, paste it into Photoshop or MS Paint. I used Photoshop at the time. And then I would use the eyedropper tool to identify the correct color so that I could, you know, so that OBS would then effectively make it transparent.
Oh, hey, Dragon. Welcome to the...
Yeah, we got Ethereal Dragon here.
Yeah.
Word.
Hello.
Oh, he actually joined. Good. You can divert attention from me while I go outside and effect repair.
Well, I don't see him in the...
Oh, he's not in there. I thought I heard him say hello for a second. Oh, that was
No, that was me. I was saying hi to Ethereal Dragon.
I got you. I'm sorry. Makes more sense.
Of off black or off gray.
Yeah. I wonder what type of editing software Caleb is using. I'm sure he'll put it in the chat while I step outside, and I'll see it on my way back in. So yeah, I'll be back momentarily. I'm just gonna go and you know, basically kick. I hope the cat's not in the backyard. I don't want to scare the cat. You know, he or she's comfortable. You know, I don't want to scare them away. But I got to go back out there. I got to adjust something. My telescope is being like it's giving me lip. So I'll be right back. It's like when I go to aim it, I'm using the, you know, that feature that automatically guides the telescope. And it's like basically saying can't make enough corrections. So there's a couple of reasons why that would happen. But my first thing is I'm noticing the scope, the mini scope that guides the main scope to keep it on target is not in focus. Because before it rained the other day, I had to rush out and put the cover on. So I probably grazed the focuser and, you know, turned it a little bit like on a regular camera. So... yeah, so I'm gonna address that. So I'm gonna pop into mute, and then I don't know if you want to if you want me to switch my screen to a different angle. I could give my desk cam. I could put a movie on my pocket PC if you want.
Well, it's crowded.
Let me see if I can put a movie on my pocket PC. I actually got this thing to play movies pretty smoothly too.
Oh, gaming stream, that'd be interesting. Huh. New video. I guess he could have used your advice a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
So, stream errors. Captain Cat is my new Captain CapCut is my new pay. What is CapCut?
Let's see. It's no CapCut. I have no idea.
The desk makes me feel at home, an organized mess. Interesting. So, let's see. Streamlab Desktop, does that have OBS built in? I thought there was some sort of controversy about like Streamlab using OBS, and which is, I think OBS is supposed to be open source, and there's some controversy
Yes,
about that.
they did kind of they're using the guts from Streamlab, and it's like they didn't really get permission necessarily, so it's like, yeah, that was a bit of a boondoggle one. Like I'm already accustomed to OBS, so I didn't need to, switch to Streamlabs, but I can see why some people prefer Streamlabs OBS.
It sounds like it uses OBS, but some people prefer the interface.
Yeah, basically it's a big part of it. Yeah. As I understand, I think it uses like a web interface of some kind. So I remember someone said, "Oh, Streamlabs OBS is faster," and it's like, I don't know. It's like sometimes people just say things that they heard from someone they know, and it's like not really true. And I believe that was one of those misnomers that's not true. Like it's not necessarily slower, but it's like I think it runs on top of one of those web things like JavaScript or something like that.
Wonder if it makes it easier. So it's like some people find that easy. So some people find it easier to use, like the interface or whatever. I think I just asked that question a minute ago.
Yeah, basically though. Yeah, what you said, or yeah, in a nutshell. There we go. So while I go outside, you guys can watch Star Trek on an Indiglo screen.
Oh wow, that's cool.
It's all so I don't know. This is my first pocket computer basically, or my first Windows CE device, like that has a start menu. And so I ordered one that I found that was being sold by a guy in England. The frame rate is probably not as bad. So when I first got it working, Caleb, I was only getting 2 frames a second, and I was busting my butt to get an MPEG encoder to because my problem was my MPEG encoder wouldn't let me control the frame rate, and I was actually trying to give it like a lower frame rate. It turned out the popular MPEG encoder at the time wasn't very CPU efficient, and I found the Pocket Core Media Player. So the Core Media Player was a pretty decent desktop media player at for a while, and this one actually does attempt to, it has plugins for different codecs, and it actually is, I have enough codecs installed where it can play modern formats, but of course playing like a MPEG-4 from a Blu-ray, it's going to play at like 1/10th of a frame per second. So in other words, you don't see a new frame until like 10 or 20 seconds later. This one we might be getting something close to the real frame rate. Although don't quote me on that. I got to see if there's a setting that lets me peer into that. Like see if there's a setting that gives me like that info when I come back. Maybe we can give that a shot, because that is something worth finding out. But this one plays pretty admirably. The biggest issue is like depending on your eyesight.
Oh, there you are, Dragon. I'm sorry.
Oh, did he try? Was he trying to join? In the shit. Welcome,
How long
bud.
you been back there?
About a minute.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like 5 minutes. I would have felt more bad if it was like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
So that's really cool, though. Sorry to interrupt with.
Yeah, no doubt.
Windows. So there was Windows CE, and then after that, I'm trying to remember was it Windows Mobile?
Yeah, it was Pocket PC. It was Pocket PC OS. Then they called it Pocket PC 2000, and then they called it Pocket PC 2002. Then they came out with Windows Mobile 2003. And at some point, I think they just called it Windows Mobile colloquially. But I have an iPad laying around here somewhere that came with the Pocket PC OS. Tomorrow, I think I'm getting a Casio of this similar product line, Cassiopeia, but this is an E15. I have an E125 coming in the mail tomorrow, and that one runs a slightly
is this
updated.
Windows CE though?
Yeah, this is CE
That's
2.
different than mobile, right?
Yeah, this is Windows CE 2.11, but that is a progenitor to Windows Mobile, because Windows Mobile is like equivalent to Windows CE 3 or Windows CE 4. And look, it just yelled at me. It says the backlight can't be run because the battery is low. So that's okay, because years ago when I was a kid, when I bought this, I literally, was using alkaline batteries because I bought it as an open item special at Circuit City.
Oh, cool.
And so, like, I got a lower price on it, but I also didn't have the rechargeable battery that it came with. So I basically would usually plug it in when I was at home and use it on wall power. But if I want to use it on battery power, I'd have to use AAA. So anytime I needed to use the backlight, I would still avoid it because I didn't want to waste power. But now I own unlimited batteries. Look, I got a new pack of Eneloops, but usually I use the rechargeables and then I put them in a plastic storage box that is separate. But these are brand new, and Panasonic batteries usually come pre-charged, so I can take them off the charger.
So those are rechargeable?
Yeah, these are rechargeables. They sure cost enough, but yeah, Panasonic makes pretty good rechargeables actually. Yeah.
I wonder how those compare to what the old school rechargeables of that.
Oh yeah, well those were they're both nickel metal hydride, but what you would do is you would look at the label, and on the label it would say the capacity, just like a modern battery. So this one here, I think is there we go, 750 milliamp hours. But the batteries I just showed you, they're closer to 900 and something. So 750 versus 930. So there's basically almost an extra about 180 more milliamp hours on the black battery than the other one. But I believe alkalines have a little more capacity. I forget. I know that alkalines definitely have more capacity than the white ones.
So they've really. So now is actually the best time to be using this device, or at least as far as the.
Yeah, if I can't find a stock rechargeable battery,
you can keep it charged a lot longer. I mean,
yeah, and
as far as
doesn't
technology goes, it's obviously dated. But if you like the interface, though, it's.
Well, I got a plan. So my plan is during a blackout or power outage. Maybe I can use this to play movies or audiobooks. So it turns out audiobooks, even though Audible, the Amazon Audible service now encrypts the audiobooks, they still have an app that runs on that it looks like it was made for Windows 98, but it runs on newer Windows operating systems, and it's called Audible Manager. So if you have an old MP3 player, it's supposed to let you load audiobooks onto an old MP3 player somehow. It sort of uploads them for you. And so I'm pretty sure I can use the Audible Manager to upload audiobooks to this.
Wouldn't that take a lot of space, or do you have some sort of drive that's?
Well, I got removable memory cards, and I know this thing could definitely work with up to 4 gig memory cards. I have a 2 gig memory card.
That would be incredible, because that seems like a ton of. That's
yeah, that would be a lot of audiobooks.
Old device.
Now I'm experimenting though, because
operating system's got to be like
1999.
The programs themselves.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. So that's why I didn't support bigger memory cards. But one of the things I did was found out if I partition the memory card. So if I have a 16 gig card, I partition it into a few partitions of under 4 gigs each. I can use it that way. So in other words, each memory card will show 3 drive letters, sort of when you're working with a hard drive, and you make partitions.
That's cool.
So that's one way I'm dealing with that.
So that's I can't think of his name.
Punkwaddle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my friend Punkwaddle.
Snowdup goes on his channel, right?
Yeah. Well, I think he's a regular staple on Floral from Under a Rock.
There we go.
And he appears on Snowdub channel as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think Pugwaddle and I are mutuals now on Twitter.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, he's a gentleman.
yeah, I really like him. He could be some sort of distant relative. Is he like a penguin or something?
Yeah, in a way, I guess like
Yeah, he's somehow related.
birds. Yeah, and what's funny is somebody recently Punkwater was saying to people like, "I'm a night owl," he says, and it's like, "No, you're not. You're a penguin, damn it."
Yeah.
I just thought it was
Sort of
funny.
identity crisis.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get up for real. I'll be back.
Well, this is cool. I like the. Pretty amazing what people can do now with these old gadgets that are supposedly supposedly obsolete, but I like some of the older user interfaces too. Not sure exactly what this interface was like, but been so long since I used Windows CE, but I don't really I don't know, like a lot of operating systems are just so bloated. I could try to go in the settings in my Android, and there's just menu after menu after menu.
Yes, but the question is, can it play Doom?
That's a good question.
That's all that matters.
I'm still not sure what CapCut is. Already highlighted that comment. Oh, it's the program for Streamlabs. Preference as far as OBS versus Streamlabs desktop, I guess. How many FPS then? Okay. Bad Matrix, baby. Oh, wait, Pascali? Good to see you. Hey, do you have a wrench? If not, I can give you one. Should have a wrench by now, but. Oh, my grandma's on Twitter. She just wants to sell shitty buttons, bro. Oh, yeah. What's her name? Miki or something? I can't even remember her name. She blocked me like 3 times in 2 days, and then didn't know she was an actual I fan. I thought she was trying to impress Ethan, so I don't know how that's going to work. Oh, video editor, I see. Queen meme. Oh yeah. What was her Mimi? So yeah, was it Queen Miki or something? I don't know. I don't know why she got so. It's like anything I typed to her, she got upset about it. It's then like I mentioned, like Eric July's raps videos, and just found them. I don't care if the guy is gay or whatever. Maybe he's not gay, but it just he calls people gay, and then I found that, well, not me, I didn't find it, but some people found some of his old like rap videos and stuff, and his dancing and stuff, and it just seemed like it could be, he was a bit homoerotic or something, but well, maybe not homoerotic. It seemed a bit gay. There was, not that there's anything wrong with that. But she seemed upset by that. This one to keep tabs. But I'm retired from Lash Moosh. I actually find Eric July entertaining, but I don't know. Got to the point where so many different people are making fun of him that it's not fun to tease. Plus, he blocked me, so I just.
Why did he block you?
Well, it was just kind of, I don't know. I think it was because I was pointing out that I don't know. It just seemed kind of. He had these because he had the rap and dance videos and stuff that just looked like a kid, kind of gay. I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think it's kind of funny that he just like he goes around calling everybody gay, and it's like, okay, this looks like, I don't know, it's kind of gay. And then it turned out that what else? Oh yeah, there was this movie, not fig, but another word with substituting the word a and the word bug, and it was about this lesbian woman whose bug had been VW bug had been somebody had keyed the Volkswagen Bug or Beetle or whatever, and wrote a slur against gay people on it because she was a lesbian, which is horrible. And there were a couple documentaries made about it, and one of them, Eric July, did some of the music for it. So that was kind of interesting because he's always just like accusing everybody of being gay and this and that and the other thing, and I just think maybe the guy's gay himself and is in the closet. I don't know who Eggman is and what the deal is with Barbie. Caleb, I've heard some people talking about. Are they talking about the Barbie movie? I don't know.
Eggman, the Sonic the Hedgehog villain.
Well, he doesn't really relate to Barbie, does he?
I'm not really sure what he's
I don't
getting
know
at.
how they. I don't see how the two are related.
I'm wondering if there's a. Yes, I wonder if this is some sort of a Comicsgate related thing. I don't know. There's only so much you can keep up with. It's kind of weird because there's all these people and they're like kind of part of the same community, and then they're rivals, and one week they'll say they're, well, shit, that could apply to me. Like some people will say I'm Comicsgate, another person will say I'm an anti. It's like I don't know. I see some stuff, see some artwork, it looks good, or I think somebody might be interested in something, and somebody might like my tweets, and I end up liking some of their tweets, and retweeting them, and it's, and some it'll be like, some it'll be like not related to any faction, and then some could be some Comicsgate faction, and some could be some ex-Comicsgate faction, and some could be some anti-Comicsgate. I don't know if it looks like somebody might like it, I'll retweet it. And if I think I'll actually receive a product, I might back something or buy something, like some comic book. It doesn't. But it's kind of like middle school with like all these like different like competing fandoms within the same fandom or whatever. Like I get in trouble if I speak to the wrong person about comic books or something, and I don't even. I've said it here before. I think many occasions I don't really and know jack squat about comics. I don't really. I was hoping I'd learn something. I've had quite a few of them. Some of the ones I backed, the artwork's great, but then I try to read the dialogue. I just don't understand it. I just can't. I mean, maybe some of these guys, it seems like, and I'm not saying that it's the majority, but it's just like some people are like really good artists, but maybe they should hire a writer,
Probably.
like a really good writer. But I seem to have recall some people, like some of the CG pros who are like artists, like Ethan's friends and stuff. I think some of them actually disparage writers. Not saying there's no writers in CG.
Anyone does a better job than him, he goes after them.
Huh?
I said that Ethan does go after anyone that does better than him.
Well, that's another thing. So this is something that I was like. So earlier, I got into an argument with like involving Ethan, and I misunderstood, like, because he had this. He was showing off this vehicle he had. I didn't realize that he inherited it. I thought it was just another thing that he had bought because he had previously shown off some pretty fancy stuff that he had bought, which is fine. But like, problem is that like he buys a lot of stuff, but takes a long and streams a lot, but it takes a long time for the customers to get their products. And some customers, like that Snow whatever book, I can't even remember. Snowman? I mean, I know I've heard it's an excellent series of like comics, but like apparently it just hasn't like, I don't even know if it's his fault or because I think it's some other creator that he's publishing and people are wondering where their books are. And he's got like all these action figures he makes and all these projects going, and yet it was 2018 when Ethan first announced Rainbow the Brood. It was going to be making fun of Rainbow Bright and how all these things like Star Wars and stuff that were traditional. A lot of men like, there are female fans too, but a lot of boys like this stuff and how they're now being like made for girls, and so he's going to do that with Rainbow Pride or do kind of a parody of that. Well, that was 2018, and then I don't know what year it was when he finally launched the campaign years later, and then I think it's been a couple years since then, and people still haven't received their Rainbow the Brute books. So I think it's been like 5 years.
I have no clue.
Well,
No keep track of that.
But maybe it was later on in 2018. He was going to make Rainbow the Brood, and he still hasn't made it. He didn't take the backers' money back then, but And what I was saying was because I thought he had bought this. I didn't realize he had inherited this cool old Ford truck. So I said, well, it's a cool truck, but it'd be nice if Ethan would use like some money, instead of buying stuff, use some of it so he could put out the book ahead of time, and then the backers could back the book after it came out. And like it would people, some people were fine with that, but like some people were like acting like I deliberately meant to like disparage his dead grandpa or whatever that he inherited the vehicle from. I didn't know that. I'm really sorry I didn't do the proper research. I just used to him buying a bunch of stuff and showing it off. Without like, well, customers are waiting for their stuff. Not saying he's an evil person or anything like that, but I just, I think that like when he had, I don't know if it was Rex Planet or one of the campaigns, I think it's when he was like showing off like I think he had gotten a house and like fancy new vehicle and all that stuff. That's fine, but just give the customers their stuff. Now in this case, he inherited something apparently, and so it's like, okay, he didn't go out and buy it. That was a really bad example. But still, be nice. It just would. My point was that the people are having a hard time backing books, or the customers are having a hard time with putting confidence into backing books because they don't know if it's ever going to arrive. And Ethan and some of his friends kind of have a history of setting a bad example with taking customers' money and it taking years for books to arrive, if they arrive at all.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to get going. Night.
Good night. Yes, where can we find you?
You can find me at DeviantArt at Master-Gios. I posted a link in the chat.
I'm trying to highlight you, but it doesn't seem to be working. Oh, there we go. Oh, hey, LCX, welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, it has been a long stream.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, I probably should end the stream and go to sleep. I thought DJ Ronnie G would be back by now, but it's almost 2 a.m. Eastern. What about you, Dragon?
About me?
Well, is there any place we can find you and the Logan LCX?
At Dragon Ethereum.
On Twitter?
Yeah. Seems like it keeps stopping. I don't know what they need to stop with the. It seems like it stopped giving me notifications again. You have to read.
Who is
tell the X Twitter/X. They're like every few months it stops giving me notifications.
Huh. An old Windows Pocket PC. Yeah, it would get a faster dock, Ronnie. Yeah, I wonder. 6 subs away. Huh. Becoming a biblical beast. Oh boy. Well, 660 subs. Yeah, I think I've been hovering around there for a while. I don't know. Yeah, so it looks like the Windows. Oh, there you are. I'm gonna have. I don't think he has his headset on yet. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
No worries. I heard you on the. I was downstairs,
okay.
so I covered the telescope because I realized it's gonna rain a little bit tomorrow, and so if I'm not awake when it starts raining, the telescope gets wet. So yeah, instead of like I saw there's some clouds. So there was like the moon was crystal clear, but there were random patches of clouds. So that's why I was having trouble aiming too. So first I adjusted the focus, then I realized it's gonna rain anyway. So anyway, I packed that thing in, and I understand you're planning to wrap up soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a rap song. I'm 6 subs away from becoming a biblical beast. Apparently, I have
A
660.
biblical beast. It's cool.
No,
Well,
there's folks who not
777.
grow must. Then my people don't. Some might.
Oh, so I had the weirdest
Not that I mean,
experience.
not that I-
You're 6 subs away from becoming unholy.
Yeah, in some versions it was 616, I believe, but it depends on if you. Either way, like I think one's Latin, one's Greek, and it's I can't remember the precise name, but it's like it's Nero, Emperor Nero's name. Not just Nero, but like I can't remember the full name. It adds up to 666. I believe in Greek, and 616 in Latin. I think that's
Yeah.
what it was.
I remember
Maybe
Nero.
I-
He had that CD burning software.
Nero.
Yeah, Nero burning ROM. Yeah, it's the
Oh.
CD burner.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
funny. Like,
I think he used it to burn down Rome.
I remember when my
Did
friend
he,
got
did
that.
he like supposedly like burn down Rome?
Yeah, he
and
did
play
some
the
crazy
fiddle?
shit.
I don't. Some of the stuff might be a bit exaggerated, but I think he did. He was pretty tyrannical.
Yeah.
And then, like, I think the fear was that Nero might still be alive, or he might come back to life, and then his face would be on the currency, and then one would have to buy and sell with that mark. But I don't know what the mark on the forehead would be, though, if that were the case. Laugh out loud. Nero came free with a lot of CD burners. Oh, really? Yeah, Nero Sama. Yeah. I'm familiar with Nero Sama. The AI VTuber with she's got Vettel is her creator, and he's a VTuber as well, but he's a turtle. And she cannot, no matter what he does, she cannot pronounce, or at least when last I checked, you couldn't get her to pronounce the name Vettel properly. Maybe, but that was a few months ago. It was like no matter what he would do, she would still say Vettel. And he got trying to teach her. But yeah, I like Neurosama. I think it's pretty funny that this AI goes around roasting, I'll say her, I mean, it's a program creator. Like he was copying and pasting code, and the program Neurosama was mocking him for it. And it was copying and pasting his own code. but Neurosama, this AI VTuber, was able to call out her own creator for copying and pasting code. I think that's pretty funny. He's like, I'm programming. It's my own code. Ask Chat Go to Roleplay. Oh, Chat GPT. Oh, Chat GPT to Roleplay. I didn't know that. Huh. That's wild. Yeah, Neurosama's interest. So Neurosama's program will contradict herself or itself with what it says, but it's pretty good at insults though, and especially with Vettel or Vedal as she calls him. But he worked with Neurosama to let's see, Neurosama interacting with Neurosama so that let's see. Trying to find a picture for people, but don't want it playing any audio in case it's copyrighted. So there's Neurosama. Just supposed to be kind of like this kind of bratty kid. The AI is pretty convincing. Basically like a kid, like mocking her dad. It's
child.
Huh?
So a typical child.
Yeah. But I mean, it was like, but she comes up with like some really, really offensive stuff, like the solution to the trolley problem that she came up with was to, she said was to like, switch the tracks so that is everyone familiar with the trolley problem?
Yes.
Yeah, she said the solution was to switch to switch the track so the trolley ran over the fat man. He deserves it. And like she ended up getting banned from Twitch for a while, and probably through that and some other. It's like, holy shit, this is like some really intense stuff. There's like a based stuff that like it's just Lorenzo over here. Neurosama. You'd be surprised by how smart AI can be. Yeah, it seems pretty smart. I mean, some of it's kind of it's I think it's a bit of an illusion, but still, it's pretty amazing. Specific parameters. AI have become very smart when they regularly lie. Well, I don't. So that's the thing, is I don't know if it would say Neurosama. I can't tell if Neurosama is lying or just Neurosama's like pulling like some information and then just extrapolating from that data, and then the same program does that and then comes up with something contradictory. Let's smash that like button. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, that was a Windows CE 2.11 device. Predates Pocket PC OS by a couple of years, but basically the same crap. Oh yeah, you were saying it's still using Hiyori free model. There's a new model for her that was made specifically for. Oh yeah. I didn't realize that there was a free model initially. I wonder what clip I should show. Neurosama. I gotta go to sleep pretty soon. But let's see.
I remember hearing about some drama in the past couple weeks. There was something about a company called Nisi Johnny, and it's like, why,
yeah.
Like, why do you even like need a company to back you for that? Do they help you with promoting yourself? Like, because they sound like they had such like draconian contracts, or they had a draconian attitude towards their workers.
Sorry about that. Did you hear that?
I heard something, but I didn't hear much.
Okay, so it was like a
cash.
It was a reviewer, like maybe a video game or commentator or something, or tech commentator or something. I can't think right now.
Well,
but yeah. Oh, I know about but it's hard for me to remember every specific detail.
Well, like one of the things I learned was that like when you get when they sign with Nisi Johnny, let's say you earn a YouTube silver play button, you don't get that silver play button. The contract terms basically says they get to keep it. And I'm wondering what's like, well, that's what you get for like not reading the contract or whatever. Or maybe they knew they read that, but it's like, it seems like, weird. It's like you leave the company and now they got a room full of YouTube silver play buttons or gold play buttons.
Why they need that?
Well, I think I can't.
So silly.
They could show the executive director, like, hey, look how many play buttons we earned while signing people. But it's like, those people left, but we still got their play buttons.
They keep 2%. So the allegation is that they keep only 2% of the profits.
Which,
and
I mean,
then they
realistically,
have to spend all sorts of money out of pocket, supposedly, to. So, Selene. It's pronounced. She said she spent $200,000 last year, and so while she earned money from the company, like she's saying she spent so much money that that like it all went to that.
Oh, I see. Yeah. He's like, I want to go.
Yeah, I think that was what the argument was. That well, I mean, they did pay her, but like, but there,
Of
yeah,
course.
there's VTuber. There was another VTuber, I think, who ended up saying he was like he ended up. I don't know if he like ended up in debt, like owing like the bank money or anything, but like he ended up with less money than what he got from the company allegedly.
So either it could be bad management on the users end. Sort of like when people make $1 million but they don't do their taxes properly. It's kind of like they set themselves up. Or when these like girls who are hot, they'll buy $1 million apartment, and it's like, okay, you got your apartment, but what are you gonna do? A few years down the line. But I do want to acknowledge. L says. The big VTuber companies draw in lots of views, and the promotions translate to big time profit. So maybe if the money is big enough, that 2% or whatever they're getting is actually really good.
If they're like in some of the people, some of the individuals are like from really poor backgrounds, and if they're in certain, maybe if they're in certain nations too, it could be a lot of money, versus she's up in Canada, and she was spending a lot of money on projects to that her viewers would enjoy, and she was paying artists that she was alleging that the Ninja Sanji was supposed to be paying some artists, if I understand it correctly, if I understand her allegations correctly, that they were supposed to be paying artists, but then they turned out like the supposedly stiffing the artists for the bill, and then she says she had to pay. That's the allegations.
Oh, so it's like pay up front, get the job done, and then we'll pay you. We'll reimburse you. But if there's like some stipulation, you're asked out.
It was like, and then like after she had been in the hospital for making an attempt on her own life, they she had sent something to her lawyer. Had sent something. I'm confused about I'm forgetting that there's so many like stupid things that the company did or is alleged to have done that it's hard for me to keep track of. And it's also always I have a difficult time in general keeping track of the timeline, but
that's the term.
In the hospital for attempting to take her own life, and then her lawyer, I think it was after that, her lawyer ended up contacting the company to get her out of the contract, because it's been alleged that people want to go and call it graduation, but like retire on good terms or whatever with a company, and it can take like a year or so sometimes just to even. It all depends. I don't know. It's really bizarre how this company is managed. And then but the company ended up giving some of the information at least. Like, I don't know if they gave the legal document or just a summary to some of her fellow. First they fire her, then they give the document or summary of the document to her fellow VTubers, and they get all upset because at least one of them says it contains like some of their like personal information, like their home addresses or whatever. Or this was something that was never supposed to go to the VTubers themselves. It wasn't. It wasn't something to be. I don't think it wasn't like a lawsuit or anything. It was just something to be shared with the company that would like have that information to begin with. I would think. Like, she wasn't trying to dox her coworkers. It doesn't sound like. It's just her lawyer gave. I think her lawyer gave a copy of her journal. Like, she had her, like, what she was going through when she made that attempt on her life, I think. And I think maybe in the journal or something in the documents. Oh, I forgot. Before this, she said the company said that she was being harassed by her own co-workers. Then they fire her, or they say that in the document where they're firing her. Then they have her. Then her co-workers go on stream and smear her when she was doing her first independent stream on her own since she left the company. And she has to, of course, she has to use a different VTuber model and use a different name because she can't use the name Selene, and she can't use her Selene VTuber model because the company owns it. The company also deleted everything she'd done on her channel, including the, videos that she's had to spend her own money on. She can't use the music or whatever. If she made any albums for the company, which she probably would have had to pay for out of her own pocket, she can't sell that either because they own the intellectual property to the Selene character and all this stuff, which is bad enough. But then the company starts smearing her, and then they say that she was being harassed by her own peers. Then her own peers from the company, as she goes and does her first stream when she was like her debut stream on her old channel from before she joined that company, where she's doing I don't know if this makes any sense, but she's streaming as this character Doki Bird. And the first time she's doing that since she left the company, she can't be Selene anymore. She's Doki Bird, and she doesn't even want to deal with this drama. And at the exact same time as she's premiering her stream, these co-workers go and they start talking about stuff from this legal document that was only supposed to be between her lawyers and Ninja Sanji's lawyers. And here's these Ninja Sanji employees that were supposedly her friends smearing her. So I don't know if any of this even makes any sense. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm sure it's a whole cutthroat situation. I mean, I'm actually not sure of anything either.
Yeah,
but my guess is
these are allegations. But it was a really bizarre stream though, because it was Ninja Sanji who claimed her coworkers were harassing her, not even her. And these people I thought were like, surely these people aren't harassing her. These are people I thought were her friends. And yet here's her coworker smearing her and using information from a legal document that was supposedly private and like they were one of them said that they had thoroughly read, when the guy said he had thoroughly read the documents, which hopefully in Ninja Sanji's case, it was a summary, because I think they could get in some big trouble just sharing that document out with these streamers. And what it sounds like, the allegation is they don't have, so a lot of these VTuber agencies have what's known as a manager that's a kind of a liaison between the company and the VTuber, and supposed to help out the VTuber, but also supposed to be, also kind of enforces the rules and stuff. So supposedly, because Ninja Sanji is a Japanese company and doesn't have a manager for the English division, and the people in the company, the heads of the company, don't speak English. Supposedly her own co-workers, her own peers, were working as managers, kind of working as her boss. Which, if that's the case, that's a potential conflict of interest. Because if they're the ones going, if they're VTubers, and the company has to approve every, like, are you going to play this video game, or are you going to be able to do this or that, or can you get this like sweet deal with this other company or whatever? And if it's their peers who are basically asking, these fellow VTubers who are supposed to be your peers, but they're acting as the liaison between the company. They're basically asking if they're acting as her boss, and yet they're like competing against her, to get, like, say, a contract with such and such company or whatever, some sort of sponsor or whatever. Ninja Sanji, that could be a very serious conflict of interest, in Minecraft.
It does become a bit of a complicated matter in that regard. So, I mean, I don't know, like I say, like, contracts are contracts, and I didn't know the girl was in Canada, but, that is a country where maybe, like, her income is different. I'd imagine that, I'm guessing that she didn't have insurance through the company, and that it was because, I mean, granted, she's got her Canadian healthcare. I mean, I hope she's all right, like, really, like, I didn't really look into it. I just hope the girl is genuinely all right, though, of course, I don't, like, I feel bad when someone feels they're put to the brink like that. But, yeah, I mean, it just sounds like I'm glad that I didn't sign a contract with Nisi Janji, but if I do, I'll make sure I think everything through before committing, make sure that it outpaces my cost of living. Of course, I don't even know how you spend all that money on prepping content. I mean, I'm going to guess that, like, some people, they don't do their own editing, so they have to pay other people to do that, and that can, the costs can mount on a daily basis.
What was it? Something, it was over $10,000. I can't remember exactly pretty sure it was over $10,000 on a music video, but like, and then that was the deal. That was one of the things. This was one of the reasons she got fired is the company didn't get back to her. But then again, they don't. The Japanese company, they don't speak English, and so it's her peers that are like sound like. It was her peers who were doing the translation. Just these fellow VTubers.
Oh.
And so if they didn't go and contact the company or weren't like, I mean, basically that's what these managers are for. They're supposed to be like an English speaking manager. That's how, like, say, HoloLive would do it, would be, a competing company would be they'd hire someone, a manager, to work with English speaking people, or hire more than one manager for the English speaking division. It'd be kind of like it'd be kind of like a boss, but it also try to make sure the VTubers get what they need, to do projects if possible. There's some projects that they'll turn down. Yeah, I don't really care about Queen Mickey's big buttons. But yeah, it was a weird situation with them. Oh yeah, so on Christmas Eve, that's when she made a video to be uploaded on Christmas Eve, and Niji Saji had wanted her to alter the video or something, but they didn't get back to her, and so she ended up. It sounded like they didn't get back to her about what she had to do. Basically, there were some people who had left the company who were in the video, and I think they wanted it edited out, but it sounded like there wasn't any clear communication. So there's a Christmas video, and she wanted to upload it for Christmas, and so she ends up uploading it, Then she ends up getting in trouble, but she spent over $10,000 on it. So she just told her fans, okay, feel free to just put it on your own channels. So that violated.
I remember that.
Pissed off Ninja Sanji because they're all into Japanese companies are real careful about their image and how, and that has to do with Japanese law as well. I don't know if it's copyright law or what, but even I guess even saying things about they even have say libel laws where if you say something true, but if it's negative, I think you can even get in trouble for that. It doesn't even have to be like spreading lies, but it could still be kind of considered liable or something kind of equivalent legally. Because and so they've got a very different set of laws in Japan, and to begin with. I might be skipping over. So this just back and forth. But yeah, it was. Oh, that was what you were typing up. It was a bad. It was a. I don't know. So she ends up getting fired, and then she finds out about it. So after her suicide attempt and her lawyer sending something to the Ninja Sanji, she ends up getting fired. Doesn't end up finding out from the company. She just reads that she was fired on Twitter, and then when she goes to do her debut stream under this different name, or the first stream since she had that channel, but she stopped making videos for that when she worked for Ninja Sanji. And so the first time she goes back to her old channel to do a stream to play a video game that she couldn't play on stream the entire time she worked for Ninja Sanji. All she wanted to do was play some game, and they went and then that's when her friends, her peers from the company started smearing her and saying they had read through this document, or at least one of them had read through this document and thoroughly, and then the others were saying that there was stuff in the document that revealed personal information. It wasn't supposed to be anything released to the public or even released to those VTubers. It was just, I think, an explanation why she wanted to get out of the contract from her lawyer to Ninja Sanji's lawyer. And yet all these other people seem to have read it or read a summary of it, which they read a summary of it. It might be legally okay. I'm not sure, but still sounds very unethical for her peers to all of a sudden have access to this information.
Yeah, true.
I think LCX could have explained it a lot better. I'm rambling on about it, but it was really. And then they just keep making things worse and worse. It's so. And then this. I think the same day that that your peers uploaded this video, not on the Ninja Sanji, it was all black. It didn't even show the VTuber models. They were reading from a script, which that's okay. I'm sure the lawyer went over it, or well, maybe not a lawyer, like an actual full-fledged lawyer, but somebody went over it. So they're reading from a script. Screen's all black. It was really weird. Then there's this bizarre apology video, Japanese style, but in English with no Japanese subtitles. where the head of the company is doing this like giant bow, and then he's like talking about the situation. I think that was the same day. I could be wrong. At some point in time, they had released a statement saying that the effect on their company would be negligible, the effect of her being fired, and I think they lost 10% of their stock right after that was released. It's since gone up in value, I believe, but still. So the whole thing is totally fucked. Oh, okay, well, folks can read the back and forth thing between you guys.
Yeah, you're just kind of breezing through, just kind of giving my specs.
But the thing is, I thought you wanted to know about Ninja Sanji, or
yeah, I apologize about that.
Or maybe that was LCX. I don't even know if LCX is still around.
I mean, I'm kind of like, basically kind of summarized what I got from the, who's that guy, Hero Hey video.
Yeah.
Like the full extent.
There's a lawyer who's been covering. There's a couple lawyers covering it, but there's one lawyer who is like, I think he's licensed to practice law in Florida, living in Thailand. He spent some time he's visited Japan, and he was going to live there for a while. Though I think he ended up living in Korea for a while instead, and then Thailand. But so this one lawyer, he does have a sense of international, of like some of the legal codes in different countries, and he'll do like 14 hours worth of research before the first stream he did on
Jesus, 14 hours.
Yeah. Before he did, and it doesn't count as legal advice or anything. It's I think for educational and entertainment purposes only. Because, and of course he's not the lawyer. He wants to. He's just doing some unofficial.
Yeah, like
YouTube commentary, but he's still doing research, and he says, what I say is not going to be perfect. No lawyer is going to get everything. Don't rely just on me. Or really any lawyer, like 100%. Because we're going to make mistakes along the way. And first thing is so in that document that it sounded like her peers, these fellow VTubers at Ninja Sanji, it sounds like they had read it. She said that the document contained her medical info. That's something I'd forgotten about. So hopefully they didn't read the actual document and only got a summary, because that's not good. And because not only at first the lawyer thought he was looking at the Canadian law, both in her province and nationwide in Canada, and it looked like, okay, this looks like a really bad breach of the law if her peers read it. That was just based on his research, it looked really bad. And at first he didn't think Japan had very like laws about like protecting companies from sharing medical information. But then in a later stream he found out that Japan actually has really strict laws like Canada. Sounds like Canada and Japan might have stricter laws than the United States about
Yeah, that's the funny thing. How they're like, oh,
when
we
it
need to
comes
have
to
laws
sharing
more
medical
like
information.
Canada, and then they don't even know what laws in Canada are like because like we need all immigration like Canada. You need stricter immigration laws.
I'm talking about stricter laws as far as sharing medical information because it sounds
Oh yeah,
now what this
like
lawyer was saying was
yeah, Japan's
during
laws are all stricter than ours.
what?
Yeah, it's like all almost every law in Japan is stricter than ours.
Yeah. They're
Well, it
pretty.
sounds like both Japan and Canada, the boss is not allowed to share out one's medical information. However, it sounds like in the U.S. Again, this is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. Sounds like in the U.S. they were able to, when there was a certain uh, virus spreading around, and there was a certain shot people were taking for the virus. It sounds like U.S. companies were sharing information about whether or not someone had gotten that shot. Whereas it sounds like it sounds like it would violate Japanese and Canadian law, if I understood this lawyer correctly.
I could picture. So wait, I mean, the Japanese are strict about a lot of things, but is this one area where they're not so strict?
Well, so this lawyer initially thought they weren't so strict, but then he found out that they had passed a law. I can't remember how many years ago, and it sounds like it sounds like it's stricter than our HIPAA law. Our HIPAA law makes it so that the hospitals can't share information, but what he was saying is there's cases where
They.
employers can
Well,
allegedly share information, if
I
I
could kind of
understand
picture
correctly,
that.
under U.S. law, whereas under Canadian law, and apparently Japanese law, it's much stricter. Like even with employers, your boss. So it sounds like the boss that Niji Sanji could be subject to, say, a lawsuit under both Canadian and Japanese law if they shared a document from Selene's lawyer with her former, VTuber colleagues at the company, which if they shared a document that contained her medical information, that could be a serious legal breach,
Yep.
hypothetically in Minecraft.
It sounds like as much as one, and
But it might not be like, say, under the U.S. law, because it sounded like our law, as far as medical information, applied to the hospitals, but not necessarily to the employers. I don't know much about the HIPAA law. I do know that I ended up having to sign some documents when I went. From what I recall, I signed some documents when I went to the hospital before, and it said something about not being, we can do this or that. We can't,
what they can and can't.
The law about, sharing of medical information. So,
Yeah, what they can and can't.
I'm pretty sure it's illegal for a hospital to leak one's medical info, but whether or not an employer can or not, this lawyer seemed to suggest that it is legal in the U.S. It sounded like, but not in Canada, and it turns out not in Japan either. So like, it should like, it's just there's a lot of like, why would if something was used, if it was the company itself that said that alleged that Selene was being bullied by her coworkers, by her peers, it wasn't Selene herself. after that, she said she was being bullied, but she didn't say by whom. She didn't say whether it was management or fellow VTubers. Then these VTubers go on air and start smearing her based on information that should have just remained between the lawyers, is what it sounds like.
In a
I'm
nutshell.
mobbing off. Good night.
Have a good night.
All right, see you later, Ethereal Dragon.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was saying goodbye to Ethereal Dragon.
You were saying in a nutshell?
No, I think you described it in a nutshell, basically. I mean, like, I can't really put it any more better because I literally am in the absence of more information, but it's pretty much what I understood. And I didn't know about the whole medical information thing, but it's like, I don't even know why American medical information comes into play. Like, it's like if the girl lives in Canada and this is a Japanese company, what does America have to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff I could have, if I had written this down, like had planned to at some point in time, like written down some talking points, I could have said it in 5 minutes instead of however long it took. But it's just so bizarre. And they just keep shooting themselves in the foot. It seems, metaphorically speaking, I don't want anybody being shot. That's horrible. They're just saying like they seem to be sabotaging their own company. And by sabotage, I don't mean to put, do not put your shoes into machinery. That shoes do not go into machines. That's what the word sabotage means. So.
Sabo, I watched Star Trek 6. I learned it from Star Trek 6. I mean, I know it didn't come from Star Trek 6, but that's like where the Vulcan lady references it, and she goes, "Workers used to take their shoes called sabo and shove them in the machines," and then I was like, sabotage.
Yeah, that was so it's some like the anarcho-syndicalist type labor unions might advocate that sort of technique. I don't know. I mean, but in reality, like say the industrial workers of the world, they managed to like get like a company to like pay for like a step ladder for a Starbucks place that they unionized. It seemed like they were like in reality they were just asking for simple demands or whatever.
Like like the basics.
yeah. I mean, like their goal is for the workers to like take over industry and build a new society within the shell of the old, or what I can't remember the phrase, but like what they actually do is like, they just they need a step ladder for something, and so they got that. It's at like some like Starbucks location in Seattle or whatever, like. I think they got to end up with a small number of IWW, industrial workers of the world organized.
There's always those lofty ideals.
Yeah. Though, I mean, that's probably, that might be like the better union, though, than if like the union's actually just like doing practical things. That might be better than some of the unions I hear about.
Like, who gives a shit about protesting for the proletariat or, advocating for communism? It's like, duh, you need, like, people to get paid their wage. You need, the point is collective bargaining. That's, like, where the term collective bargaining comes from. That's the whole point of the matter. So, like, nowadays people are forced in the unions, whether or not you want the union's bargaining power, you have to pay the dues. And, I mean, in general, it can be a net positive. But there are times where, your dues go into things that you don't really give a shit about, And maybe that's just part of for many, it's the price of doing business. But like my union, it's a civil service union. And we got a George Peter Gatsis in the chat. Greetings, George.
Oh, hey, George.
My civil service union, they like had an election like for new union leadership or something. So they called it the diversity or the unity slate, but it was clearly like it was called the unity slate. So it's like they're saying vote for all of the people that we're promoting on this thing we're sending out. So in other words, people running the union are promoting who they want running the union next. It's like I just find that weird, as if the federal government was to send out mailers telling me which president to vote for and saying vote for the one who's in power now. But, it's like basically the bottom line was it was the diversity slate, except it was not really diverse. It was just like, what up, George?
We're diverse. We got a human, a green man, and a blue man.
I just wanted to drop by and say greetings, everybody. Lorenzo, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
He really he just dropped out like that.
Yeah, he's been doing this. Usually it's he stops by people's channels to defend Hargrave's honor. I don't know where Hargrave's been. I haven't seen him in the chat. But yeah, that's not so. What were they doing about diversity? Are you there, Ronnie G?
It wasn't so much I'm sorry, I was muted again, but it wasn't so much a diverse group to vote for as it was they represented, the selection of a handful of, ethnic groups that maybe, I don't know if you call it diverse or fair, I don't know, but it was like definitely like, I don't want to I don't mind if everyone happened to be black so much, but I feel like they were all handpicked because they were all people of color or people of slight color. And, it's like maybe on the other hand, if there's only one white guy on the slate, I'd be more offended knowing that he's the token white guy. So maybe it's better this way. I'm trying to be half glass empty, I guess, or trying to be more objective. I don't want to sound like
it basically. So it was like. Was
it was all like, okay, there's like 12 people on the unity slate. Basically, they are voted into different positions for the union. So like maybe like you got the treasurer, you got the union rep, the union president, I don't know, and shit like that.
And none of them were white?
None of them. Like, well, the whitest looking person was clearly, well, not clearly, but I think they were like an Ortega or something like that. It was like definitely like, and they weren't really white looking. And I don't give a shit necessarily, but it's like it makes me ask. But I can't help but ask myself, like, if this was like intended. I mean, look, if it was accidental and it wasn't like they weren't trying to make a point about diversity, and it just is where the chips fell. I can't really complain about that because there's plenty of times I'm sure where people of color see
people for the job, then that's great. But
yeah, if they're the best people, if they pick them because they
kind of like does sound like statistically unlikely the combination. It sounds like some sort of.
It seems like
some sort of preferential treatment for like peace.
Preferential
people, at least to kind of make up for some sort of past like underrepresentation, but then hopefully the people are actually qualified. That's kind of a problem though, and then you end up having then that'd be really horrible to all of a sudden, like, if you, I don't know, I mean, it'd be a bad situation for the people getting nominated as well, because then people are wondering, well, wait, does this person really deserve it or not? And
well, I don't think a lot of people wonder that, because in a civil service job, anybody who wonders that is going to keep their freaking mouth shut, because that's in their best interest. And everyone else, if they happen to match the color, they'll be okay with it. Maybe, I mean, maybe not all of them, but mostly. Now, I try to put myself in other people's shoes too. Like, imagine if I'm a person of color living anywhere else in this country, and I work for a company, and all of the board of directors or all of the people at the top of the union are all white guys. Now, we might argue, well, you're in the Midwest. I mean, that's statistically how the chips fall. And so that's why, being in New York, I'm in a more diverse community. So it is entirely possible that they could pick the best person for the job or for whatever criteria, and that they could all end up black. So it's not impossible.
What I was wondering is if this was for New York or nationwide.
New York City Civil Service Union. So basically, if you work for the city like I do, and so remember the mainframe job is a IT department within one of the agencies. And you got Department of Sanitation.
The majority of civil service workers minorities, though?
Not necessarily. I don't know if either which way. I mean, we definitely have diversity there. I know white guys. I know guys of all kinds of colors in civil service. And I mean, New York City is not even trying to use lingo to sound good. It's just that it is a diverse community. It's
because if there was a higher than average percentage of minorities in that field. But
that might be fair.
Civil service is such a broad term.
Well, it's a broad term. It could be sanitation workers, police officers, but of course, there's my area. I guess my agency is overseeing IT for many agencies, or they'll have their hands in providing IT stuff to many agencies. Now, it's weird because things get complicated. You can just imagine a Leviathan, a city, a municipality, how over the years some agencies get folded into other agencies, or one agency has its own IT team and they just so happen to also have some stuff provided by the other IT agency. But in theory, under Bloomberg, he rolled up a lot of IT stuff under one agency at the time, and then when the new mayor came in, so it was called under Bloomberg, which was over a decade ago. It was before de Blasio. So do you know much about New York City politics?
Oh boy.
I won't get into the weeds too much because I avoid politics like the plague myself.
I remember Giuliani, and then Bloomberg was the guy who you couldn't buy a cold beverage or something.
Yeah. So you had Bloomberg after Giuliani. So you got the progression. I'm not repeated to DJ Ronnie G. Is that
I'm not sure.
Related? Okay. That's cool if you are. I mean, I appreciate the confirm. That's funny though. Yeah, DJ. I get it. DJ Downey. That's cool. There's a guy named. There's a few DJs. There's DJ this, and then there's a DJ. There's a guy named DJ Odyssey. And so when people go,
DJ Jazzy Jeff, and
there's him too. I couldn't remember. There's another DJ I meant. Oh yeah, I remember now. Wait, shoot, DJ Cool It or some shit like that. It's TJ Cool It or DJ Calm Down. So whenever they call his name, I turn my head thinking that someone's telling me to chill out, as if I'm being rowdy in the chat. And then it turns out that's the guy's name. So that's one of them. And then you mentioned that one, there's a guy named Deej, Deej. So anytime people say Deej, they're talking to him. But it's my head turns. It's just funny, these similarities. So now you might say DJ to DJ in the chat now, and I might go, what? But no, I know this is DJ, so it's all good. I believe he's related. He's actually, who his relative is? Robert Downey. And Robert Downey Jr. Morton Downey. Right, is that Morton Downey? Well, anyway, yeah, it's the guy, Iron Man. He's probably Iron Man's...
Yeah, he's got a rich...
Iron Man's relative, maybe. Tony Stark. Anyway, the movie Iron Man. But yeah, so there's a hierarchy, as you'd imagine.
DJ, living my best life. Interesting.
Word.
Okay, well, that's
not related to Robert either. Okay, it's not that guy. It's not Mr. Downey. That's all good.
Well, we definitely have interesting people named DJ.
Yeah, I just roll with it, have fun.
So. New York City.
Yeah. So fucking New York City politics. So after Giuliani, we got Bloomberg, and Bloomberg was a mixed bag. But in a nutshell, one of the things he did was he rolled up a lot of the IT stuff into one agency called Do It. That's the acronym. So it's DOITT. Department of Information Technology. Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications. So when you answer the phone, you can just say, do it, or do it, and whatever department you're in. So, I'm not going to name mine, but this is actual name of mine, but, there's just many names you can imagine, I wish I could try to come up with an example, but yeah, I got nothing here. Do it networking, let's say. So the networking team, okay.
Yeah,
do it network ops. How can I help you? Something like that. I'm sure the help desk might have a greeting like, something. Do it help desk or.
So it's like the
I don't
IT
know.
crowd.
Oh yeah. It's like the IT
From,
crowd, but for the entire
that
city of New
British,
York.
yeah.
But like, and it help desk is sort of like they'll take the phone calls and then assign tickets to the guys who are actually. So the IT crowd guys are the guys who actually, go to the office of the user to fix the printer or assist them with whatever thingy they need, which they need help with. That's like, those are like almost like they're called desktop support because
have you
they
tried turning it
physically.
on and off again?
Oh, am I blacking out?
No. The guys in the IT crowd. That was their most common.
I remember that. Yeah. When they answered the phone. IT crowd was good. Someone recommended it to me. And what happened was I was trying to hit on Big
That's
Bang
what I do
Theory.
with my computer when I lose connection from the internet because most of the time I just reboot the computer and it reconnects me to the internet. I have no idea what's going on. Just for some reason my Wi-Fi stops working. Just like won't connect.
Oh yeah,
to the
yeah.
router.
So what I do is when I have the Wi-Fi get hinky, first thing I'll try is I'll turn off the Wi-Fi itself and then turn it back on. And if that works, great. And if it doesn't, then
for some reason when I restart the computer itself, the Wi-Fi it works fine. But I have to restart the computer or restart the phone. I mean,
the phone.
I've tried restarting the router, but maybe I probably should just restart it manually instead of remotely.
Yeah, I love rebooting shit remotely when I'm too lazy to do it in person.
Yeah,
but,
it's there's something. I wish I could remember what's. I think something's not being sent correctly from the router to my devices because it's my different mobile devices are having a hard time connecting to the internet to my router, Wi-Fi router.
Well, there's so many angles that can contribute to that, and I mean, obviously, most people have one access point, and then problems reveal themselves at different times. Like if you're roaming, so for example, if I'm literally sitting on one of my toilets, sitting on a certain angle, or if I'm standing in front of my telescope, there's an area where I can go stand behind the telescope further away from the house and I still have Wi-Fi. But if I stand in front of the telescope closer to the house, there's like a Wi-Fi dead spot. And these are like the mysteries of radio. So like even guys who work in the army who fuck with any long range radio, they'll say that it's as much superstition as a science. Now it's not, in case of Wi-Fi, it's really just neighboring active Wi-Fi.
But I'm sorry, but this happens when my laptop's in the living room or the bedroom or any.
So the mobile devices get hinky when the laptop is in the same room, or like
it can be in the same room as the Wi-Fi router or a different room, and it'll still disconnect.
That makes. Does it not happen when the Wi-Fi is not? I mean, does it not happen when the laptop's not in use? Like you're describing this as an issue on the phone, right?
It's like. Well, I have problems with the phone connecting to the Wi-Fi too.
Mm-hmm.
It just won't. I think I can't remember what it is. Would it be the DNS?
Well, I mean,
server it said there was some sort of thing that it wasn't giving the right.
If it was DNS related, the issue would remain if you hardwired into the router, let's say just as a test to see like if the device behaves better, and the device continue to have the same issue, then it could be DNS. But let's say you hardwire it and the issue goes away, like the device is completely cooperating with you. It's not like dropping, the IP numbers aren't getting fucked up, including DNS. Then at that point, it probably is a Wi-Fi issue. So that's like one way that is a solid way, an easy way, I would say, even to isolate that issue. Because right now, like you ask me or anyone, and you'll get like fucking like 3 different answers, and of course everyone thinks their answer's right.
It said something before in my Chromebook settings, but it could say it couldn't get the problem is with my Chromebook is I didn't have a power supply. All I needed was a power brick, but I didn't have it for a few months, and so I can't remember where the setting is for. I need to dig through the settings again to see where it gives the diagnostics for the.
Well, that's the thing. So the diagnostics, they'll spit out an error message, and it could be right, but like it doesn't always identify the root cause. So like if the Wi-Fi signal isn't allowing me to get my DNS numbers, then it's going to tell me that my DNS is fucked up. But it's because the Wi-Fi isn't passing along that message, let's say, for example. So it doesn't always isolate like weird issues where like when things are half.
Like is it supposed to, or doesn't it have to in order
Well,
for
it
the
should.
Wi-Fi to work?
I mean, like, well, basically, it should be like in steps. So the first step is it's connecting to the Wi-Fi, and that's like local. That's between you and the box that has the antenna, and then the router's job is to like pass on some DNS numbers to you so that you can go and see the rest of the internet, basically, and the router will facilitate that. So that's like step 2 in this, like, you know, simplified analogy.
Couldn't that be a problem if it's not passing on those numbers?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And
So
so
that's
if
what
you,
I'm wondering if that.
well, that's the cool thing is you bypass the Wi-Fi if you connect them to directly, you know, for the computer to the router, one computer to the router, or one device to the router. I'm not saying this is like the absolute definitive test. The one, I mean, logically, I would just say sitting closer to the router. If you don't have a hard wire, if you don't have an Ethernet cable, you just sit closer to the router for the duration.
I don't know if I can even.
Oh, yeah. It might not,
I'm
you know.
not even sure. Maybe there's an Ethernet port.
A lot of them have 4 ports in the back. So if you get an ISP provided router, like, and it's, you know, assuming that, like, let's say some people have a landlord who gets the router, and then like the landlord has the box in their house, so you can't plug into the router if they're only giving you Wi-Fi. Then you just, you know, that's it, you know. But if it's your router,
I
and then
I can hook up my Xbox to the router, but
oh yeah,
but I don't know. I could.
Why
I guess
is it?
that'll
Why?
give me. That'll give me, and that'll definitely give me an error message.
That should if it's not behaving.
If things aren't working.
Mm-hmm. I agree. That makes sense.
Maybe I should do that because I'm not sure if I haven't even seen a Ethernet port on there. There might be one on here. I'm gonna just have to look up the. I have to look at the schematics again for this Chromebook. I mean, these are typically things I know on these devices, but this is just like I don't know. I need to get a pair of reading glasses because I really can't see things very clearly now.
Oh yeah, all that small print.
And so and I used to, well, I mean, I am nearsighted supposedly, but now it's like I'm getting older.
Mm-hmm.
Even seeing things up close are hard to do. So I mean, could get some bifocals, or I could get some reading glasses and then some other glasses. You know, I've heard there's the eye doctor said there was different options. So.
I mean, I would just say, fucking, you know, like reading glasses are cool because you could try different ones on like really easily. You know, like you could like that's why they sell them in the drugstore because like even though normally I'd be like thinking it's mad sketchy to get drugstore glasses. A friend of mine argued that no, it's like that's something like it lends itself to be able to switch between prescriptions to see what works because you know it's all about like distance versus nearsightedness. So in my case, I'm wearing glasses, so things closer to me, it makes reading glasses tempting, but I'm still within the envelope where I can get away with not wearing reading glasses. But sometimes it's just easier to take off my glasses to see, you know, really close things. But
yeah,
you know, shit like
if
that,
I take
you
off my glasses, I can barely see anything. But yeah, the thing is, this looks like an HDMI port, not a network port. But did you? Are they required by law to have Ethernet ports or not?
Nah. So basically, it's like if it's a Series S, let's say, or whatever the basic one is, it could very well only have Wi-Fi. If it's like you know, the X1 S Super 4K, whatever the hell they call it, that would probably have Ethernet just because they'd be stupid to advertise like a full-on 4K, like, you know, guaranteed experience and not like throw that in. And that's because even the best Wi-Fi can be shit due to the nature of the fact that everyone and their mother has to share the same Wi-Fi channel. So some people's solution is like, oh, I'll get a range extender. But all they're doing is like putting a device that creates more interference. So if you're already having trouble, it'll fuck with the neighbor's Wi-Fi even more. Like it's just it's fucking wild the way Wi-Fi works. So I try to wire everything I can. So like basically like a TV that's never moving, it's bolted to the wall. So it's like logically that gets an Ethernet cable because it doesn't move. Like it's not like I'm holding it in my hand. Same thing Chromecast. So Chromecast, even though it's powered by USB, they sell a USB charger that has an Ethernet port. And then you don't have to use the Chromecast. Like your phone could be wireless and it could, send video to the Chromecast, but the Chromecast will be wired to the router. So it's like one less device that's like sharing the radio waves, because essentially Wi-Fi is a noisy room. And it's like, imagine you have a bunch of people talking and if they can't hear each other, they talk louder. So that's like what Wi-Fi does. It transmits louder basically, or it tries it's like constantly everything's talking over each other, and it's designed in such a way that it can tolerate it, because they could just say, oh, that's a dropped packet, resend me the thing I couldn't hear you say, but it'll do. It's like if I had to repeat the same, or if you had to repeat the same sentence to me 100 times in a row before I caught it, the conversation that would take 5 minutes would take hours. That's Wi-Fi.
Wow.
Well, like that's slow Wi-Fi, I guess. And good evening, Margot's wee Scottish garden. Good morning to you. That's a cool picture.
Thanks for joining us, Margot. Let's see if Margot has a wrench. I can't remember who does or doesn't right now.
Yeah, I started typing a second ago. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. I was saying goodnight to someone else, and they mentioned Bilbo on a chat on my right screen, so I had to really quickly say I thought Bilbo was cool, but then also had to qualify that by saying he was mostly nice, because, Bilbo got a little sketchy at times, but it's understandable that ring. Lord of the Rings. But let's not get into Lord of the Rings. Holy shit! Why did I bring up Lord of the Rings, Lorenzo? How bad would that be? It's like 3 a.m. man. It's getting late, and then we start going into Lord of the Rings for the next 4.5 hours.
Even Tolkien couldn't finish that project.
That's funny. That's true. And he was doing it into his wee years.
Marco does it.
Well, he left random notes around his house. I think that's how it was described to me recently. But I know he worked diligently on some of it. I think he was allowed to take like 17 years or 15, like 13 years at least, like on one of the books. Like the publisher really allowed him to like spend that. Like I guess it was different in 1810 or 1910.
So what was that? The one that begins with an S. That his son finished that, right?
The Silmarillion.
What's it called?
Yeah, that goes into it's weird because it's not necessarily directly Lord of the Rings canon, but it basically is, and it's used to explain questions that come up from people, reading or watching the trilogy.
So that's and check out Margot's channel. Let's see, guys. Yeah, go to the channel and. Not sure if it's gonna. Oh, Dillard drew my avatar. John Dillard? He's got a lot of talent as an artist. Read his Oh, let's see. Looks like I can barely see on the screen.
Yeah, I tabbed myself out, I was closing tabs, cleaning up.
This channel. Gotta put a link to. So Caleb apologized earlier. I'm not sure why.
Oh, because I go, you were in the middle of explaining how the whole Nissan Janji debacle went, describing it, getting the backstory there, the legalities, and I was exchanging messages about computer hardware fucking with Caleb, and it's understandable.
Yeah,
you were in the middle of explaining this thing.
I wasn't upset. It was.
But we still owe you an apology, nonetheless, so I think that was the respectful thing.
Yeah, I was just kind of confused because I didn't know if you were getting both what I was saying and what.
Honestly, there comes a point where
I spent quite a few hours listening to, but sadly, didn't take notes on.
The tech age is a disaster right now because people will be listening to people talk, or they'll be telling people things, and people will try to multitask, right? And this happens in general. And the person multitasking will think they're listening to the person, but they'll start like fading out or zoning out to the point where like they only catch like a tenth of what they're hearing. And so it's like, yeah, basically what you're describing is like, that's like a thing I encounter. Like I'll be telling my pop something, or my coworker, he'll be like telling me some shit, and I'll start like drifting away. That's why I started bringing Gundam models to work, so that, I mean, he used to get really mad about it. You know, he'd like not talk to me for like 2 days. It's like, and this is like awkward. I'm like, show him up at work. We work together. You know, it's like, this dude don't want to talk for like 2 days. He's just like, you know. So I was like, I better like not piss him off. He's like, it's good to have him on my good side. You know, it's good to have your coworkers, you know, happy and shit. And plus, in fairness, I wasn't wrong if I wasn't hearing what he was saying. At the same time, like sometimes I don't know how to like, with my coworker in particular, because like he says, like, if I'm boring you, let me know. And at the same time, I feel like I might offend him if I tell him that he's talking about some boring shit. You know, so like we argue about the moon and the Earth being flat. Like he thinks it's like the moon is like not what it is, and you know, things like that. So you know where
Does he
I
think
stand.
it's cheese or something?
Like
I'm just joking.
he thinks it's a
I
machine.
sure hope he doesn't think it's cheese.
A cheese. That's a
And
classic
I think
one.
I said hi to Carla. Welcome
Yeah, was
to
it
the chat.
Carla
Thanks for
or
joining
was
us.
it the one with the garden?
Long time friend of the
Oh,
channel.
Carla. Hey, Carla.
Yeah. And one of the links is to Caleb's channel. Let's see. That's Wild Streams for you, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So you were making the models on your downtime, or you were doing
Well, like yeah,
able to do
downtime. Like
stuff
basically,
and
when there's
multitask?
downtime, the coworker wants to talk a lot. So you know, like that's the downtime. But like it's literally you're still monitoring stuff. Like things can happen at any second. A phone call can come in, which is just normal. But like you know, more like something critical like that has an impact. You know, like an outage, let's say. You know, so that's basically what we're on the lookout for outage if there's downtime. Of course, ideally management wants you like doing something, training or anything, you know, that makes it worth that, you know, money to pay you to be there. But realistically, if there's nobody there during the downtime and something, you know, stopped working, it would be a really big fucking deal. You know, like they would like go crazy to upper management. So they kind of, you know, it's understandable. You want productive workers, but you know, it's like anything else. Like cops, you're gonna have cops standing on the corner for periods of time when there's nothing to do. You know.
Oh, so it's a giant egg, the moon? Well, according to Doctor Who, it is.
Doctor Who.
Wow.
I did not know that it's an egg in Doctor Who. That's good to know. It's good
Is
to
that
catch up on Doctor Who canon. I don't know if it's canon, but it sounds cool.
Wow, I wonder which doctor said that. That's
Yeah, it beats the shit out of me.
yeah, I don't really know much about Doctor Who, but I liked whomever it was, who was Doctor. Was it what was his name? Eccleton, or the guy who was when they finally brought. I guess Doctor Who had been off the air, and they brought it back, and then they had this doctor, but he was only lasted like one series, one season. And I guess it was the work environment that he said he didn't like the work environment. It wasn't his co-workers. It was like people running the show he didn't like. I mean,
Yep, the BBC or whoever they are. Yep.
but then let's see. What was his name? Bennett?
Yep, there was that guy. I mean,
He was the guy who came next, but I didn't really. I don't know. I think I maybe tried watching some episodes with him. And it's just, I just thought, I just liked the previous Doctor better. Which now I see like the episode, like there's some episode people are complaining about, and I saw a clip from it, and it was kind of unusual in that the evil space alien was like in like talking about pronouns and stuff, but I thought that like Tennant had like his like facial expressions and everything was really interesting. It's like, it's too bad I didn't like pay a little more attention like before to this guy, because like several years ago when he was actually, when he was originally the Doctor. I mean, because they brought him back through, what do they call that? Like by regeneration or something like that, and it was pretty campy. And I think the other, like now there's two doctors, or there was in that episode, or maybe it was like a short mini series or something. I don't know. I heard about it because people are complaining about it, but it actually looked kind of interesting. Because there's this furry animal that's like, I mean, this furry alien, like it's an evil species, but looks so cute. And it's like lecturing him on his pronouns. And like, I don't know, the whole thing was like, people are acting all offended. And it's like, well, this is pretty trippy stuff.
It's far out.
I mean, this is like, okay, like, this is something you can interpret multiple ways. Like, I mean, they've got a character that's, okay, so there's this alien doesn't have any binary gender. That actually makes sense with science fiction.
I guess that's fair. I mean, I still think it reeks of a gender if they're doing it, but at the same time, it's not out of their own. And Star Trek: The Next Generation did have that episode.
Yeah.
So I get that too. I think they did a Voyager one too.
And this was a MAPE. And it turned out that the non-binary alien was an evil alien. Because I mean, cool. There's a spoiler alert, but I looked up what the MAPEs were, and like they're just like real like vicious. It's like, so you got like a character that's the weird thing about like lecturing the Doctor on the pronouns was, that I could see that maybe upsetting some viewers, but like on the other hand, it's actually like I don't know. I think it's kind of it seems like kind of a complex situation, because the character turns out to be evil, and it's like, so you're having some sort of like this alien minority non-binary character. I'm just repeating myself, but I don't know. It seems interesting.
Yeah, no, like I'd like to get in Doctor Who, but I had trouble getting into it. I'm not saying it's bad because I haven't given it a fair chance, but
I'd like to see that episode.
It's good to start with a single episode that piques your interest.
Well, it sounds like it's. I don't know if it's a full series or just a few. I don't know. I don't know if it's like a mini series or what. But, I mean, some of the shows in the UK, the series or like season, but this just might be like 8 episodes. So, but I thought maybe this was like less than that. I don't know. I think maybe someone needs HBO Max or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's probably
so that might be an issue. But I don't know. I thought that was. I think it's interesting that they brought back Daniel, or was it David Tennant? And then whom I don't think I gave a fair shot to, and then they got this other doctor. Okay, the guy's a gay black guy. I don't see I have an issue with that. But then they have this non-binary alien, which again I don't have an issue with that. And then the alien, it turns out, it seems like it's a cute alien, but it's evil. Well, that's actually an interesting thing. That they're actually willing to go and have a character, like a queer character, and then have it be a villain. It's like that's
that is. I mean, that's a fair
that's
point.
That's actually really amazing. Because the like Star Trek didn't even want the J.J. Abrams Star Trek series. Khan wasn't even. I don't know if J.J. Abrams directed that movie, but Khan wasn't even allowed to be like. They couldn't even have him be from the Indian subcontinent. He couldn't even be a minority anymore.
I did not know that, but it doesn't particularly surprise me.
Yeah, so the fact that they're willing to have a character, they're dealing with gender identity, but they're willing to, but they're willing to have a character that's I don't know if the character is entirely evil, but that does some really awful things. Like, I mean, might have I don't know if they destroyed entire worlds or what I'm trying to remember. I don't know much. I'd like to learn more about it because they're like. I don't know. I think it's interesting because they're willing to do so, and it's not. It doesn't seem like it's just political correctness. It seems like there's that. But even the scene where I don't know, maybe it was the doctor's companion or whatever was saying, you should ask the meep which pronouns to use. Even that scene was kind of quirky. I didn't feel like was. I don't think it was supposed to be taken like an overly serious or lecture kind of manner. I mean, I think they were serious that, hey, you really, when you're dealing with an individual, you should use their preferred pronouns. But also, dude's talking to a freaking puppet. It's like a talking cat type thing or whatever. It was really surreal. I wonder if I could bring them in.
I mean, it's one thing if they're pushing a message and maybe they do emphasize the whole, pronoun thing a little bit, but at the same time, if we're dealing with an alien or a puppet who is, in place of an alien, this type of thing is par for the course.
Bleep, I think it was Bleep the Mape. I mean, so they got so people are getting outraged by that. I'm not sure that's really. I guess it's not exactly like. I'm trying to think of what animal this would look more. I don't want to look up the actual scene at play because it's BBC and.
I'm not even remotely. I'm not even like that into Doctor Who, it's like maybe one day I'll get into it, but I'm just I don't know, it's like I get the Daleks are scary and shit.
This creature,
The creature. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong screen. Okay, wait, that screen is blinked. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I wasn't going nuts. I see the blue background. Okay, it's loading, I guess. Okay, Alicorn. Enter. Oh, looks like I'm alone now. So while we wait for Lorenzo to get back, I guess I'll share what I'm working on here. So right now I'm setting up my Windows XP virtual machine to talk to my antiquated pocket computer. We were playing Star Trek on it before. And my lights are completely out, so I look kind of creepy now because I turned out my lights because it's very late right now. But we'll leave the lights off. So anyway, let's see what we can figure out here. And in the meantime, let me get to that chat window. Oh, good, you're back. Thank goodness. I thought I was gonna have to be responsible.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know. So I got disconnected, but yeah.
Oh wait, you can't see my chat.
So
I was just sharing.
like a real sinister character.
I thought I was sharing my screen. I wasn't even sharing, but that's okay. So back to topic. So they did use the girl was or the girl. I'm sorry, but the character, non-binary character. What was she? What was the character? Was she non-binary or like trans, like identifying as the opposite of what their biology is?
Did you see that? Do you see that creature I just tried to?
No, the screen was blank. I think your connection dropped when you shared the picture. Did it have a name like the cat from Doctor Who or something like that? I mean, it's not a cat.
Do you see it on the screen now?
Let me see. Yes, I see. Oh, yeah, that's kind of cat-like.
Yeah.
It's sort of like cat and Furby-like. I mean, not that Furbies are real, but I can see.
It turns out that this is like really like.
So I would see it as a girl. Does it identify as a boy or girl? Like what was the whole?
Well, it identifies as the.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a fucking alien. But okay, yeah, I can see where it's a little annoying, but
not a pronoun, but like my pronoun is.
Oh,
that's actually the direct article, but
well, it's like an alien. It's like but I mean, aliens, they don't have the concept of what we have. So in this case, like I can appreciate that.
I mean, it's okay. It's not technically linguistically like a pronoun, but like it's like okay, this alien doesn't have this like being called the Mabe, which is what it is. What the creature is. And it's like, okay.
So that's crazy though. So it does
such a big deal out of it. And it's like, wow, this is actually kind of trippy that there's this huge like furry thing. And then it turns out that it's like I think the destroyer of worlds or something. I mean it seems pretty wild. Like I mean, it seems like one of the more interesting types of aliens on Doctor Who.
But that would be that's like proper, I mean it's proper what I would call sci-fi, the subverting expectations, like literally, and I mean in this case it works. I think it works. I haven't watched it, but I kind of like I get it. It looks like some kind of cute alien thing. I can see it being evil, but only because
and even the part where like there's this look on the doctor's face when he's like interacting with it's like the whole thing looked kind of okay. We're gonna be like this is going to be a little bit campy. This is going to be a little bit tongue in cheek, but here's a message here. Here's a message about pronouns, but it's also like I don't think it was like I didn't feel like he was like beating people over the head with a hammer. I think it was like okay, here's like a teachable moment. We're going to do it in kind of a lighthearted way. That's how I saw it. Like science fiction's always had there's always been some sort of message, whether it be liberal or conservative or whatever. I found it less offensive than the whole thing where on Star Trek Next Generation, the first season, where Riker says, "We no longer enslave animals for food." That seemed to beat people over the head far more than
that kind of did, and I mean, but the joke is like I think the Next Generation, like we didn't always take it so seriously. Like we knew that like this is Gene Roddenberry's like super utopian idealistic future, and even Gene probably ate meat, but like for some reason he wanted to work up this weird angle where maybe I don't know, everyone gets their own interpretation, I think if we're being honest, but one angle I see is like maybe I can't comprehend a society where people see meat as meat consumption as enslaving animals, but maybe in 300 years humanity evolves in a way that I can't even comprehend it, like as being sane, and that's what happens. So in a way, Star Trek was like a funny like thought experiment sometimes in those types of pointed ways.
There really wasn't like necessary to because they had the replicators and stuff, and
that's another thing. So like that's why the communist people, they say like Star Trek communists on Facebook, and he's like saying it would be ideal if we did all these things so that we had communism and we could become like Star Trek. But it's like, no, Star Trek works because they have replicators, and obviously the energy that allows them to create like lots of stuff with the replicators at like little to no real cost. And so when you're in what they call a post-scarcity civilization,
that's what I was going to say, post-scarcity, and it's different.
Absolutely. And all of that. So it's like easy to be a vegan or to be an animal rights activist when like you live in that type of society.
Also, Margot's been watching Doctor Who since the 1970s.
Wow.
Oh, Tom Baker is my favorite. Yeah, Tom Baker was. I mean, I was really young when he was on the air, but yeah, he was. Yeah, who is the one? I just assumed he was Doctor Who. I didn't even understand what they regenerate. Doctor regenerates.
Well, yeah, it's like the guy goes like into the telephone booth. Now, okay, I don't know about the telephone. That's the TARDIS, but like basically, like at some point, like the Doctor, I don't know, transitions or like moves their soul or consciousness into a new body. So that's why they always have like a different. I mean, it's a good way. I think it's a way of managing the actors. You can always change actors, but it is a cool trick because like in a sci-fi setting, this makes sense. I did want to see a video clip of one of the older episodes where it was recorded in black and white, and it was like the Doctor was giving some kind of philosophical speech, and it sounded pretty deep, like I was like, I could appreciate this. I can see why some people get really passionate about Doctor Who and whatnot, but I still couldn't get into it the couple of times I tried to watch an episode with a friend.
It's something
well, you know how it is, though.
I think it's kind of one of those. I had a friend who couldn't get into Next Generation. I had a hard time getting into the Next Generation. I know I'm switching to Star Trek. When it first aired, I don't remember watching it when it first. I think it came on when I think it debuted when I was in elementary school, and they. Even when I think I first tried watching it when I was in junior high, and I still couldn't. It was like, okay, this is just these kids in school were talking about how much better it was than the original, and it's like I was thinking, no, this is just awful. And then I remember one day my dad was watching it, and that caught my attention because. He'd watched like the originals and stuff, but like just him watching, it was like, well, that's kind of interesting, and it's like, sure enough, it's like, wow, this really seems like the writing's improved. This is some good storytelling, but like, and it turns out the first season there was this documentary that William Shatner, who wasn't even on the freaking show, but he hosts this. He's the narrator on this documentary about the first season of I think it's called like Crisis on the Bridge or something like that. It's on
I've heard of it.
If you have YouTube, whatever they call that, the paid version of YouTube. Have you seen that?
I have not, but I've heard of it. I might check that out. Yeah.
Yeah, because it talks about like Roddenberry and how he had this utopian vision and just like just the trouble they had making the series. And what's her name? Fontaine.
DC
she wrote the
Fontana.
pilot episode. Was it Farpoint?
Encounter at Farpoint.
Encounter
Yeah.
at Farpoint, yeah. And then like Roddenberry wanted to extend. He extended it to this longer thing. I think I can't remember if it was like
two-part
episode.
It did end up being a two-parter.
And like I think completely changed the script. And so that kind of it can explain why. Yeah, in some ways I think it's a really cool episode, but in some ways not. I actually think it's one of the highlights of season 1 because it.
Oh yeah, season 1 was
Q.
Oh yeah, well, just about hitting the ground running there, yeah.
But I could see it being like a situation where, yeah, maybe Roddenberry took the thing and like, it'd be interesting to have seen what's her name?
What Fontana wrote.
Like,
well, it's funny you mentioned
what
that.
her original vision was.
Well,
but then again, Star Trek was always one of those things that somebody was messing around with, like I can't remember. There's one episode that was supposed to be just like anti-war, and like I think the network executives weren't happy with that, or like somebody knew that it wouldn't, like, okay, this wouldn't air, so it made it more ambiguous, you know. And it might be that Star Trek benefited from, because there's episodes where people can like two people can watch it and come to a different conclusion about what the message was.
Absolutely. I mean, that's pretty much what. Yeah, I remember. Like, I mean, it kind of came to mind earlier too, and I agree.
That if it was just like, if we're going to beat you over the head with like an anti-Vietnam war message, that probably they wouldn't have like really. I don't know if that would have been compelling.
Probably not. And I mean, one thing, original series, they didn't really go for the anti-war thing because I think, they kind of understood they didn't want. Well, was it the original series? But like people, Star Trek was depicting military people doing something, positive. Because imagine being like a guy who was drafted or even voluntarily joined the war effort, and you're being shitted upon on TV and by a lot of people. So Star Trek is like something where these army people can see themselves doing something that's like not involving killing and is also noble, like actually engaged in noble pursuits, like exploration and upholding the rights of people and shit like that.
Well, I like some of the episodes. Some of the episodes I like the best are ones that are kind of like fucked up, like the one like the one where Picard goes and he like there's this like just complete. So the Native American, there's all these Native Americans who had to like flee to outer space just to.
That was crazy.
They have their own planet, and then Picard comes by and he relocates them, forcefully relocates them due to some treaty with a.
That was fucking tough. Yeah, Cardassians.
Kardashian. I can't
the Cardassians.
I'm confused because there's the.
No, they don't have the big butts. That's funny though.
Kardashian or Cardassians?
Cardassians, yeah.
Yeah, it's like because what's it? That would have been fun. That'd be funny though. Like the remastered version, and what's her name with the big booty comes on and her big booty like relocates everybody to a different planet. That's gonna be the remake. You're gonna have like Kim Kardashian with.
Maybe she could replace John Stewart.
Is Captain Picard.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and she's kind of a minority. She's Armenian, so
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, like that very, very, very persecuted ethnic group.
Yeah, that's true.
That would be. I probably would check that out to see what the heck, people be complaining about it, but I'd check it out. Like Star Trek, that might have been more interesting than like the clips I saw from the first couple seasons of Picard. Looks like towards the end of the show, they actually did like what people were hoping they would have done the entire series. But I haven't seen it. I mean, I've just seen clips.
Of what, Next Generation or the Doctor Who?
Oh, I'm talking about with Picard, like.
Oh yeah, that new shit. Yeah, I mean, it was all right, but I mean, I didn't like. I got my tendencies to still be pissed about the new timeline changes, but I mean, it wasn't terrible.
So it takes place in a different. Is this still in the Kelvin timeline?
They say they kind of lied when they said it was in the prime timeline, because the minute that you hit the ground, you realize that the planet Romulus is still destroyed, and I'm pretty sure Vulcan's destroyed, but I'm not 100% on that. And basically that's something that happens in the Kelvin timeline. So then when you argue with people on the internet, when I remember Facebook, some person, I said, this is not fair, this is not the prime timeline. And their argument was, well, it is the prime timeline because of the time travel in the Kelvin universe. So basically, we're in the Kelvin timeline still, but it's the prime timeline because, it's like, so it's like, they call it the prime timeline, but they did a bait and switch because they were saying it's the prime timeline after time travel. That's like the shortest way to put it. Yeah.
So there was this, and I think it's a bit of a conspiracy theory. I think it was Midnight Edge promoted that it was like had to be 20%
so
different.
I can almost buy that
legally an obligation, because somebody was like actually when I had mentioned that, somebody's like, well, here's the license, you can read through it, but I can understand the legalese or whatever. I'm dyslexic too. Maybe it wasn't filled with legalese, but it's like I'm not going to read the whole contract because I'm going to understand it. But supposedly it wasn't like in there, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's entirely possible. I'm not an expert on this at all remotely, and I feel like if there was something like they can quote, they would, but I don't even know what contract would be relevant to what. It's like when I look up like something like who voted for what in the Supreme Court, and then like I have to dig my ass off to find the relevant, proceeding.
I wonder if they just wanted to, it seemed like it was an interview where somebody threw out this like weird percentage of like, we just want to make it it just seemed it seems to me like it could be kind of like this whole updated for modern audiences, and for whatever reason shows do that, and like stray from canon, which was always kind of confusing with Star Trek anyway, where like there was this clip somebody showed like where Picard's it's on Next Generation, and if I remember correctly, like Captain Picard on different episodes would say there were different numbers of like decks on the ship or whatever, or rooms or whatever. Like it didn't seem like it was always consistent to begin with.
But I mean, they were all over the place.
Huh?
Yeah, they could be all over the place at time, but I think like they had an established chronology that they were sticking to, and to Voyager they were pretty good about it.
There was overall like after things kind of settled down, after like once that show got its groove, there was a certain feel to it. I don't think they really captured it in the movies, the Next Generation movies. I don't think they did a really good job capturing the feeling of the show, but and in all the movies,
basically, like outside of this first 6, they didn't do as good of a job. But I mean, I enjoyed them, but they were different.
Yeah.
They were out there,
Yeah, they were good. It was good to see those actors, and like, because I didn't see the movies when they came out, so it's like kind of like getting like extra episodes of Next Generation, but they're like movie format. And, you get Data. You get to see Data with his emotion chip, and then you get to see him without his emotion chip for whatever reason. And I guess, he got a little too annoying or whatever, and they decided, oh, maybe audiences don't like this, so we're gonna not have
like Data, they let him turn off his emotion chip in the movie, and in First Contact, because he was getting emotionally, triggered by the Borg. But other than that, I think he kept it on there after. He just got less annoying about it. He's like, in Generations, like, it's a bit in your face, but then they also had that plot where the subplot where the ship was also not like really working properly for him. So they had to sort of turn it off to deal with that. Maybe that was the reason, like maybe the audience, that was a factor too. But in First Contact, it was really cool. There was a scene where he could literally like turn off his chip at will.
So I know that like he was in one of the movies, he was just like laughing at jokes like years. But the thing is, he didn't. But I guess it would make sense though, because all of a sudden I think he maybe had experienced rudimentary emotions even before he had this emotion chip, because it always kind of seemed like he had something kind of like almost like emotions to begin with, like almost.
Mm-hmm. Well, he did. That was he was always trying to get there. It was always out of his grasp. But it's like that was the beauty of it, was that he acted like he like there was something there, right? In his head, that there was something about his personality, and that was the thing that was interesting, was that it was almost made him more human, was his pursuit of humanity or some shit like that.
Yeah. And I guess it makes sense if he didn't get these jokes. All of a sudden, maybe years later, he's laughing at some joke that he heard. So he's gonna come across as a bit awkward when he gets that emotion chip. That makes sense. He's getting used to it, and then. Did the Borg Queen use the emotion chip to manipulate him?
Oh yeah, well, she forced.
Like Laura did in the.
Well, after she caught him, she fucking like put it on. Made it so he couldn't control it. So
did she give him like real skin or something?
Oh yeah, he did that too.
That was really. That was kind of a disturbing movie. Interesting though.
I mean, like, it was an interesting concept. It was like, okay, I don't know if she grew the human skin or got it from some crew member, but yeah, like, it was an interesting thing, like an interesting concept, but a little, disturbing, sure, definitely disturbing. I mean,
that was I think maybe, well, and two, like, also how the Borg Queen looked kind of freaky, but I think that was kind of the whole point of it. I think it was.
Some people take exception with the idea of a fucking Borg Queen.
Well, that kind of confused me. But was that because of? Was it because of, like, I know that there was so much chaos when Hugh was returned to the Borg that Borg pretty much fell apart, and then Laura had to come in and restore some sort of order to it, and then
maybe, but I'm not really sure, because I think it was more like a small Borg community. They were like ones who got disconnected from the main collective, so they didn't really count.
Did they have a queen in?
No, not at all.
what I'm thinking of, Voyager.
Oh yeah. They
Did
meet
have a
her.
queen on Voyager?
Yeah, they did. They meet the Borg Queen. They interact with her. She plays a pivotal role in the ending episode.
That is kind of weird, though, that all of a sudden they have a queen instead of being the collective.
I mean, I was just talking
quite different than.
Oh no, it's way different in the concept. Because it was like they were originally unthinking machine, just like literally automated, thing. But like, I think the writers or whoever decided that they wanted to do it this way because maybe they wanted new possibilities for the Borg, and maybe the idea was that this is like, like colonies of bugs have a queen, so it seems that they kind of borrowed it from the insect community or whatever they call that shit.
Yeah, it's just kind of a weird retcon. Oh, hey TJ, there's TJ work in progress. Different TJ than the not the guy TJ who
I know
in the past, but it's a different TJ who's been in other chats. So I'm sorry to Margot. I went a bit haywire. The last two doctors, she said, these used Tenet to try to reboot and it failed. A lot of people thought it was good, but I don't watch it anymore. But I love the older episodes. Yeah, so that's the thing with. That's how I feel about like the new Star Trek. The Meep, just like the Doctor, laughing, and many cool aliens spanning decades. And then TJ says, "Morning all. Wish I could do that. Turn it off." Oh, emotions. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Emotions being overwhelming at times. And I think that was the deal with the Vulcans. Their emotions could be so overwhelming.
Yeah.
Like Spock when he was like, I remember McCoy, even McCoy, who at that time was like just like seemed to have an irrational like hatred towards. Actually, like he had an irrational hatred towards Vulcans. I think he was just jealous of Spock. I think.
Well, I mean, Spock has his tendencies, and that could be annoying sometimes. Like, there's times where, like, there was a situation where the captain's life was on the line, and Spock was, like, using calculating logic, and Bones is like, you fucking, and it's like,
there's
that.
The copper blood thing didn't make any sense because why would I would think as a doctor that wouldn't like the green blood or whatever. It seemed like didn't McCoy seem to like use that as some? He seemed pretty prejudiced.
Oh yeah, it is kind of prejudice, yeah.
Which didn't really seem all that like.
Well, McCoy was like that, like anachronism on the original series, the country doctor, but like he didn't have like he also like as crazy and backwards as he seemed. He also would be the first guy where he like went back in time and he finds out they're using scalpels in the hospitals and he's like, well, he knew they were using scalpels, but he described it as like barbaric. Like he couldn't even like he just like this is crazy.
Was very very emotional, and I guess he was upset that Spock would just like seem so so cold and distant. And then Spock though could be surprising, like that time that ship of Vulcans exploded, and that like it just pained him for all that. It's I guess it'd be kind of like 9/11. It's like all of a sudden all these people die,
Oh yeah.
And then I don't know if it was McCoy or whomever it was. Yeah, it's like didn't understand why he acted. it was an interesting thing because he was like, well, it's like you humans like react so, and then here's Spock being, engaging in like generalizations himself, and he's like, overgeneralizing. He's like, well, humans like get so upset about the death of one person, and yet when many people die, they don't seem to care all that much.
I think that's like the generalization. That's fun. That's a funny observation, though. I'm sorry about the many. I'm sorry. Go on. I'm sorry. I just had another thought for a second.
Well, go ahead. That's done with my point.
Well, like the generalization is sort of like when they're turning it to a 10. Like they take something, they turn it to like a 10 or higher, and they're basically just exaggerating something, like making it over the top because they're trying to, get us to think about it. It's like making it obvious so that we're thinking about it, that type of thing.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like what they say, like something or other. It becomes a statistic. Can't remember the saying, like, or like human casualties or whatever. Like, thought there was a saying about an English language saying, but I can't think of it. But about how the difference between, say, like one death and many deaths, and somehow it can become just a statistic, and at least in some people's minds. But then again, like, there's a lot of people who do get really upset, and like justifiably so, about genocide. So, which is good.
That's reasonable.
And I think that was something like, I think that was like maybe more upsetting to at least hypothetically speaking, to Spock than like a single person dying. No, like in reality though, like if something happened to Kirk, I think I'm trying to remember how he reacted in those cases.
Sometimes he would be more cold calculating, like that episode with the asteroid, and they tried deflecting the asteroid and they nearly blew out the dilithium chamber. In fact, that was the time where I think Spock was trying to save the captain, and Bones gave him shit for risking the lives of the ship over it. Like over Kirk's life. So there might be like that, some of that emotional tendency there.
Yeah, he was like a very, I guess that would be kind of utilitarian.
Maybe that is the motive. I never thought it was just him being sentimental. He might hide behind a utilitarian motive, but yeah, I don't know.
Or wait, was he trying to spare the ship or Spock? I mean Kirk.
Well, he tried to save Kirk.
Oh, okay.
He risked the ship over it.
Oh, I thought you were saying he was trying to.
Yeah, he risked the ship over trying to save Kirk.
Spock did?
Yeah, he was in command of the Enterprise.
So that's the thing. It's like Spock. That was the thing. Spock would always like try to play up his like Vulcan-ness, but he was half human. And also, now when he was a kid, was he the one who, as a kid, had a problem with logic and stuff? And
probably
didn't want
to
follow
an extent.
The path? I'm trying to remember.
Maybe, but it's hard to tell because it's like I'm not referencing the JJ movie for any facts. Okay. Like I know the JJ movie has its Spock scene, but I can't really, I'm not gonna like speak for that.
Oh, I wonder if they dealt with it like in the animated series or one of
the. Oh wait, actually they did.
Movies.
Like the animated series. Now that you mention it, they did sort of deal with it. Yeah, that's actually something they did. I mean, it's a long story. I gotta get wrapping up soon anyway. But basically, like, there's a whole episode about Spock when he was a kid. He had a pet tiger or whatever they call it on Vulcan. but it's definitely like a story there. Like it's like basically a TAS, an animated series. It's pretty much considered canon. I mean, even if it's argued, I think it's like not the most unreasonable source considering who is involved and whatnot.
You there?
Oh, did my audio go out?
Oh, I got disconnected.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Well, yeah, he is so. And somebody, I think somebody mentioned that like to him, that to Tuvok, that like Tuvok really just like it, he just like this. He despised Neelix for a while there. I'm not sure the whole season. I mean, the whole series, but I think for a while he just couldn't stand Neelix.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Yep.
I mean, I can understand that, but like, I mean, for a Vulcan, he seemed to really he seemed to battle a lot with his emotions.
Yeah, I mean, well, once again, like that, like he's in the Delta Quadrant. He's separated from his support net of Vulcans, so that was a big part of it. Was like, he literally couldn't, like, he had the Ponfar thing happen. He could not go back to Vulcan to do any of the procedures.
Yeah.
Like none of that ritual shit could be done. So that like really kind of like it's like he had extenuating circumstances Tuvok. So even though it was like pretty early on, he was already being rude to Neelix. Like in the beginning, Neelix was kind of sketchy, it's like this guy.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He was not. He started out being not too trustworthy. But Tuvok also had served under with Sulu, right?
Yeah.
And that didn't seem to work out. I think he dropped out of the academy because he just couldn't like interact with humans.
Spock?
I understand.
Oh, Tuvok.
No offense intended.
Wait, Spock dropped out of the academy or Tuvok?
Tuvok, I mean.
Oh, yeah, he might have at one point.
Sulu.
But he definitely got back in because he couldn't go become a security officer.
Well, I mean not the academy. I think he's dropped out. I mean, he dropped out of Starfleet for a while. I think.
Oh, he took a break or something. That's what it was, a Spock thing. He left Starfleet for a little while in the movie. Yeah,
like he was trying to go or like took a leave of absence or something. Yeah, for a while.
Yeah, he got the Columnar. Tried to get the Columnar. Basically purging emotions award for Vulcans.
Yeah, maybe deal with I'm gonna have to rewatch some of the stuff. They've put off getting what was it, Paramount Plus that it's called now? Started off as CBS All Access, and it seemed like a kind of a ripoff. And even when it became Paramount Plus at first, it seemed like a ripoff. Then they've been introducing more and more stuff. And it was like, seems like while HBO Max has been said to be kind of removing stuff. Like I heard they used to have some really cool cartoons on there, and then they removed a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know about any of that.
I was a lot out of loop about some of it. I'm trying. I'm mainly familiar with the Vulcan emotions thing, but just I'm not familiar with anything outside of Star Trek: The Motion Picture and some of Voyager. When it comes to Vulcans.
Oh yeah. Well, Enterprise dealt with that, eh?
Oh yeah, Enterprise too. Yeah, that was a bit different because they have that Contra thing, and some of it seemed legit. I think they tried to be true to Star Trek, but they might have been kind of jumping around with that a bit, especially with the they had this whole thing with the Vulcan government being like the Catholic Church, let's say, or some analogy. I don't know. And it's like they got this hegemonic attitude, and like they really don't like any dissent or anything like that, and they think that mind melds are like this cult like thing like this, like, oh, that's the fucking Serenite cult, those assholes. So it's like the official policy is actually opposing people like Spock. So Spock, when he does the mind meld in the original series, like if it was during the times of Enterprise, the Vulcan, whatever they're called, the people in charge, the government would like fucking be opposed to mind melding. They'd be like, "What are you doing? That's fucking a cult." And
it seemed like they started off like, or at least that period, they were kind of like the Romulans in that they weren't all that the government wasn't all that logical. They were like very much in like warmongering, like with setting up a secret military base and stuff like that. And
they were fucking sketchy as fucking that.
And then it sounds like that was like before they really embraced logic, or during some sort of really dark period of, Vulcan's past. Now, does that contradict some stuff we know about Vulcans from other shows?
Well, some of it might, but like that's the thing. That's why I say it's like sometimes I can't even catch it all unless I've watched some stuff a lot, and I haven't rewatched Enterprise enough yet to like fully have the Vulcan thing figured out.
That. I hate the episodes with the Suliban. Like,
oh yeah,
I just don't like them. And then, like, how are they gonna fuck with the timeline and without fucking up? Because if it was something in the future, okay. I mean, if it's something said in the future, that'd be one thing. But it's in the past, and everything's got to lead up to. To like say like Captain Kirk and so they can't. Suliban like really couldn't really do much to. They couldn't do anything that would like surprise us in the past, or else it would like create a new timeline.
Well, some people argue
which is
that
what I think J.J. Abrams ended up doing.
Well, some people argue we already had a new timeline between First Contact and Enterprise because that was an interesting view I heard like a week ago. It was like basically the idea was that in First Contact there was the time travel, there was like the what Zephyr Cochrane experienced, and even though like we could say maybe he kept it under wraps, that may have already done enough damage to the timeline or change to the timeline. So fast forward to like the movie First Contact led to the events of Enterprise. So before the movie First Contact, if there was no time travel, things would not have panned out the way they did in Enterprise. And so when we went and had Enterprise, some would argue that was a new time. I don't know if I totally buy it, but it's an interesting angle, And that was where the new timeline fuckery actually started happening. And with the bullshit from the temporal Cold War, which was like super annoying. That's why I got annoyed at the Suliban, because they always had potential to really make a mess of things. And my hope was that we would just all ignore the Suliban afterwards. But I think they kind of did have some impact,
Well, it seems like a bunch of Suliban like run like Paramount now. Maybe that's the deal. Maybe it's run by the Suliban.
Yeah,
they couldn't alter our past, but so they went and they couldn't even alter the past too much on Star Trek. So they actually started running the Paramount company to alter it that way.
Yeah,
the Suliban came to life.
Oh my god.
Maybe that's the deal. Maybe the Suliban, like they've taken over Hollywood.
And, I mean, they might be writing the AIs. The AI, not the AIs, but they might be training the AI models for writing. And maybe this I had a funny theory where someone said the movie strike was because they were already like the movies that suck already. He was saying it was because they're already using AI to write them. So the people were complaining about AI being used in the future. It's like, well, maybe they're already using it, and that's why all of this stuff sucks. And I don't know, I don't really buy that, but it's just funny.
I think it was the corporate conglomeration led to whatever is going on now, whether they're using AI or it's just like they're hiring like people based on like some superficial ideology or whatever can can make people who can make the company look like they're like politically correct or whatever, like actually care about this or that social issue that I don't think these large corporations really care about. But they've got a. I'm trying to think of what type of what do they call it? There is a term for like these supposedly socially responsible companies, and I think I think it's all a scam.
Yeah, that shit's like frustrating. But yeah, DEI. I think that's what it's like. They have like formalized ways of measuring the DEI
equity,
scores.
Inclusion. But they don't.
I mean, the concept on its
they
own
really
wouldn't be
care
so bad.
about that. I think it's just a way of like.
Well, of course they don't care about that, but the point is that you like if you oppose DEI, you're a bad guy. But the reality, of course, they're also like they don't give a shit either. But it's like it works, and they have a whole like that's what. Yeah, it's kind of that's why it's inherently a scam. It's like this whole mess, but it doesn't seem to be working well. I mean, if the shit I heard is true, I don't know if it's true. Like I don't really pay attention to like what Bud company does or whatever, but like in Minecraft it was like people had a Minecraft mod where the Bud Light patch had to fucking get their DI scores up somehow, so they hire someone that helps with the DI score, like they hire a person who's like diverse in some way, and then they ended up taking a backlash. So even though they got approved for a bank loan, they took a backlash on the fucking like from the commercial basically, and so as a result, that Minecraft mod got hammered with bad reviews. With the whole, I think, the Dylan mod, yeah.
The Dylan mod?
Yeah, Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light mod.
Oh yeah, so the thing is, I don't. The thing is, no, I don't think anybody really like outside of like some. Like this one group of fans on TikTok really knew who that person was. So I mean, like I wasn't, and I never actually saw that person on any Bud Light cans. Were there Bud Light cans in New York City? Like I don't quite get where that was such a weird thing because I don't really. Take care, TJ. Might be gone like. For 20 minutes now, for all I know, but I didn't realize there was like conversation in the chat.
Oh, there's actually, but man, it kills me. It's good to see everyone in the chat. It's 4 a.m. over here.
That's why I'm spacing out. So the whole thing was like, I don't really care who's like promoting Bud Light. I could drink that stuff anyway, but I thought it was funny. Like was it Kid Rock had all these like just cases full of Bud Light. Hopefully that was like for like his girlfriend or something. My apologies to anybody who actually likes Bud Light or used to like it or whatever. I just always thought it was kind of like a watered down beer.
Basically, like Coors is.
Well, there's Coors Light as well.
Coors Light, yeah, you're right. Coors is not watered down. Coors Light, thank you. I'm sorry, that's true. That would be false advertising. I don't want to like disparage the Coors beer company in this case. They're fine. I have no complaint with them.
It's so the whole thing. I don't quite so. I mean,
it was Pon Far, TJ, if you didn't leave yet, and have a good day at work, TJ. But yeah, it was Pon Far.
Yeah, so for me, like I thought, I've never been a fan of Budweiser. And like, but like, just like, I guess maybe it was like because it kind of tasted watered down. Maybe it was like slightly more drinkable for me than the Budweiser, but like it was just Well, I don't really know the point in drinking it. It was like it's, it was like, okay. I mean, I'm not really going to get a buzz off of it or anything, but whatever. I mean, I guess it's like kind of. I don't know. I never really. I keep repeating myself. I just thought Bud Light was kind of over. I mean, Budweiser was overrated, and then Bud Light was just kind of watered down. Less.
Yeah, I mean, I really only ever had Coors Light. I liked Coors Light. It's kind of fresh, but it's still watered down, but it doesn't taste bad. Bud Light, it's like watered down Budweiser, so that's like having watered down piss.
Yeah. That's the thing. I always want. Yeah, my joke was it just like kind of like the symbols of Clydesdale. So, well, where are they getting the beer? It's just a joke. Just a joke, folks. Don't
That's
sue
a funny
me.
one, though. Yeah.
Don't sue me about Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch. But yeah. But yeah, it was just like I'm like. Yeah, Coors is a brand in the American beer that, like, I'm not a big fan of a lot of American beer, but I can drink a Coors. I think it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
No. Even like some of those like craft beer. So these craft beer brands, I think, are just totally overpriced and overrated. Used to be able to get, I don't know how it's pronounced, it's a Kozel, whatever it was from the Czech Republic. And they had a dark beer that I used to be able to get. And I liked that. And I think in the 90s, it was like a buck or something like that in the Czech Republic. And it was like, I don't know, but no, buck could have been a lot of money though. For
Oh yeah, over there, yeah.
But it was like cheaper than the Budvar or whatever it was, like which like it's like actual ingredients from Budweiser, Germany. Now I've heard that's actually like really good, but I've never tried it. I guess it's marketed here. I think nowadays, but they had to change the name for the American market because of Budweiser, I think. I can't remember but it's like if you want beer with like ingredients from Budweiser, Germany, it's made in the Czech Republic. It's supposed to be like a really good beer.
Well, it's like Europeans have fucking old brewing traditions and stuff.
Oh yeah, like hundreds of years old. Like, and some of them are like small, like batch. Kind of like what like are micro brews, but they go back hundreds of years. So I think, yeah, I don't think that there's really, we don't really have that so much in this country. But then again, our country is so much newer. And maybe it's because maybe some of it had, I wonder if these companies were better before all these like corporate mergers.
I mean, I think they were always sketchy to an extent, but before the mergers, like, things were a little better. They had some trust busting that kind of messed things up too at times, but the mergers usually tend to make it a bigger mess if you're losing competition or liquidating talent in lieu of like short-term goals.
There is a beer Anheuser-Busch makes that was it Stella or Kel or what's it called? I actually really like it. It's
That one's
like
pretty good.
one of the
Stella
beers that'll-
Artois. Yeah, Stella Artois is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it's like given a choice between like that or like a standard like American, beer. I will often go for that, but it's not something I would drink all the time. I trying to remember if I'd buy like a maybe that's something I'd buy a 6-pack of, not a single bottle. I'm trying to remember how it's sold. I think it's sold in 6-packs. But yeah, so I didn't really get offended by the whole the whole thing with Budweiser and Bud Light. I've had trans people come on the show, but it seemed like trying to get like the TikTok crowd to drink Bud Light and and this whole like person that nobody had like even hardly anybody had heard of the celebrity outside of like this one like I'm saying that maybe that's maybe they're really popular with Gen Z. I don't know, but maybe the individual. I don't know, but I don't remember ever hearing about that person till this whole Bud Light situation.
Yeah, I mean, I personally never heard of them. I'm sure they existed, but I never heard of them.
Yeah, I'm not like I don't watch TikTok, so maybe that's the deal. But it just, and then I never went. I've seen Bud Light on sale like several times since then. Like it seemed like it like frequent sales after that, but never once seen that individual on the can. So I don't. Wait, that sounds like I'm talking about the toilet. Bud Light can, and so it's like I don't know how many cans were actually made with this person on there. I thought the person's face was on the can.
It might have been, but I'm not sure either.
And did you hear about like there was this company that was claiming this guy who's claiming to make like conservative beer, and it was like $20 a 6-pack or something.
I did not know that, but it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, like this total grafted. I think even like a lot of like conservatives and right wingers were like, okay, this is okay. I think they were mocking the heck out of it.
I mean, like to some extent, if it really costs $20 a 6-pack and it's good beer, cool. But like, if it's not even that good beer, and it's $20 a 6-pack, then that's like really out there.
Yeah, I think I don't know if they're calling it like what it was. It was like Freedom Beer. Oh, and there's Mr. Yanafui.
Oh, hey, what up, Mr. Yanfui?
So, yeah, so I got into some sort of feud with this person named Miki something, some sort of this woman who is supposedly kind of, I don't know if she's supposed to be famous within Comicsgate, but like don't quite understand. How or why? It's just some sort of like Twitter argument that like made no sense to me. And she like, it was like within like I think 2 days she had like blocked and unblocked me like twice and blocked me a third time.
That seems like a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, that was
over
really bizarre.
a Twitter thing. Oh, like a lot of blocking and unblocking me. Like, you make up your mind, block me or don't.
Yeah, it was really, and I think the time she blocked me again was over Eric July, which because she supports, which a lot of comic skaters don't like her because Ethan does. I mean, a lot of comic skaters don't like Eric July because Ethan doesn't like him anymore, even though Ethan previously told people to back his books or gave a positive review of his book, but then gave a negative review later on after some feud.
It's fucking funny.
It's so funny. And so, like, I don't know what's going on with me. It's just like, I just remember one day there's this Makey woman and like with like a very how can I put it, like delicately, that's not like, let's see, she's very has some pleasing features, a pair of pleasing features is all I'll say. I don't know. Hello, hey, Mr. Yanafui.
Hello, fellow Americans and people of the Crown. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Yeah. Did you see me and and immediately remember the Mickey situation?
Yeah, what's the update on the Mickey situation? What, like, I'm trying to remember. It just keeps it's just so strange. And
You
she's got
know,
me blocked now.
block you again?
Yeah, I think it's the third time.
Oh no, that's sad. You know, you're blocked by our queen, new queen. But you know, Lorenzo, can you hear me?
Oh, it looks like my stream might have been deleted by Facebook.
So sad.
I was just looking at this message. We're having trouble streaming to Facebook.
Oh.
So yeah. So Mickey I just remember like a year or two ago, she shows up with her pair of assets or her big balloons, and she and she was selling buttons that said Comic Skate.
Yeah.
And people,
You know,
and a couple people are calling her like the button grifter.
yeah. You know,
like,
I think
yeah.
she's like trolling. You know. It's
You think
no-
so? The whole
Yeah.
thing the whole thing makes no sense at all.
But she sold the buttons. But I don't know. She's I don't know. It's like trolling anyway. It doesn't make any sense to
Yeah.
some things. You know, I start to play with her a little. You know.
Yeah, I think she was trying to flirt with me and maybe got upset because I didn't go along with it. Because like she was like, just because I'm talking to you doesn't mean that they were friends or were in a relationship or what. But like the way she was saying it was like, I've had like.
But you know, I think Lorenzo,
almost like she was flirting with her or something like oh, please don't, whatever you do, I'm not interested, but like wink wink, and it's like, okay, I'm not gonna mess with that.
Lorenzo, I think
that could give me I'm not really interested in women on who are online and I don't know in person.
Lorenzo,
you know?
I have to go, so I have to talk fast.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I think she is. We know her. You know, is the wife of a friend of us. You know.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's it. So I'm not gonna spoil, but you know, it's we can ask, you know, but I don't know if we'll receive an answer.
So, but does she really look like that though?
The what?
Really but that's like, but she's like, okay.
No? Can you think someone?
I'm trying to think of somebody whose like wife has like big melons.
Think about who has a wife with Asian face, you know? No?
Well, Stu does, but I've met Stu's wife.
Oh, she's not?
No, Stu's wife looks different, so.
Okay.
Totally different.
My theory is on the.
That would be interesting. That would be interesting, but
you know, selling buttons sounds like something that he could do. You know.
Yeah. Well, so that's the thing. Is like, yeah, I think I keep trying to remember if Stu was teasing her over the button thing, but yeah, so Stu was selling like those little cozies to put one's cup in, or whatever those things are called. The thing that keeps the I know, it was you can't have a can of pop or beer or whatever, you know, soda pop, or keeps it cool.
Yeah.
He was selling socks. I mean, her selling buttons. I mean, I guess maybe that is kind of like what Stu does, but no, that's not.
Yeah. I keep trolling, you know, I keep trolling everyone.
But yeah, I think she seems to act, I don't know. She seems to think of herself as a celebrity, but like I know. Well, I don't think anybody's like heard of her really. I mean, there's a few people who follow her, but like not very many, and no, I don't quite.
Well, that is your homework. So my job is done. You know, I have to go.
Okay,
See you.
Good night, sir.
Well, thanks for coming on the show. Wow, that was interesting.
That was cool. Yeah.
Wonder why Facebook removed the maybe.
Oh, it's so many possibilities. It could be the Star Trek I played before. Even though I didn't really play Star Trek, I just played it on a crappy screen that barely played.
Hopefully they didn't nuke my account over something or suspend me, but that's why I stopped using it for a while, because it was just arbitrarily.
I hardly stream on Facebook. I'm completely like, I don't want to like stream with half the people I know in real life. Why the fuck would I go on Facebook? But no, jokes aside, like it's not always like that, but you know, it's still like I don't know, like just And I apparently like this. He just gave me another reason not to be, Google Gaga for Facebook streaming. But I mean, it's always good to like if you want to get more people. Yeah, you stream on everything you could possibly stream.
I hope I have an archive of this on something other than just YouTube. Hopefully it's still streaming to kick.com. Yeah, because we stream every Thursday night, 5 Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 Central, and 8 p.m. Eastern. To YouTube, Facebook, and Kick. That's what I usually say during my outro.
Word.
Really, it's like
good outro.
In the morning, probably keeping my neighbors awake because.
Well, all I would say is that I can be found on my channel under @DJ Ronnie G on YouTube. And I do like a Monday show on Mondays, but other than that, I sometimes do a random thing, in the middle of the week or something, or weekend. But other than that, it's, like 4:30 in New York. So, at this point, it's roughly bedtime. Anything else you want to add, Lorenzo?
So, Rue came back and said,
"Oh, hey, Kuriyami. I'm sorry,
speed run of KH2FM.
Damn it, I gotta Google that.
Yes.
KH2FM. Oh, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. Cool.
Oh,
Congratulations.
okay.
I hope you were successful on your Kingdom Hearts 2. I already forgot the name. Final Modulation.
I have
Final
those
Mix.
games on that, or I have some. I don't know what they are. They have some sort of Kingdom Hearts games on the Xbox, but I can't remember what they. I think there's some sort of remastered games. But like, I have so many games. Lately, I've been playing a game called Honkai Star Rail, and it's made by the same people who make Genshin Impact. And like the menu layout is similar, and like kind of like in like how you level up the characters, but it's actually in a spinoff of something called Honkai Impact Third.
Genshin Impact or some shit, yeah.
But this is an offshoot of Honkai Impact Third, and it's called Honkai Star Rail, and it's about this the character. Here's a little bit of a spoiler. It happens like first, just like shortly into the game, you end up on the Astral Express train, and it's a train that goes like to different planets and like space stations.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I'm only on like the third, like, or the like people playing are only on the third, like, look, or except for the space station, which is where you like start off and you can go back for different missions and stuff. It's like, I think it's the third planet. I'm starting to blank out.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm saying planet, but there's like some like giant like spaceships that are kind of like, planets, or I mean, just they're so massive. But yeah, it's pretty trippy. Like the train conductor, the train conductor's a they in most of the dialogue, and he looks like a rabbit, but he'll deny it.
That's fucking weird.
Yeah,
it's cool though. I watched Galaxy Express of 39, so that's like a old anime, and it's like the conductor is a guy, but he's like made of like gas or something.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, And the big thing focuses around memory and lost memories, because one's character starts out with, one can play a male or female version of the character called the Trailblazer. I mean, you can like name your character whatever you want, but that's like kind of trailblazers, like, are the people aboard the Astral Express, and they go to different planets and to help people out. They try to help out on the planets, but like you, but like at least a couple of the characters, the main character, and then there's one called, I'm blanking out, like March 5th. And I think that's when she was just like woken up out of like a cryogenic sleep or whatever. Yeah, they don't have any memories. And it's really trippy. It like revolves around memory, and like it deals with things like what happens if people just keep reincarnating. Like there's certain like species that like will reincarnate over and over again, and could that have some like possible negative ramifications? And for like, if you like reincarnate and you keep remember, but if you keep those memories and it just keeps happening again and again and again, what does that do to someone? And like I think it's pretty impressive. Like for like, it's one of those like freemium games, but like I haven't spent it, and it's like a gotcha game. But like with loot boxes and stuff, but I haven't spent a dime of real money on it.
Oh yeah, I mean, you don't have
And
to
they have
if
a
you
ton of
enjoy it,
characters. And it's all turn-based combat, which the original Honkai Impact the Third, and I guess maybe there were like previous incarnations of that game, but that has a bunch of like skins you can buy, and like clothes for characters and all this stuff with the in-app currency and all this stuff. This game it's not like that. It's just more like it's less focused on how your character looks. I mean, there's lots of fan art and stuff where people draw the characters different ways, but it's more about the story. No, it's not like, it's kind of like with what you got with kind of like with Fallout 4 or something, where you got the dialogue options, and like a lot of times you choose one and it doesn't really make a difference because it's about I mean, it does sometimes, but it's it's a narrative driven game, but it's like really trippy. Like my character like got in a fight with a trash can recently, a few trash cans. Because I'm on the planet, the dream planet, but the dream planet's maybe not such a good dream.
Yeah, I could fucking imagine it.
Yeah, it's a penal colony that got turned into an amusement park. But most of the amusement, but it's like a hotel, and you fall asleep, and then you're in this like amusement park where it's this collective dream. This is like shared experience. So like if people start acting all wacky, it fucks up other people's dreams. That's just this one planet. Like there's these different planets with these different, there's that other planet that has these people that keep reincarnating. It's just, not everybody, but like these long-lived species just keep reincarnating and like Just really, it's really trippy.
Far out.
Yeah, this Dream Planet's always like trying to sell you like cola or some inside your dream. It's
Oh,
just like
yeah.
there's all this advertisements and stuff for
Jesus. Wow.
and these like television sets that you like get in battles with these that are trying to. I don't know if they're trying to brainwash you or what. It's just really surreal. But like it's hard for me to even try to explaining it before on air, but it's just so bizarre. And somebody explained it like well before, and I tried to invite him on the stream and friend of the show, but I don't know, he wasn't really able to go on the show, and then I think he hasn't been on the internet much lately. Let's see. So Rue is saying stuff. Played level 1. Oh hey, Ahmed.
Oh, good evening, Amit. It's probably daytime or something. Well, no, it's not daytime anymore. It's fucking almost daytime here.
What's up, man?
Welcome.
How come you're up so late, Lorenzo?
Oh, there you go. Is this the first time you've been on, Ahmed?
I think I've been maybe once before. Maybe, I don't know. I've been in the chat a lot. I know that.
Cool.
Hey, James. Yeah, I don't even know if this is like how long this YouTube will archive it. Facebook gave me some sort of error message.
It's not 8 hours and 19 minutes you've been streaming.
Huh?
You've been streaming for 8 hours and 19 minutes.
Yeah, what's the cap on
No, you can do 24. Finatra did 24. Finatra did 24.
And did he keep an archive of it though?
Yeah. He has a 24-hour stream.
Oh, okay. I didn't know because I thought there was a limit on how many hours it would.
Usually.
Or maybe that is the limit.
Anyway, how you been, man?
Well, I'm doing well. Did you see the thing where Chris Stanley went and like refunded Ethan and Finatra for thousands? I don't know Finatra, but he
Finatra has no money. Finatra has he's not
but like Ethan's refunding the money, he's like, you spent what was it like $3,000 this year alone? As he's refunding the money. I ended up getting in an argument with Ethan online tonight,
and then he called a last man's wife, a mean word.
Was that Chris Stanley?
Yeah, he thought
that was so surreal. He called everybody. I think he called everybody on the panel the N word. Like, just it was really bizarre. And
well, people break sometimes. I think sometimes you break.
I just thought it was like. I thought people it was.
When somebody's like bullying you and stuff, sometimes you just.
Oh yeah. I thought it was great that somebody just just didn't give a shit like what stood up to Ethan because I think it was being because I don't know why Ethan just kept trying to tell Finatra to take away Chris's wrench. I don't know what led up to that though.
No, Ethan was just messing with that's Ethan, man. He's just You have to understand, Ethan's a troll and he likes to push people's buttons. And if you're smart, you just don't react to it, and then he gets bored and you stop.
Yeah. Now I'm supposed to feel really, really bad because I don't know. Did you hear the controversy about I saw so Ethan was bragging about this pickup truck, and I thought he went out and bought it. I didn't realize he inherited it. So I thought it was just like another thing he bought to be flashy. I didn't realize that this was this. I don't know if it'd be antique or vintage or what the term is. Heard there's different terms for vehicles
worry.
based on the
You should
age.
just tell Ethan they're going to take it away from you and force you to buy an EV.
Well, it was like,
And that'll piss him off. Just tell him,
take
that
it
truck.
away from him. Why?
Yeah, they'll take away that truck from him because right now you can't have old cars anymore. By 2026, everybody has to buy an EV. Or 2030, I think 2030, everybody has to buy electric.
They're definitely like not trying to sell new internal combustion cars after 2030. I don't know if they can actually enforce the, like a recall on, existing cars, but they'll definitely try to make it harder.
No, you know what they'll do? They'll just be like, oh, you have to pay like a 50% tax, which.
Oh yeah, they could do that. Yeah.
Well, it turns out that this, like, he inherited it from his grandpa or something, and so people are trying to shame me over this. I did say, that he,
whatever.
that I was, I got that wrong. Sorry, got it wrong. I mean, sorry that they, that you accused him of buying it, and it turned out not to be true. But the thing is, the fact remains that people are like still waiting years for. How many years have people been waiting for this snowman?
I'll say this: it's the internet. People love to be outraged about shit. Just move on.
How many years? Yeah, how many years have people been waiting for that snowman book, and how much stuff has Ethan like bought, like a house and cars? And that's good. It's fine if people buy stuff, just deliver the products is all. That's my point. Is that I know so many people who stopped backing comics.
I said that to Dark Drift, and he got mad because his book is not out. Also,
what did he get mad about this time?
Yeah, Anthony's book. Remember, his book is late. That Mistress Roulette book.
Yeah.
It's late.
Yeah. I gave him plaque over. I think it's unfair that they're trying to blame him over the Vic King thing. I don't think he knew about Vic. I don't think any of these people are doing any research on the people that they hire. I think people are just
maybe they should. It just
yeah. He's claiming he will. I don't know how many of these people really know much about how to do background checks, though.
Yeah, whatever, man. If I hired somebody, I would do a background check on that person. I don't know about you, Lorenzo. Like if you hired a plumber, wouldn't you want to check up and check his references?
Yeah, I would. So, and the thing is, like, people are just constantly getting screwed over left and right, and like CG, the creators do, and then the customers all of a sudden, like.
Oh, your friend just wanted to say bye. He chat.
Yeah, I need to get to sleep pretty soon, but yeah, it was a weird situation.
I won't keep you up, Lorenzo. I just came to say hi. I just because.
Okay, well.
If you're tired, yeah, I can see I can see you're falling asleep.
But the thing is, the thing is how many times these creators are constantly having falling out with one another, and everybody's supposed to pick a side. And well, the Vic King thing is pretty easy to
pick a side. Yeah,
pick a side against the guy. But
actually,
it was bad enough that he wasn't like delivering people's. Like, he draws stuff on air and he wouldn't like deliver it to people for some reason. Sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't. Apparently, I'll say allegedly, because they can't prove it for absolute certain. But a lot of people said that they didn't get their commissions as well. But then it turned out that then he showed his face on camera, and then Dean did a reverse image search. And the next day he did the stream. They did that stream.
Yeah, weird.
And I thought it was just going to be about, like, what was it, Sheila Aliens or something, and so I didn't even watch. Though I don't know why I thought that. Apparently the Vic's picture was on there, but then again, I didn't know it was him. I saw when he turned on the camera, but how he looks now is different than he looks in the picture. Like, he's got all this like really long hair, and I don't know.
Weird.
Yeah, he kind of weirded me out when he turned on his camera.
Why did it weird you out?
Huh?
Why did it weird you out?
Well, I think it just kind of looked. Shouldn't have warned me. Shouldn't have weirded me out, because basically he looked like kind of like some homeless guy, but he kind of is, sort of. So I don't. Should have weirded me out. Though he was like living with a friend or something, but
Fair enough.
I don't know. There's this one clip I saw, like, where like his eyes are pretty intense. Like, it looks. I don't know. Maybe that's what it was. That.
Maybe.
So James says, oh yeah, are you seeing? Saying, wait, Anna.
Bone
Anna?
says he can't believe
Welcome.
you're still streaming.
Hey, Bone. Oh, you just woke up. Holy shit.
I think you should go to sleep, man. It's late.
Yeah, it's getting late, but
You have work tomorrow?
nah.
How come you up so late tonight? You couldn't sleep?
I don't know. I just streaming, got to talking.
I'm excited for the new Dune movie. Let's see how it goes. The new Dune, I'm excited for it. Let's see how it is.
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm just tired.
All right, man. I'll see you around. You should get some sleep, man.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to end the stream. Sorry to the folks who just showed up. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestak. You can find me here well, in the U.S., it's 5 Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. On YouTube, Facebook, and Kick. Not the Instant Messenger, but just kick.com. But Facebook kind of, for some reason, I don't know if Facebook has a limit on how long one can stream, or if I kind of violated their rules or what, because all of a sudden it said that the streamer had said that my stream had ended over on Facebook. So I don't know what's going on. It appears I can log into my account and like things, so that's working. Gosh, I can barely see my... Oh. Now I see the comments backstage. Yeah, I couldn't even... I need to get a laptop with a bigger screen. I can barely see the comments. Here we go. I'm looking at the chat. Yeah. Yeah, I'll wake up. I might end up waking up a bit late, but no, I'm a bit of an insomniac. But anyway, have a great day, everybody, or evening, depending on where you're at. It's early morning here, but I see folks are joining us from Europe and even New Zealand. So have a good day, or whatever time it is. Have a good one, and I'll see you next Thursday. Oh, and thanks for joining us, both the chat as well as the panelists. If you guys have anything to promote, I want to type it in the chat right now. Should keep yeah, Anna's got a good channel. Is it Anna? Anyway, either way, check out their channels. Awesome channel. Also plays games and is a musician. Quite good. So check that out. Oh yeah, have a great Friday, and well, it might be getting to be Saturday in some places. I don't know. Gosh, let's see what time it is in what time is in New Zealand. Oh, we got people. Yeah, so yeah. Oh yeah, it's 10:53 p.m. in New Zealand. I believe Anna's in France. Wow, yeah, 10:53. Yeah, but I appreciate everybody showing up, and yeah, we had lots of discussions here. Anything, gosh, talked about any number of topics. We're talking about Star Trek and Doctor Who for a while. We were talking about comics for a while, and both Daniel on drawing and Gias was coloring comic art. We had a very non-partisan political discussion, which we don't really talk too much politics here. Talking about the Roman Empire and how it mutated, and both say the so-called Byzantine and the East Roman Empire, as well as the Holy Roman Empire in the West. We had a number of topics just kind of all over the place. Oh, TJ Ronnie G was on. He had his telescope that's connected to his computer in his backyard. I got a backyard computer that it's networked in with the computer that's in his house. Also showed off this really cool old Windows mobile device. I think it uses Windows CE. So I guess that was before the Windows Mobile before the operating system that was called Windows Mobile. I think it was called Windows CE. Talked about that. Just all sorts of different stuff. Oh, about movies, TV shows, games. I was just talking about Honkai Star Rail, or your travel aboard the Astral Express train, and it's a train you go like through space and visit different planets and help the people out there. It's pretty interesting. Right now, I'm on a planet where my character's on a planet where you've got like these this hotel. It's like it used to be a penal colony, but like then they've turned it into like a resort. But the main place is this hotel, and when you fall asleep, you and the other people in the hotel have this collective dream, and like it's really surreal, and it's really trippy. And like anything like that, so if people just start misbehaving in the dream, that can really mess with the other people there. And so it's really trippy. You get to like, you're just like, you've got like these ads in the dream, where like these ads for this like brand of cola and stuff. And you just like for no reason at all, you just get like attacked by these like television sets and garbage cans and shit. He's like anthropomorphic. It's really, really trippy. And so it's 10:54 a.m. in France. Maybe it's France. Well, thanks for the. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thanks for jumping the panel. On. Appreciate everybody who like shares out Anna's channel. Yeah, check out Video James and Zed as well, NZ, for people in North America. North American pronunciation, and one's got a Canadian Spider-Man has been streaming for almost 8 hours now. It's the birthday celebration for the late Cardinal Sin. Oh, may he rest in peace. Check that out, folks. Yeah. Sounds very interesting. Only if you're talking Honkai Star Rail, yeah, I think it is. There's another game that's kind of it's an offshoot of, I guess, called Honkai Impact. But like the menu system, Honkai Star Rail is actually closer to Genshin Impact than it is to its predecessor game, Honkai Impact Third or whatever. But even though the menu system is similar, the gameplay is, I don't know, I think it feels really fresh to me. Like it's somewhat open world. You can't explore everywhere, but then you get into combat and it's all turn-based, like old school turn-based. And so a lot of it deals with like memory, and your main character does can't remember his or her past, depending on if you play a male or female character. And the characters travel through travel through space on what's known as the Astral Express, and it's got like this bunny rabbit conductor, but he gets really pissed off if you call him a rabbit, if your character calls him a rabbit. So I mean, kind of limited as far as dialogue options. Even some of the choices in the game do make a serious difference, and some of them don't. But that's kind of like how Fallout 4 was in a way. But like The game's available for PC, PlayStation 3, and even mobile. It's one of those freemium games. You got like these loot boxes, but it's like the predecessor game, Honkai Impact Third, I think it's called. I haven't played much of it, and Genshin Impact. You don't have to you don't have all these pay for this or that clothing for your character or this or that, where they like try to nickel and dime you. I haven't spent a single dollar, a single dime on this game. I got all sorts of great top tier characters. I wish I'd known that I could do before I leveled up the characters you get at the beginning of the game. They're pretty darn good, but they're not like the most. They're not. Oh, a lot of them aren't the best in the game, but they can be really handy. I mean, you start out with all sorts of characters, and then as you play the game, you end up earning different currencies, and you can. I've leveled my character. Well, what called trail. They call the characters that travel like the stars on the Astro Express, the Trailblazer. I've got a the main level in the game got maxed out to 70. That's the current cap. I got to level up the different characters and stuff individually, but it's not. But I've got the resources to level up a bunch of characters now, just from playing the game and battling different characters in the game. So it's just a matter of I want to look at some character builds. I mean, character build guides, so I don't mess up the characters by Right now, I've just been leveling up every character, every single aspect of the character, and I don't think I really need to do that, and I don't do that in most games. But yeah, check out the Canadian Spider-Man's channel. Well, congratulations, Video James NZ. That's awesome. Well, and thanks for subscribing to his channel, Anna. Yeah, folks, please subscribe to each other's channels. I got to get going. I'm tired. I should have planned on getting. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. here. 5:05. Planned on going to sleep hours ago, but the cool thing about this is there's different people show up in the chat and on the panel in different waves, and so it's get going. And the one thing that would be cool is if I knew ahead of time, okay, some people are definitely going to be there when I go live, but it's good to have a co-host. But yeah, Daniel and Gias were, I think, the first ones on the panel. Yeah, Bone's a good guy as well. Yeah, I also follow follow a lot of you on Twitter, and you can let me know if I'm not following you. But I'm going to call it a night or day or whatever the heck it is. And thank you so much for joining me.